I just recall last year we had a very highly decorated boat, but it turned out it was a bit of an impediment to the crew. A piece fell off and it was...
One, two.
So the first race of the day is going to be the Paris Single. It's a 2,000 metre race. We have in lane 2 from Balmain, Sam Shaloub, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjam. In lane 4 from Shellharbour City, we have Kevin Wall. In lane 5 from Balmain, we have Stephen Lawler, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjam. And in lane 6 from the ANU, Nicholas Neals, coached by David Fraumano. And it looks like they are just waiting, they're being held at the moment, so getting ready to start.
Yes, thanks, Mark. And as you pointed out, we do have competitors here from the ACT today, so it's fantastic to be able to welcome back interstate competitors to Rowing New South Wales regattas. Of course, throughout the pandemic and the lockdown, we haven't been able to do that, but it's fantastic to be able to get back together at the Reindeer this year, and we're looking forward to having to welcoming interstate athletes and competitors to our events throughout the season.
I think at the moment, Michael, that if there's a regatta on, pretty much anyone's going to turn up. We're all just
starved of racing, aren't we?
Starved of racing, so much built up pressure.
So race 1 is a Para Single Sculls Balmain, 1 Shahoob lane 2, Shellharbour City Wall lane 4, Balmain 2 Lawler lane 5 and ANU Neils lane 6. Once the last scull is in place, we'll get underway.
So, Mark, we're just waiting for the last of our competitors in the first race of the day, the para single scull, to pull into the 2,000 metre starting blocks. But just while we're waiting, I will just run through our exciting prizes that our NSW has up for grabs today. It's on our social media pages and on our website for the Reindeer Regatta. Got Croker merchandise kit, 10 Cables Wake Pass vouchers, 2 Bont rowing gift vouchers, 4x35 litre Pontoon Sports waterproof bags, 1 Perfect Balance Citius Remix seat pad, and 1 Strike recovery pocket massage gun. So a smorgasbord of prizes up for grabs. So I have been reliably informed that Santa and the elves will be making their way around the Regatta Centre today. So do have your Christmas cheer on and are ready to impress the judges.
Balmain, ANU.
And a big shout out to those sponsors.
Absolutely. Our live stream today comes to you because of Bont Rowing, and so we are very grateful for their support as a major sponsor of Rowing New South Wales. So do go and see Istvan and his team up there in the grandstand under Croft there.
And racing is underway. So already the field's starting to spread out a bit. This is the men's PR3 single scull, 2,000 metres. I think that was...
race 2, women's under 17.
Stephen Lawler got a really good start there from Balmain. And Kevin Wall right up there with him from Shell Harbour. I'm not sure that we're going to have many time splits today. So we'll try and call what we can see.
Looks as though, Mark, that Nicholas Neils from ANU ACT shot out of the blocks very quickly there. So just looking across, again, the cameras won't quite reveal it perfectly at this stage of the race, but looks as though Kevin Wall from Shell Harbour City in lane 4 and Nicholas Neils in lane 6 from ANU are battling for first and second, but it does look as though Neils from ANU has about a length lead on Wall from Shell Harbour.
And opening it. He's running along very smoothly.
He's got his rate up quite high as well. So in a time of about 1 minute and 52 seconds, Neils from ANU passes through the first 500 metres, followed by Wall from Shell Harbour City.
Can he hold that pace for 2,000
That's a
metres?
pretty hot pace.
That's pretty fast.
If that's a sign of things to come, ladies and gentlemen, we're in for a cracker day out here at the Regatta Centre.
Oh, look, the conditions out there are absolutely perfect at the moment. Let's hope that they last.
Yes, we'll have our fingers and toes crossed that the conditions stay this pristine. And of course, Mark, Nick Neils from ANU ACT is coached by David Fermano, who is the head coach down there at the Australian Capital Territory Academy of Sport. And Dave has been responsible for producing some fine athletes over the past couple of years in his tenure down there. And so it's no surprise that Nick is doing a fantastic job leading the field in this para single scull, the first race of the day.
And Nick Neal's just about to come through the 1,000 metre mark, and it's going to be at about 3:44. So he's getting along at a very good pace.
He's certainly opened up that lead on Kevin Wall from Shell Harbour City, Mark.
I know I'm an old bloke, but I'd be very happy to do 1,000 metres at that pace. And Kevin Ward's just coming through the 1,000 metre mark at about 4:12. So it's going to be a battle between third and fourth, between Stephen Lawler and Sam Shalhoub. Sam's just got about half a canvas lead over Stephen as they cross through the 1,000 metre mark.
They're going stroke for stroke at this point, Mark. That'll be a fantastic race to watch come through the finish. Of course, Sam and Stephen, coached very capably by the team down there at Balmain Rowing Club, and Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan, who have for many years produced some quality para rowers. And no exception today, of course.
You know where it is. Yep. And Nicholas Neils has just come through the last 500 metres, still flying. Looking very comfortable and strong. And what a cracking time Nicholas Neil was doing. He's into the last 100 metres now, just 7 minutes down. Getting really good boat run, looking very comfortable and strong. Very smooth.
He's lifted his rate of striking as well, Mark, coming through the final stages of this race, and it'll be a really good time for Nick coming through. He's got his rate up probably mid-30s, I would say. But he'll cross over in a time just over 7 minutes and 30 seconds. 7:35 or thereabouts.
And he's not stopping, even though he's well past the finish line. He's just going to keep on going. What a great row. Well done.
Absolutely, that's the type of energy we want from race one. So provisionally, of course, Nick Neal's taking out race one, the para men's single scull.
And Kevin Wall has now come into the last 250 metres. Also looking pretty good, nice and smooth, good boat run. I suspect he's feeling this, just by the look of it. He's just keeping a good, steady pace as he comes through to the finish line. Looking round to see where the finish line is, or perhaps to see who's cheering him on. Come on, Kevy. and he's crossed in about 8:45.
Of course, in those last couple of strokes, that finish line can't come quick enough, can it, Mark?
I've spent many a time wondering, where is that line? And third is going to be Sam Shaloub over on the far side. Again, a great effort. You can see the coaching of Anne, Liam and Barbara showing there. And followed by Stephen Lawler, who's about to cross the line. Also looking around for that line.
That all-elusive line.
2,000 metres, I think. When did they change the parades to 2,000 metres?
I think it might have only been a recent change.
Yeah,
I couldn't tell you exactly when it was, but 2,000 metres is a long way.
It is.
So fantastic effort by all our para athletes today. And so that finalises race 1 on our programs, ladies and gentlemen. And just before we direct our attention to race 2 in your program, which is the women's under-17 Coxed Quad Scull, which is on the course now, we have had a word of advice from our starters and officials down at the start end of the Regatta Centre today, and that is that the starting blocks that we will usually use to start the races and be held on the blocks there are unfortunately fixed in place today because of the high tide, and obviously that's due to the high amount of rain we've received in Sydney throughout the past week. And you'll look around the Regatta Centre and see that the tide is the water level is very high today. And so unfortunately, that means that our crews you won't be starting directly in the middle of your lane, and that's something that our starters won't have time to explain to each of the crews before every race. So unfortunately, we'll just have to make do with what we have. So that's just a word from our starters, just so that you are all aware. And so please advise your schools and your coaches and your athletes accordingly.
So race 2 of the day, the women's under-17 Cox Quad Scull. In lane 3 on the far side, we have Loretto Kirribilli with Heidi Ahrens, Sibylla Delaney, Freya Bateman, Jessica Kovacs, coxed by Emma Bunbury and coached by William Foxton and Frederica Gibbs. In lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar, we have Jasmine Whitford, Jemima McKenzie, Alice McCready, Grace Charge, coxed by Brooke Riley. In lane 5, we have Redlands, we have Briar Carter, Georgia Vissure, Charlotte Scamps, Alana Mansfield, coaxed by Phoebe Cunningham. In lane 6 from North Sydney Girls, we have Tanvi Bakre, Sophia Lee, Amaya Kamaraj, Alexandra Sutter, and Tonya Zeng Halasay, is the Cox and coached by Philip Brown. And in lane 7 from Queenwood, we have Sienna Williams-Bush, Chloe Driver, Emerson Stock, Phoebe Campbell, coached by Sienna Fraser. And as they're coming they're coming up to the 1,000 metre mark, they're all quite close. Could be a good race.
That's right, Mark. It looks as though lane 7, that's the crew from Queenwood, Bush, Driver, Stock, Campbell and Fraser have come through just with their noses ahead of that Loretto Kirribilli crew in lane 3, Ahrens, Delaney, Bateman, Kovacs and Bunbury. And of course, there's some fantastic decorative expertise being exhibited by each of these crews so far. I've seen plenty of reindeer antlers already. And that boat there from North Sydney Girls is fantastically decorated by tinsel, Mark. As is the crew from Redlands. Look at that. Is that a rowing boat or a sleigh? I don't know.
We always love a bit of tinsel.
That's fantastic. I think the Cox of that Redlands crew is also wearing a Christmas tree on her head.
As you do.
So it's a 2,000 metre race again, Mark, and so these girls will be coming through the 12:50 any moment now. Just starting to see on our live stream that some of the girls are looking across and checking where that 1,500 metre mark is. It's a tough point in the race. But as I say, it doesn't look as though it's the Queenwood crew who have, I think they've opened up their lead, Mark. They've just got their rate of striking up a bit against the other crews.
Yeah, I think that looks like they're pulling away from the other crews.
Yes, indeed, and a very tidy outfit there by the looks of things in that Queenwood boat. That's the crew of Sienna Bush, Chloe Driver, Emerson Stock, Phoebe Campbell, and coxed by Sienna Fraser. Through the 1,500 metres now go our race leaders in a time just shy of 6 minutes, and followed through in third position at the moment by the crew from Redlands. That's Carter, Verschure, Scamps, and Mansfield and Cunningham.
It looks like we're going to see some fast times today. That's a pretty cracking pace for schoolgirls with cocks, dragging a cox down the course.
Certainly, and hopefully we have no Christmas-related anchors today, Mark, as you were talking about before, but certainly it's a fast time, and the conditions at the moment are perfect for sculling, and we only hope that the conditions remain this calm throughout the day so that all our competitors today at the New South Wales Reindeer Regatta can have a shot at some fantastic conditions and get that sensation of being able to put your blade in the water nice and cleanly and just have it out again with minimal disruption.
And the Queenwood crew has just come into the last 250 metres with a very clear lead, and they've just taken their rating up as well.
As have the Loretto crew, Mark, over in lane 3. They are just lifting their rate as well, and I'm sure they are receiving some fairly stern words from their coxswain, Emma Bunbury, right about now. So I would even say that they've reduced that lead on the Queenwood crew. So it'll be a fast finish to this race for 1 and 2 between Queenwood and Loretto Kirribilli.
Queenwood,
you know what?
it's
It's
really
going to be
taken it up though.
That's right. So Loretto have closed that lead, but yes, as you say, Mark, it will be Queenwood who hang on to that lead coming through the 2,000 metre mark. And they're just looking very uniform as they come over the line there. So first place unofficially, of course, to Queenwood, followed by Loretto Kirribilli in lane 3. And third place will go to Redlands. The fantastically decorated Redlands, can I just say, in lane 5. And it'll be Newcastle Grammar in lane 4. That's the crew of Whitford, Mackenzie, McCready and Charge, coxed by Riley, who come over the line in 4th place, followed by the crew in lane 6 from North Sydney Girls. So, Mark, we now have race 3 underway, which is the second division of the women's under-17 coxed quad scull. This is also a 2,000 metre race on your program. These crews bear the letter C on their bow numbers. We have in lane 3 a crew from Queenwood, comprised of Charlotte Botha, Heidi Boyd, Olivia Dont, Brooke Lancaster, and coxed by Lucy Anderson. In lane 4, representing Loretto Kirribilli, is Bronte Horrigan, Zoe Ryan, Zoe Fallon, Harriet Dinning, and coxed by Caitlin Gately, and coached by Benjamin Sullivan and Amelia Halley. In lane 5, also representing Queenwood, Grace Anderson, Volanteska Socratus, Chloe Jurita, Naomi Peace, and coxed by Emily Adams. In lane 6, representing Loretto Kirribilli, is Maya Strudwick, Annabelle Ross, Scarlett Kevin, Alexandra Whitson, coxed by Monica Dunstan and coached by William Foxton and Frederica Gibbs. Finally, also representing Loretto Kirribilli is a crew comprised of Abigail Donahoe, Abigail Porter, Chloe Cameron, Brianna Destro, coxed by Gabrielle Rose and coached by Ben Sullivan and Amelia Halley. And Mark, I can't quite see, but I think they're making their way through the 1,000 metres right about now.
Yeah, it looks like it, and it looks like the crew on the far side, is it Queenwood?
That's the Queenwood crew in lane 3 by the looks of things. So that's the crew of both of Boyd, Dont and Lancaster.
Yeah, with a low rate, getting
absolutely.
maximum boat run, looking very comfortable.
Some fantastic send on that quad scull. Yes, looking exceedingly comfortable there.
To me, that's the Kim Macney style.
Kim Macney special.
Keep the rate very low and strong. Maximum boat run all the way. Suits me. You get a nice breather in between each stroke.
Indeed, through the 1,500 metres now go that Queenwood 2 crew in lane 3 of both of Boyd, Dont and Lancaster. And the race for second place is much closer, Mark. It's those two Loretto crews.
Yep.
I think that's the crew of, that's Loretto 3 and Loretto 2, so 4 and 6. That's Hourigan, Ryan, Fallon, Dinning versus Strudwick, Ross, Kevin and Whitson. So that'll be a close race to call as they come through the 2,000 metres.
Well, I think the lane 6 here, the Loretto Kirribilli crew is giving Queenwood a good. Well, it's looking very close from the two Loretto Kirribilli crews and the Queenwood crew. It could be quite a close finish. They're just coming up to about 300 metres out.
Yes, of course. So Queenwood 2 in lane 3 is still in the pole position in this race, but as the crews come up towards the finish tail, we'll be able just to comment on which Loretto crew, both of whom are have thrown the rate through the roof for bragging rights in this race. I think,
and if anything, Queenwood look like they've dropped their rating. They're just getting absolute maximum boat run.
Well, isn't that fantastic? They can't be rating anything higher than
about 22.
22.
If that. Big pause, just let the boat run.
I'm sure their coxswain's having some choice words about send and weight and rhythm in that boat right about now, so that's fantastic to see.
To see that level of control with kids this age is really fantastic.
That's very impressive. But of course, the race heats up for second place, and it'll be the crew in lane 6 from Loretto Kirribilli, Strudwick, Ross, Kevin and Whitson, who will have their noses in front over their colleagues in lane 4, Hourigan, Ryan, Fallon and Dinning. But that was a cracking race the entire way, and it was just that crew in lane 6 from Loretto Kirribilli that pulled away, and now we have the final Kirribilli crew of Donahoe, Porter, Cameron and Destro, coxed by Gabrielle Rose, coming over the line there in 4th place, and 5th place will go to our final crew from Queenwood. That's Anderson, Socrates, Jurita and Peace, coxed by Adams.
Who were doing quite the opposite of the other Queenwood crew.
Well, indeed.
They really wound it up to try and get across the line there.
So perhaps not a Queenwood-wide strategy, but certainly Charlotte Botha, Heidi Boyd, Olivia Dont and Brooke Lancaster, under the calm direction, I'm sure, of their cox, Lucy Anderson, really held that rate down really well throughout that race. And as you said, Mark, it's a fantastic display of a control and refrain from scullers so young and so fantastic effort.
So race 4 is now underway. This is another para race. In lane 1 from Sydney, we have our big champion, Eric Horry, coached by Jason Baker. In lane 4 from Balmain, we have Eleanor Taylor, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjam. In lane 5, from representing Balmain, we have Bronte Marshall, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjam. In lane 6, from Drummoyne, we have Stephanie Walker, coached by Kathleen Hickstall and Rob Glendenning. And in lane 9, we have Mika Kelly, also coached by the team at Balmain, Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjam, but we're also very proud to have her as a Glebe Rowing Club member. I'm going to do a mixed quad with her in the morning.
Oh, fantastic. I didn't know she raced for Glebe as well.
Yeah.
There you go.
She started at Glebe and went to Balmain for the para coaching, which she's absolutely loved. But she comes from shock horror, dragon boating, and looked across the bay and saw us rowing by all the time and decided to come and have
thought,
a crack.
that looks a bit calmer, doesn't it?
Yeah. Sophisticated.
Perhaps that's the word. Yeah, not that we're biased or anything, Mark.
No. So obviously it seems that the Eric Horry is out there on his own as a PR1, and the 4 women are all classified as PR3.
Of course, Mark, it would be remiss not to make note of Eric Horry's international reputation in this event.
Superstar.
Absolutely. A multiple-time world champion and recent Paralympian, coming fresh from the plane off Tokyo, and it's great to see Eric back out here on his local course. Of course, Eric, a Sydney Rowing Club member for a long time now, but lives out this way and trains on the Nepean and also out here at Cirque. So fantastic to see Eric back in action today. As far as the PR3 scullers go, Mark, I think...
Looks like Eleanor Taylor
so,
over in
yes.
lane 3 has a pretty clear lead on everybody else at the moment.
Or is that Bronte Marshall?
Lane 5, yes, so Bronte Marshall. Just coming through the 1,000 metre mark and a time of around 4:47.
And Eric Horry coming in second place through the 1,000.
And Eric going quite a cracking pace considering it's upper body only, and he's right up there with Bronte, who's looking very strong and smooth.
So Taylor and Kelly from Balmain coming through in 4th and 5th respectively through the 1,000 metres, of course. And so that's the field, ladies and gentlemen, but if you turn your attention to the live stream now, you'll see Eric Horry in lane 1 on the fast side from Sydney Rowing Club, coached, of course, by Jason Baker. And Eric looking fantastic over there. And
Getting good boat run.
some clean blade work, I have to say, as well. So it just remains to be seen what kind of distance there is between Marshall in lane 5 and Horry in lane 1. I think we're just going to pan out and have a look now. Too tough to tell from this angle, perhaps, Mark.
I think Bronte is just slightly ahead, but what a great effort by Eric. Because look at Bronte is really putting everything into it now.
Bronte's looking around, looking for that 1,500 metres. Is it time to go yet?
I think she's decided to go anyway.
That's right. It's fantastic to see Bronte Marshall from Balmain training down there at Iron Cove. She puts in plenty of hours down there with the team at Balmain Rowing Club. So kudos to her. She's looking really good and
just really pulling away from
absolutely.
Eric now. Let's just hope she doesn't overcook herself before she gets to the last 500 here. Interesting, and Mika Kelly here in lane 9 is vision impaired, so that's why she has the boat going very closely behind her. Somebody's just giving her instructions to try and keep her on a straight course. Well, Bronte Marshall is still keeping up a cracking pace as she comes into she's probably about 300 metres out. Oh, sorry, the last 250 metres.
You can just see Mika Kelly there on your screens from Balmain in lane 9, who, as Mark mentioned, has of course, someone telling her where to go as a vision impaired athlete.
You've been giving her guidance.
That's correct. I'm sure there are plenty of other
people who'll tell her where to go.
Absolutely.
Looking very good. She'll be very pleased with this row. And Bronte Marshall's just coming into the last 100 metres here, looking round for the finish line, looking round to the stands to see who might be cheering her on. Come on, guys, give her a yell.
And looking very fine as she does so as well, can I say, Mark? And that rate has gone up, certainly, in the last 500 metres. And there she goes, just about to cross the line, Bronte Marshall from Balmain Rowing Club. And a fantastic row as well.
Well done, Bronte. Time of around about 9:33.
And Mark, Eric Horry from Sydney Rowing Club in the PR1 category will take second place in this race, although they are different categories. So he'll take out, of course, the PR1 category.
And next across the line will be Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne, coached by Kathleen Hextall and Rob Glendinning. Again, looking around, where is that line, finish line? And she crosses, looking pretty comfortable, but worn out there.
Should be then Mark Taylor from Balmain in lane 4, crosses in 4th place. Followed by Kelly of Balmain in 5th.
So on the course now, we have the race 5, which is the men's novice single scull. This is a 1,000-metre race. Oh, sorry, they're coming up to line up to the start line. But in lane, it's a full field. In lane 1 from the University of New South Wales, we have Justin Nelson, coached by Chris Burns. In lane 2, we have Lancelot Saka. In lane 3 from Lancelot's from Newcastle Grammar. In lane 3 from Kings, Isaac Rumble. In lane 4 from Nepean, Oscar Svensson, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 5 from Newcastle Grammar, Brady McEwen. In lane 6 from the University of New South Wales, Alan Mendelowitz, coached by Chris Burns. In lane 7 from Redlands, Daniel Coppers. In lane 8 from Cranbrook, Henry Dawson, and in lane 9 from Kings, Angus Masters. And I think there's quite a big contingent here from Newcastle Grammar. I have a little bit of inside information. Brad Smith is now the head coach up there.
Of course, yes.
And looking very bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and very enthusiastic, and lots of Newcastle Grammar boys running around all over the place. So,
well, fantastic to have Newcastle Grammar down at the Regatta Centre today for the Reindeer Regatta. And Mark, as you say, it's a full field on the course for race 5, and we have a scratching, I think, from Masters in lane 9 of Kings. But still 8 scullers for the 5th race of the day. It's pretty good.
So they're just tapping up to the start line now, the 1,000-metre mark. So this is not a held start, as we all know.
And of course, this is a novice race, Mark. So it's these are scullers all in their first year of competition. So
well, it means they've never actually raced before.
Well, that's right.
So,
that's right.
Or can often be quite fun watching a novice start as they try to get them into a straight line. I know my first ever start, I still couldn't back, and they were giving me instructions to back, and I was like, oh my goodness, how am I going to do this?
Doesn't look like any of our scullers in race 5 are backing it down just yet. They're all just tapping it up slowly. I think they're underway now, though. So
yes.
a good spread of competitors from different clubs and schools and ages, I'm sure. So it's a fantastic race, the novice single scull, and goes to show that rowing's a lifelong sport. It doesn't matter where you're from or what club or what school. It's a sport that you can jump into at any time. Just some corrections there, I think, from Mendelowitz of UNSW in the middle of the field.
The other interesting thing is with the novice crews like this, that guy over in lane 2, so that'll be Lancelot Sacker, looks like he's in a boat that's about 10 sizes too big for him. He's pulling through right to his head.
Oh dear.
But having a good crack, having
Absolutely.
a good look around, see where he is. Oh, discovered he's not quite out in front.
Looks like we have a good row coming through from Dawson of Cranbrook in lane 8. I think he might... So, and I think we do have a leader of the race in... I think it might be Rumble of Kings, unless I'm mistaken, Mark. I didn't quite catch...
It's a blue boat.
Didn't quite... it could be Svensson from Nepean.
Didn't quite see the lane number.
In any event, a well spread out race, this one.
So it looks like, yeah, Isaac Rumble over there in lane 3 is coming through very strongly. It looks like he's just taken his rating up as he's come through the 500 metres. Over here in lane 8, Henry Dawson from Cranbrook. Going very strongly, but he's just had a bit of a wobble there. Ooh. Daniel Coppers in Redlands hasn't quite got his stability sorted yet, but he's managed to, do a bit of a wobble and catch it again, and away he goes. It's a fantastic thing about the novices. It's you just get out there and have a go.
God, isn't it a great sport? And it is Rumble from Kings in lane 3 who will take out the men's novice single scull in fairly convincing fashion. With a high rate of striking, Mark. I'm sure he's been cajoled into that kind of rating by his colleagues down there at Kings. And he's looking not too bad at all doing so. So congratulations to Isaac. And that's a great race.
A very clear lead over the rest of the field.
Absolutely, yes. The field closes up a little bit for second place. I'm not quite sure.
I think it's going to be Henry Dawson here from in lane 8. is just going to pip Lancelot Saka over the far side there. Or sorry, Justin Nelson from the University of New South Wales.
Oh, it'll be close,
Oh, it's going to be close.
Very close
I think
indeed.
it could be a photo, but I would call Henry Dawson.
Yes, Dawson followed by Nelson, you would think, and then it looks like
I think
Mendeleevets.
Daniel Coppers in lane 7.
Just a bit of confusion coming over the line there.
It's probably us that are confused more than anything else.
Yeah, all bets are off in the men's single novice scull, ladies and gentlemen. So I think that was Mendeleevets from UNSW in there who took out 4th place.
Yeah. Oh, yes, and it's a photo for 2nd and 3rd.
Right.
So that's between Henry Dawson and Judson Nelson. And we actually have the race 6 well underway. The men's under 16 single scull. In lane 1 we have Angus McInnes from Redlands. In lane 2 from the Northern Beaches Secondary, Ted Webber. In lane 3 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Joel Kemmers. In lane 4 from Scots, William Martin. In lane 5 from Cranbrook, Lachlan Larson. In lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar, Jet Floyer Kell. In lane 7 from Kinross Walleroy, Campbell Miller. In lane 8 from Kings, Campbell Wickham. And in lane 9 from Leichhardt, Oliver Huang, coached by Jeff Patterson and Malcolm Campbell. And it just come through the 250 metre mark, and it does look like it's Campbell Wickham from Kings in the lead.
Yeah, absolutely.
Working
That's a
very
close
hard
race
to
indeed.
hold off Campbell Miller from Kinross Walleroy.
And a very high rate of striking between our leading scullers, Wickham and Miller from Kings and Kinross. And they're both floating rather close to the boys who've just had a bit of a mishap there from Wickham in lane 8. And it's given a chance to Miller from Kinross to come back a bit. This is going to be a very close race indeed in the men's under 16 single scull Division 1. I don't know how to call this one, Mark. It's very close indeed.
I think Campbell Wickham from Kings is going to hold him off.
They're just clashing blades now. It's drama. Unbelievable.
Yes. Yeah, so Campbell Wickham managed to hold off Campbell Miller, but Campbell was on the boys for that last piece.
Looks like McInnes from Redlands will be in 3rd place, followed by Floyer Kell from Newcastle Grammar in 4th, and then Huang from Leichhardt. And they're all coming across the line now. We've lost track.
Fortunately, we have a computer telling us what's happening.
So provisionally, that race was won by Campbell Wickham from Kings in a provisional time of 3:55, closely followed by less than a second back to Campbell Miller, of course, from Kinross Walleroy. 3rd place was McInnes of Redlands in lane 1, followed by Jet Floyer Kell from Newcastle Grammar in lane 6. And we have I think a photo finish for 5th and 6th place there, Mark.
Yeah.
But after that was Martin from Scots in 7th place, Larson from Cranbrook in 8th place, and Kemmers from Northern Beaches Secondary in 9th place.
So, and Division 2 of the men's under 16 scull. There are 6 divisions of the men's under 16 scull, so very popular racing in this category today. Race 7 from St Augustine's, we have Jason Cow, coached by Daniel Samus in lane 1. In lane 2 from Newcastle Grammar, Marcus Lumley. In lane 3 from Redlands, Thomas Whitney. In lane 4 from Kings, Charles Baker, coached by Harrison Randall. In lane 5 from Northern Beaches Secondary, William Robertson. In lane 6 from Scots, Darby Hindmarsh. In lane 7 from Nepean, Tanish Patel, coached by the Waddell brothers. And in lane 8 from Northern Beaches Secondary, James Todd.
Thanks, Mark. And of course, we've seen in the first division of the men's under 16 single scull that these boys are not afraid to put it on the line this morning, and some fairly high octane racing in Division 1. So let's hope that that standard is maintained in this race. Looks as though it's a fairly tight field.
I think Charles Baker from Kings over in lane 4 has the lead at the moment. And followed closely by William Robertson from Northern Beaches and Darby Hindmarsh, both battling it out for second and third place. Then over here in lane 8, James Dodd from Northern Beaches Secondary, working very hard.
But certainly it is Baker from Kings.
Oops, we've got a bit of a mishap out here. Somebody's actually managed to turn sideways. That will be, I think, Darby Hindmarsh from Scots. But Charles Baker here in lane 4 from Kings is going very strongly, taking his rating right up to cross the line.
It's pushing out really powerfully there is Baker. And fantastic finish to that
Comfortable lead of about 3 or 4 lengths there. He's going to be followed across the line by William Robertson from Northern Beaches Secondary. And it's going to be a close call for third and fourth between Jason Cow from St Augustine's and Darby Hindmarsh from Scots. And I think Jason Cow has just taken it. They're followed across the line by James Dodd from Northern Beach Secondary. Over in the far side, Marcus Lumley. Then Tanish Patel. And I think that's pretty much it. Seem to have lost one somewhere along the way, but that could be
I think
me.
we might have done that as well. But certainly a good race there. The winning time there was 3:52, so a couple of seconds faster Charles Baker went than did Campbell Wickham. But certainly it was, in that race, Kings in first place, followed by Northern Beaches Secondary, Robertson in second. In third place was St Augustine's Cow. Fourth place was Scott's Hindmarsh. Fifth place, Northern Beaches Secondary Dodd. Sixth place, Newcastle Grammar Lumley. And seventh place, Tanish Patel of Nepean.
So it's interesting watching them come down the course, because although they are not novices, they're under 16, and you can see some of them probably not that familiar with singles rowing. There's quite a lot of wobble. We're just on the screen at the moment. We're watching the next race Division 3 of the men's under 16 single scull race 8. Logan Harmon and Newcastle from Newcastle Grammar finding it, just trying to stop catching crabs and
Just
keep on a straight line and keep the
adjustments
boat
there.
going. Yeah, looking round, see what's going. He's kind of underway now.
Hit some boys there, that's all right.
So in lane 1 from Sydney, we have Callum Dunn, coached by Patterson, Longman and Seth. I'm not quite sure what that means. In lane 2 from Northern Beaches Secondary, we have Reuben Cooper. In lane 3 from Northern Beaches Secondary, we have Ted Thompson. In lane 4 from Redlands, we have Nicholas Tebbett. In lane 5 from Kings, we have Charles Whalen. In lane 6 from Nepean, we have Dhruv Patel, coached by the Waddell brothers. In lane 7 from Newcastle Grammar, we have Logan Harmon. And in lane 8 from Nepean, we have Tyler Mitchell, again coached by the Waddell brothers. That's Jason and Daniel.
So it looks like the Scullers have got their bearings now and are well and truly through this race. I think it could be that Sculler from...
It looks like lane 5 is out in the
Kings.
lead. Charles Whalen. Kings seem to be doing very well, and he's under 16 so far.
That's right. Although we do have, I think, Dunn from Sydney,
Yeah.
who's come through in first place. 500 metres down, so half the race gone, and then closely followed by Whalen from Kings in second place, and then third place provisionally is lane 3, Northern Beaches Secondary, Ted Thompson. So a good mix of club and school crews in this race, Mark. Of course, the age events lend themselves to that I suppose, melding of club and school races. And it was coming through. It looks like it's a fairly close field at the back of the pack there. Don't know how the judges are going to call that one.
I think the sleeper and the one to watch out for is, as ever, you watch the centre of the field, and just over on the far side there's Callum Dunn from Sydney, working very hard, trying to hold his lead. But it is interesting, the mix of the clubs and schools. At the schools they get a certain type of coaching and level, and then we bring them into the clubs and they learn about what real life is and club life, and intermingle with the general community club members. I think it rounds them out really well. We're doing a lot of work at the moment at Glebe to integrate quite a few of the school kids from various schools around the city. So it does look like Cameron Dunn over in lane 1 from Sydney is going to take this. He's going to be followed pretty closely across the line by Charles Whalen from Oops! No, he's not. Charles has just caught a crab and fallen in.
Oh dear, that's a shame. Charles was doing very well indeed.
He was.
So it will be Callum Dunn from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 1 who will take out this race.
With a clear lead of about 10 lengths. So he's going to be followed. Now it's going to be fairly close for second and third between Tyler Mitchell close to us in lane 8 and
Ted Thompson, I think,
Ted
from Northern
Thompson
Beach
from
Secondary.
Northern Beach Secondary. I think 10's go. Whoa!
Very close indeed.
Very close indeed. I think Ted just managed to hold him off, but Tyler Mitchell was really putting in everything he had to catch him.
So I think it was Thompson from Northern Beaches Secondary in second place, closely followed indeed by Mitchell from Nepean in third place.
And then we have Logan Harmon, who's really keen to get to that finish line. He's from Newcastle Grammar, he's coming across in fourth.
And Cooper from Northern Beaches Secondary, I think, will just get his
close.
nose in front.
Just
in front of Patil from Nepean, followed then by Tebbit from Redlands in lane 4.
And hopefully they're going to be able to get this single sculler out of the way, because the next race is about to come. It's just come through the 500 metre mark. This is the Division 4 of the men's under 16 single scull over in lane 1. We have from Kings, Samuel Hines in lane 2 from Nepean, Luca Bazina in lane 3 from Glebe, Carter Clifton in lane 4 from Northern Beaches Secretary, Harry Coddington. In lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar, Elliot Collins. In lane 7 from Redlands, Angus McLaughlin. And in lane 8 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Jack Groves. So I'm very pleased to see that our Carter Clifton from Glebe is really powering ahead there. But can he catch this rower here in lane 7? I think Angus McLaughlin from Redlands.
It looks like it, Mark. I think it could be Clifton from Glebe with his nose in front, to be honest with you.
He did exceptionally well in the indoor rowing championships.
Of course. Indoor rowing is such a different game to sculling on the water, but it's certainly a good indicator of fitness. And it's showing today Carter Clifton in lane 3 from Glebe will take out the 4th division of the men's under 16 single scull. Provisionally in a time of 4:01.
Followed by Angus McLaughlin from Redlands.
Coddington from Northern Beaches Secondary in third. Followed by lane 6 Collins from Newcastle Grammar.
Well, you know, a little bit of bias here. Go Glebe. Well done, Carter.
Well, fantastic. And of course, just looks like Charles Whalen from Kings from the previous races back in his boat and underway. So clap him over the line, ladies and gentlemen. It's a tough ask.
And he's putting everything into it to get to the finish here, even though his race is long gone.
finishing off that race. Well, isn't that a fantastic display of sportsmanship from young Charles Whalen from Kings? And fortunately, we didn't have any mishaps in terms of any major obstructions for Division 4. So all's well that ends well, and water off a duck's back.
Well, the fortunate thing is that the lane he fell in, we had James Mills from Cranbrook in the following race had scratched. So it all just worked out
It all
nicely.
just worked out. No, who hasn't fallen in a race, Mark?
Exactly. So the lane... Well, I haven't yet, I don't think. Oh, yes, I have. Yeah, sorry.
And Division 5 of the men's under-16 single scull is underway now. In lane 1, representing Redlands, is Daniel Bornas. In lane 2, I think we have a scratching from Alexander Murdoch of Cranbrook. In lane 3, representing Northern Beaches Secondary, is Chase McLean. In lane 4, also from Northern Beaches, is Levi Williams. In lane 5, from Nepean Rowing Club, is Damien Wang, coached by the Waddell brothers. In lane 6, representing Kings, is Tom Whalen, perhaps a relative of Charles from our previous races. In lane 7, representing Newcastle Grammar, is Vincent Mitef. And finally, to round out the field, from Redlands in lane 8, is Zachary Bornas. So perhaps a couple of pairs of brothers in the under-16 single scull event, Mark.
I dare say we'll see a few of those today.
Perhaps.
Certainly, it's great to see so many juniors out here out here having a crack.
And rowing's one of those sports that has tended to lend itself to siblings competing. A couple of notable examples spring to mind. For like our New South Wales Kings Cup pairing Nicholas and Alex Purnell. Of course, James and Peter Waldersey, to name a couple.
And do you have a brother you compete with?
I do, but unfortunately he's not really cut out for rowing.
He's not a rower.
In any event, we're underway, and I think it's
looking quite close at the moment again.
lane 6. That is Tom Whalen from Kings.
There's no lack of determination with these under 16-year-olds. They're really putting everything into it.
Absolutely, it's head down and I would say bum up, but perhaps oars in is the correct thing to say. Yeah, some fiery rowing here. So Whalen from Kings through in first place. I think that might have been Newcastle Grammar through in second place. Too early to say though. And our scullers being treated to some fantastic conditions out here at the Regatta Centre at the moment, Mark, and we do hope it remains this way so that the maximum number of competitors can appreciate the fine waters out here in Penrith. And just a whisper of wind coming across from the far side of the bank, but nothing disruptive at all.
I think when I looked at the forecast, it's supposed to be low wind all day, so hopefully the conditions will last. So Tom Whalen is in the lead there, working hard to hold it. I think Levi Williams across over in lane 4 is
he's under
trying very hard to catch him. And across here there's Vincent Mitef?
That looks like it. So we've got, Whalen from Kings under a bit of pressure from Mitef of Newcastle Grammar, and then from Williams from Northern Beaches Secondary. I think, though, Whalen has done enough to hold these guys off for the moment.
Yeah.
And he's lifting his rate as well as he comes through in that distinctive Kings bucket hat.
He's really taken the rating up to cross the line.
Absolutely.
As they all have.
So it'll be Whalen from Kings in lane 6 who takes out the 5th division of the men's under-16 single scull. It'll be Williams from Northern Beaches Secondary in second place, followed by Mitef from Newcastle Grammar in lane 7, who takes out 3rd place.
Done very well. He's only a little guy in a boat that looks way too big for him, Vincent Mitef. So great effort.
McLean from Northern Beaches Secondary crossing in 4th, followed by Borners from Redlands in 5th. Wang from Nepean in 6th, followed by Bornus from Redlands in lane 1. So that completes our field, ladies and gentlemen, for the 5th division of the men's under-16 single scull. So won provisionally in a time of 3:57.
And we have the last division of the men's under-16 scull, race 11, coming down the course now. They've just started. In lane 1, we have from Cranbrook, Jack Stone. In lane 2, from Newcastle Grammar, Noel Gidley. In lane 3, from Redlands, Oliver Cook. In lane 4, from Kings, Alfred McLean. In lane 5, from Sydney, Connor Greenwood. In lane 6 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Oliver Davis. In lane 7 from Redlands, Philip Feller. And in lane 8, Zach Hyde from Glebe, coached by Nicholas Galea. Again, no bias, but go Zach.
So it's another 1,000 metre race, Mark. Competitors just nearing the halfway point in their race. Too early to say at this point, of course, but it looks as though Greenwood from Sydney commands this race.
Yeah.
And he's rowing very well, actually, out in front, and he's got his rate up perhaps just shy of 30, you would say. But rowing very well indeed is Greenwood.
Crossed the line in about 1:53. Oh, sorry, the 1,500 metres. Oh, sorry, 500 metres.
Close for second. Hyde from Glebe, I think, just had his nose in front of Stone from Cranbrook. So competition a little bit closer for the minor placings. Just on your screens there, you'll have Noah Gidley coming through from Newcastle Grammar, followed by Feller from Redlands in lane 7.
So Connor Greenwood from Sydney looking very comfortable out in front.
Indeed, he's putting on a clinic this morning for his other competitors. Looking very comfortable indeed.
And I think he's in the last 250 metres now. He's just taken his rating up. Zach Hyde looking around to see where he is, wondering where that finish line is going to be. So this is great racing for these under 16-year-olds.
And I think Greenwood is going to put a very impressive time. I think 3:52 is the benchmark from, I think, Division 2 or 3 from another Sydney sculler. But it will be a cracking time from Connor Greenwood of Sydney Rowing Club, and he's going to blitz the field and take out the 6th and final division of the men's under 16 single scull with a whopping 3:46. And congratulations to Connor indeed.
And Zach Hyde from Glebe is cruising now across the line, looking very comfortable. And he's followed by Jack Stone from Cranbrook over on the far side. Then Alfred McLean from Kings in 4th place. Over here, Oliver Cook giving it everything to get to the line from Redlands.
Yes, and Cook taking out 5th place in that race. I think it'll be Gidley from Newcastle Grammar in lane 6 then. In lane 2, my apologies, to take out 6th place rather. And finally, Feller from Redlands. my apologies. We've got Davis from Northern Beaches Secondary as well to round out our field.
Whoops. He's just having a bit of a wobble there. I hope everyone in the grandstand gives him a good cheer on.
And that's Oliver Davis from Northern Beaches Secondary. Just looking comfortable, coming across the line there to round out this 6th and final division of the men's under-16 single scull.
So race 12 is lining up for the start now. Oh no, they're underway. And this is another para race. So in lane 1 from Penrith, we have Rosemary Little, who's PR1, coached by Charlotte Toos-Cutler and Lindsay Callahan. In lane 5 from Balmain, we have Tarly Hind, coached by the team of Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjam. In lane 6 from Balmain, we have Jack Calderon, again coached by the Balmain team. In lane 7, we have James Johnson, coached by the Balmain team. And in lane 8, we have Simone Cottam, coached by the Balmain team. So Tarly, Jack, James and Simone are all PR3. They're in lanes 5, 6, 7 and 8. And over in lane 1, we have Rosemary Little, who's PR1. This is a 1,000-metre race. So it looks like it's probably going to be quite a battle here between Simone Cottam and James Johnson in lanes 7 and 8 closest to the grandstand. They're quite a few lengths ahead of Jack Calderon. And then further back in the field is Tarly Hind. So our apologies. We thought we were missing a Balmain rower, but we can now see them in lane 9, quite a way back, being followed closely by Marshall. So possibly vision impaired, somebody trying to keep in the straight line. But as they come up to the finish here, in lane 6, we have Jack Calderon.
It looks like Calderon and Johnson, both in the PR3 category from Balmain.
Calderon working very hard, quite different styles here.
Come on, Perry, let's go.
But what a great effort. Jack Calderon's crossed the line just ahead of James Johnson. no doubt a lot of rivalry and training between those two as well.
Looks like it, Mark.
Whoops. Tali Hind there, I think it's just caught a couple of crabs but managed to recover. Looking round for that line. Coming in for a nice strong finish. Well done, Tali. So further back in the field we have Simone Cottam coming up here, and she's actually moved over into lane 9, but over in lane, she's in about lane 4 I think, even though she has a lane 1 number. Rosemary Little from Penrith, she's the PR1 rower. Using her upper body only, but getting really nice boat run.
And plenty of love for Rosemary as she comes towards the conclusion of this race. Fantastic effort from all our scullers today.
And Simone Cottam doing making a great effort here to just get through that last 100 metres. And she crosses the line. Well done, Simone. And coming down the course is the women's novice double scull, race 13. In lane 3 from the University of New South Wales, we have Isabella Niven and Emily Yuan, coached by Chris Burns. In lane 4 from Nepean, Gillian Tabanag, Jessica Hayter, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 5 from Leichhardt, Ciara Ortolani and Alexandra Bullman. In lane 6 from Nepean, Olive Mirren and Evelyn Shanley, coached by Daniel Waddell. And in lane 7 from Newcastle Grammar, Maeve Winspear and Audrey Alexander Lacey. So this is a novice race, so but they all are looking fairly reasonably skilled. It looks like Leichhardt are out in the lead. That's Ortolani and Bullman.
I think you could be right, Mark. And then I think UNSW is in second place right now. That's the crew of Niven and Yuan.
And for a novice crew, the Leichhardt girls look like they have pretty good timing, pretty good form there.
The rate of striking is quite high as well. So it takes a high level of, like a high amount of dexterity, I guess, to rate that high so early in your rowing career. So kudos to the girls there.
Well, you know, I was late to the sport of rowing. I only learnt about 12 years ago, and it took me quite a few years to manage to moderate my stroke rate. I would absolutely overcook myself by the first 500 metres. So
absolutely.
It takes quite a while to learn that skill of how to keep going. Whoops, the Leichhardt girls have actually just had a bit of a hiccup there,
Just
but
small mishap. I think they can recover it.
recovered.
They're on the boys there between lane 4 and lane 5 are Ortolani and Bullman. Just being pursued by Niven and Yuan from UNSW. But I think...
Yeah, they've
if I were
got
to-
it back together again now.
If I were to hazard a guess, I think they've done enough in the early stages of the race just to command the lead despite that brief obstruction. So they're back on track, and Ortolani and Bullman from Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 5 will take out the women's novice double scull. Congratulations to those girls. And followed about 6 seconds behind by the UNSW crew of Niven and Yuan.
Then we have Newcastle Grammar Girls of Winspear and Lacey coming in third place, stopping just a little bit before the line, but drifting across comfortably. Followed by Tabanag and Hayter from Nepean in fourth place. And the second Nepean crew of Murrin and Shanley crossing in fifth. And I think they're very pleased to actually hit the finish line. So race 14 is underway. Now we have the women's under 16 double sculls. This is Division 1. In lane 1 from Penrith we have Alyssa Hotz and Zoe Wiesner, coached by Daryl Young. In lane 2 from Nepean, Jennifer Miley and Vita Young, coached by the Wabdell brothers. In lane 3 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Alison And and Tanya Hornby, coached by Tash Richardson and Kieran Kabelki. In lane 4 from Redlands, Isabella Crennan and Emma Sullivan. In lane 5 from North Sydney Girls, Meda Garam and Amanda Carnegie, coached by Philip Brown. In lane 6 from Loretto Kirribilli, Freya Bateman and Sibylla Delaney, coached by William Foxton and Frederica Gibbs. In lane 7 from Newcastle Grammar, Sadie Smart and Molly Boyle. In lane 8 from Redlands, Alice Smith and Annabelle Huang. And in lane 9 from Askham, Grace Carter and Kitty Zuzak, coached by Susanna McMahon and Olivia McDonald. And it does look like the race is going to be between the Askham girls over here in lane 9 and the
Could be North Sydney girls, yes,
in lane 5.
So Carter and Zuzak from Askham in lane 9 just swerving to avoid those boys between lanes 8 and 9. But they're still maintaining a fairly high rate of striking, just clipping one of the boys with the underside of the blade there. But they've corrected their course now and are straightening up back towards the middle.
I think while they've done that, the girls from North Sydney, Durham and Carnegie, have managed to take the advantage, but it could be very close.
I think you could be right, Mark. It's North Sydney girls who do command the lead.
And
Short
over
distance.
on the far side,
Yes.
Hotz and Wiesner from Penrith are putting in a really good effort. They don't want to, they want to get a placing here, and they're being pursued very hotly by Bateman and Delaney from Loretto Kirribilli. So that was Durham and Carnegie from North Sydney girls.
Askham coming back to take second, despite those mishaps, and in third place was Penrith, Hotz and Wiesner. I think it was then Loretto Kirribilli in fourth place, Bateman and Delaney. And they're all coming through now, fantastically dressed as well. Surely some contenders
And I think
here.
we have a couple of pixies crossing the line there over in lane 4 from Redlands, Isabella Crennan and Emma Sullivan, very well dressed up for the spirit of the reindeer.
Wow, surely that has to go in the photo compilation for the weekend. Isn't that fantastic? Very tall hat indeed, Mark.
Yes, could lose a couple of seconds with that. A bit of wind
Wouldn't
resistance.
dream of it, yeah. A fantastic festive spirit exemplified by Crennan and Sullivan from Redlands. And so fantastic performance from all our competitors, and in the spirit of the regatta, plenty adorned with Christmas decorations. So a fantastic display.
So with the women's under-16 double scull, there are 3 divisions. Division 2 is just pulling up to the start line now. In lane 1 from Redlands, we have Kira Attard and Juliet Trelaw. In lane 2 from Loreto Kirribilli, we have Coco Butcher and Audrey Ross, coached by Eliza Sheldon. In lane 3 from Sydney, we have Sophia Zamprogno and Neve Tierney, coached by Longman and Check. In lane 4 from Northern Beaches Secondary, we have Amelia Murray and Amelia Martin, coached by Tash Richardson and Kieran Kabelki. In lane 5 from Penrith, we have Eloise McEwen and Arabella Logan, coached by Daryl Young. In lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar, we have Zali Gins and Annabelle Alexander Lacey. In lane 7 from Leichhardt, Sinead Hickey and Josephine Egan, coached by Jeff Patterson and Malcolm Campbell. In lane 8 from Askham, we have Isabel Bug and Ariel Nobleman, coached by Olivia McDonald. In lane 9 from Queenwood, we have Lola Hare and Addison Rolls. So it's a full field.
Fantastic shots on the Bont live stream as well, Mark, as they take off in the second division of the women's under-16 double scull.
Lane 8 is just rowing across, about to clash with lane 7, but lane 7's pulled away in front and given them some clear water.
So that was Hickey and Egan of Leichhardt just pulling out in front of Bug and Nobleman from Askham. I think they're just correcting their course now, though.
Again, great to see a mixture of club crews and school crews here.
Absolutely, yes.
Certainly some of the girls are finding it a little bit difficult to steer, being thrown as they hit the buoys, and I know the first time I hit the buoys it was like, my goodness, what is this?
It's a fairly rude awakening.
And as they come up to the 500 metre mark, it does look like the Loreto Kirribilli crew of Butcher and Ross over in lane 2 have a lead. Followed hotly by the Penrith crew of McEwen and Logan. But over here in lane 9, Hare and Rolls from Queenwood are putting in a good, strong effort too. A little bit hard to tell at this angle as they come down towards the grandstand in the last 250 metres. So the girls here in lane 9 from Queenwood just having a bit of a steering issue, but they've straightened up. So it does look like the girls from Sydney over there looking very good. Sophia Zamprogno and Neve Tierney have a comfortable lead. They're in the last 250 metres, just taking their rating up. Looking very smooth. So they will take out the line honours. That's Amprogno and Tierney from Sydney in lane 3. Over here in lane 9, Hayer and Rolls from Queenwood will take second place. And across in lane 5 from Penrith, McEwen and Logan will take third. It's going to be a very close for 4th and 5th. With Attard and Trelaw from Redlands on the far side, just pipping Hickey and Egan from Leichhardt. Some great racing there from these under 16 women. And working very hard to cross the line here from Northern Beaches Secondary, Amelia Murray and Amelia Martin. So Division 3 of the women's under 16 double scull is underway. In lane 1 from Newcastle Grammar we have Jemima Mackenzie and Annabelle Mackenzie. Most likely sisters, I would guess. In lane 2 from Northern Beaches Secondary, we have Ava Booth and Abigail McGee, coached by Tash Richardson and Kieran Kabelke. In lane 3 from Redlands, we have Grace Matthews and Lily Wainberg. In lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar, Brooke Riley and Claudia Wills. In lane 5 from Mossman, Bridget Wiles and Eva Stasio, coached by Kate Healy. In lane 6 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Amber Riddle and Frida Kirkman, coached by Tash Richardson and Kieran Kabelke. In lane 7 from Loretto Kirribilli, Chloe Alsop and Mabel Oxenham, coached by Frederica Gibbs. And in lane 8 from Askham, Sabrina Kozkar and Lucy Yabsley, coached by Susanna McMahon and Thomas Parker.
And Mark, can I just draw your attention as well to the fantastic Christmas display from Askham in lane 8, Koksar and Yabsley, who really do have Santa's sleigh on the bow of their boat, and an upright Christmas tree as well.
Well, not only an upright Christmas tree, but it's a almost fluoro-coloured Christmas tree with lots of tinsel along the side of the boat.
It is completely decked out, and I would have to say that that is one of the strongest contenders for one of the Rowing New South Wales prizes today at the Reindeer Regatta.
Definitely, but I think we'd better be very careful not to call it, but certainly they'll be in the running. I think I just saw Santa whiz over top of them. And not only that, but they are doing very well, the Askham girls. So it does look like they could have a lead, but it's very hard to tell because over there on the far side from Newcastle Grammar, the Mackenzie girls, I won't call them sisters because we don't know, they could be cousins, are making a very strong effort as well. In lane 7, the Loretto Kirribilli girls of Chloe Alsop and Mabel Oxenham pushing very hard. They don't want to let that Christmas festive boat get ahead of them.
Certainly Koksar and Yabsley are responding to the challenge from Loretto Kirribilli. That's Alsop and Oxenham. And it looks like, Mark, Askham is going to do enough to hold on to this one.
Do you think Santa might have a little bit of extra power and the secret weapon there, pushing things along?
I don't know about Santa, but they're looking fantastic coming across the line. A fantastic response from Koksar and Yabsley of Askham, and they deserve it completely. What a fantastic race. Second place in that crew going to, I think it's Northern.
The Mackenzies
That's
from
right.
Newcastle Grammar. And in lane 7, Loretto Kirribilli third across the line. Fourth across the line from Mossman, Bridget Wiles and Eva DeStasio.
Attention.
Great to see all the effort that these young women are putting in to have some fun out there on the course.
And so that concludes our 1,000 metre racing just for the moment. And as we return to 2,000 metre racing, ladies and gentlemen, with the men's under 17 Coxed Quad Scull event, I do want to take this opportunity to remind everyone, our competitors and coaches alike, that down at the 2,000 metre start, because of the high water level that we have at Cirque today, the starting blocks are misaligned and there's nothing that we can do about it, unfortunately, which means that you won't be starting directly in the middle of your lane. So that's something that you'll have to be aware of going down to the start. That's equally affecting all crews. So just be aware of that.
So race 17, the men's under 17 Cox Quad Scull. I think this is going to be a pretty strong race. In lane, it's a full field again. In lane 1 from Kings, we have Alex Lindemann, Peter Zagas, Lachlan Costello, Lachlan Wong, coxed by Thomas Seaton Cooper. In lane 2 from Newcastle Grammar, we have Henry Guest, Alexander McDougall, Patrick Stanley, Caelan Routley, coxed by Lancelot Saker. In lane 3 from Kings, Fraser Waite, Julian Burke, Alexander Bush, Wilbur Blackslin, coxed by Sebastian Kladnig. In lane 4 from Cranbrook, we have Jasper Dawson-Damer, Callum Dunn, Edward McHugh, William Wright, coxed by Edward Walker, coached by David Cameron. In lane 5 from Redlands, Daniel Close, Ethan McFarlane, Harley van der Ploem, Patrick Walker, and coxed by Jack Meek. In lane 6 from Kings, Tom Watts, Felix Douglas, Cameron Webster, Angus Murrell, coxed by Lawrence Cleve. In lane 7 from St Augustine's, Cody Murphy, Joel Cunningham, Cody Carney, Tom McGee, coxed by Henry Goldsworthy and coached by Bjarne Ugemark. In lane 8 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Oliver Briggs, Harry Coddington, Owen Balhari, Dane Ferguson, coxed by Yel Spikia and coached by Kieran Kabalki and Isaac Shepherd. And in lane 9 from Kings, James Davis, Ben McKenna, Thomas Ingesall, Joel Bradford, coxed by Henry Fagan.
And thanks, Mark, for running through the field. It's a 2,000 metre race, so the boys are just approaching the 1,000 metre mark. And I have to say, it's a tight race so far. I think the Kings boys in lane 6 have their noses in front. Certainly that looks to be the case on the Bont live stream right now. But it's a fairly close distance, a close margin back to the Newcastle Grammar guys, I think, in lane 2.
Yeah, the Kings boys have a good length ahead and boats running very nicely.
So I think there might be St Augustine's, lane 7, in 7th place, but then it was a very short distance back to Newcastle Grammar, I think, and then the second Kings crew in lane 1. Or perhaps it was lane 3. Plenty of Kings representation today. And just while we're waiting for this race to come through to the grandstand area, I would like to remind competitors as well today, if you do win your race, while there's no presentation set up for you down on the pontoon, I've been informed that you can go to boat shed number 1 to pick up your mugs, your Rowing New South Wales mugs.
Your fantastic trophies.
Fantastic trophies indeed, and they'll last you a lifetime, those mugs. Indestructible.
I'm sure, Michael, you have cupboards full of them. So it looks like the Kings boys here in lane 6 are holding their lead. But a little bit hard to tell at the moment. As it comes through the 1,000-metre line, we'll get a video sighting of who's sitting where.
Just coming through the 1,500 now is lane 6 from Kings. So that's the crew of Watts, Douglas, Webster, Murrell and Cleve. Followed by Newcastle Grammar, who have made a move on St Augustine's, and then followed by Kings 2. That's Waite, Burke, Bush, Blaxland and Cladnig. So the minor, the gold medal position and the minor placing starting just to define themselves, but it will be a bit of a race for the minor placings, I think, between Newcastle Grammar and St Augustine's. So it looks like Kings in lane 6 have picked up their rate of striking and are moving rather well. Spurred on, no doubt, by their coxswain, Lawrence Cleve.
And I can hear the crowd yelling as well, all their fans.
Watching those Cox Quad Sculls is just fantastic racing. So many rowers, so many oars. It's mayhem is promised. But certainly a fantastic effort coming through from Newcastle Grammar in lane 2. That's Guest, McDougall, Stanley, Routhley and Saker, who've done very well to put some pressure on the Kings guys and open up a bit of a lead over Kings 2 and also over St Augustine. So it'll be Kings 1, Watts, Douglas, Webster and Murrell and Cleve in first place, followed by Newcastle Grammar. And then Kings, the second Kings crew, is going to take third place, followed by St Augustine's in lane 4. And so some tight racing for the minor placings. And then Redlands in lane 5, 5th place, followed by Kings in lane 9, 6th place. Cranbrook and Kings crossing the line now as well. And then to round out the field, I think it'll be Northern Beaches secondary. That's Briggs, Coddington, Balharry, Ferguson and Spiker.
And coming down the course, another 2,000 metre race, race 18, the women's under 19, under 21 double scull division. So this Division 1, this first division is all under 19s. It's full field. In lane 1 from Queenwood, we have Madeline Wheel and Catherine Wen. In lane 2 from Sydney, Liesl Page and Talisa Knock Driver, coached by Longman and Check. In lane 3 from Redlands, Sophia Maxwell and Elizabeth Holthuer. In lane 4 from Queenwood, Eliza Cook and Madeline Nicol. In lane 5 from Penrith, Charlotte Murray and Madison Joins, coached by Lindsay Callaghan and Charlotte Toos Cutler. In lane 6 from Kinross Wallaroy, Freya Neville and Isabel Scammell. In lane 7 from Mossman, Imogen Gray and Lillian Hyde, coached by Katie Healy. In lane 8 from North Sydney Girls, Ritzi Sharma and Zali Sluntsky, apologies for any mispronunciations, coached by Philip Brown. And in lane 9 from Sydney, Zara Greenwood and Ella Huber, coached by Longman and Check.
Thanks, Mark. And I think I remember calling the races of some of these girls back in February, I think it was, of this year for the 2021 state champs. And certainly I think it is the crew of Freya Neville and Isabella Scammell from Kinross Wallaroy, who I think passed through the 1,000 metre mark in first place. And they are a fantastic crew. They performed admirably indeed at the state championships, followed closely by Imogen Gray and Lillian Hyde of Mossman. So there's some high caliber athletes in this field, Mark. And these will be names to remember as they progress through the underage categories. And of course, Charlotte Murray and Madison Joins, of course, challenged the Mossman and Kinross crews at state champs as well. So plenty of talent on display here. So let's just see how this race unfolds. Of course, the girls being treated to some fantastic water. At the moment, the wind hasn't yet picked up, which is fantastic.
Very light coming from the south. There's a slight ripple on the water, but still very good conditions. And at least the sun hasn't come out, so it's we're not all being fried out there.
And just on your screens now, you'll see Liesl Page and Talisa Noak Driver from Sydney Rowing Club looking pretty comfortable in lane 2 on the far side of the course. Don't think they're too far off the pace. I think it might be my mistake there, Mark.
I think
Indeed, Page and Noak Driver lead the field by about a boat lengths over Kinross, Wallaroy's, Neville and Scammell.
it looks like they've just stopped though. Over in lane 1.
No, I think that's in the far lane. I think they're just one back. In any event, I think that is Sydney on the far side in lane 2.
Yeah.
And then it's back to lane 6, Kinross, Wallaroy.
I think, yeah, the Kinross Wallaroy girls here in lane 6 are certainly giving the Sydney girls a good run for their money.
That said, they do command a lead of about a boat length, I think, over, at least a boat length, that is, over the crew from Kinross. That's Freya Neville and Isabella Scammell. And then it's about a boat length back, again, to the crew from Mossman, Imogen Gray and Lillian Hyde, coached by Katie Healy.
So the Sydney girls have taken up their rating as they come into the last 100 metres.
And these will be athletes to keep an eye on as I've mentioned, as they progress through their junior years, and certainly you would think contenders for the New South Wales Women's Youth 8, perhaps even in the coming years. And they're looking very strong indeed as they come over the line. Do Page and Noak Driver from Sydney Rowing Club in a distinctive yellow boat, and they will win the first division of the women's under-19, under-21 double scull in convincing fashion. And second place will go to Neville and Scammell from Kinross Wallaroy. And then a short distance back again to Mossman Rowing Club's Gray and Hyde in third place. So those are the top 3.
And a bit of a battle for fourth and fifth, but the Eliza Cook and Madeline Nicol from Queenwood have just managed to pip Charlotte Murray and Madison Joins from Penrith.
And second crew from Sydney Rowing Club, that's Zara Greenwood and Ella Huber in 6th place. I think we have 2 more crews just to cross over the line here.
And on the far side there, it looks like a Nepean crew, is it? He's had something happen, so just the bow person is pulling the boat down.
But I think it's Queenwood's Madeline Wheel and Catherine Wen who are crossing the line now, who will be followed by North Sydney girls. That's Ritzi Sharma and Zalia Zlunski.
And the race 19, the women's, the under-21 girls in the doubles. So this is Division 2 of the under-19, under-21 double sculls. In lane 3, we have from Sydney University, Grace Turner and Grace Livingston. In lane 4 from UTS, Paige Critchlow and Taylor Kipiniotis, coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field. In lane 5 from Sydney University, Ella Casson and Grace Turner. And in lane 6 from Drummoyne, Emma Melker and Eve Timms, coached by Robin Mackney and Graham Gardner. Expect this will be a very strong race.
Yes, indeed. It's a strong field out there on the course.
But it does look like the Sydney Uni girls of Casson and Turner have a healthy lead.
I think you might be right there, Mark. Just from where we're sitting in the tower, looks as though, yes, indeed it is Casson and Turner from Sydney University Boat Club in front. Can't quite make out who's in second place at this point. I think it might be the second Sydney University crew of Livingston and Turner.
Well, they're battling it out with the UTS girls, Critchlow and Kerpeniotis. So Ella Casson and Grace Turner looking very comfortable in the last 250 metres. I think they've actually just dropped their rating. So they can cruise down to the finish. They've got a very clear lead.
Indeed, some fantastic blade work from that Sydney University crew in lane 5.
And I think the UTS crew has come through. They're going to take second place.
Yes, Taylor Kerpeniotis in the strokes. They're just lifting her rate of striking as she comes through the final 100 metres in the red boys. So that's Critchlow and Kerpeniotis from UTS in lane 4, who will take out second place. And then the second Sydney University crew, Turner and Livingston. And finally, to round out the field, will be Emma Malker and Eve Timms of Drummoyne.
And coming down the course is another 2,000 metre race. We're now into the men's under 19, under 21 single scull. The first division is all under 19s. We have three divisions of under 19s and then a division of under 21s. So Division 1 in lane 1 from Kings is Angus Wickham. In lane 2 from Canberra, Zach Levine, coached by David Fermano. In lane 3 from Kings, Sam Thompson. In lane 4 from Mossman, Kyle Brown, coached by Matthias Ungemark. In lane 5 from Redlands, Oliver Rose. In lane 6 from Kings, William Rogers. In lane 7 from Cranbrook, Max Summerhays, coached by David Cameron. And in lane 8 from Kings, Nicholas Witheridge.
And ladies and gentlemen, we've had a change in the commentary tower. Thank you to Mark Tejan for his work this morning. It's always a pleasure. With me in the commentary box now is Peter George Waldersey.
Thank you, Michael. It's a pleasure to be here. Fantastic to watch some races this morning. It's good to be back. The Dream Team commentary, Michael, we're back. So going to be a very exciting morning. And I'll hand over to you to call this race if
Absolutely.
you want.
So refocusing our attention now on race 20, the first division of the men's under 19, under 21 single scull. It looks as though Kyle Brown from Mossman commands this race. He's looking relatively comfortable as he does so. His rate of striking is probably around 30 strokes a minute, wouldn't you, Pete?
Yeah, around that, Michael. It looks like it's a pretty comfortable front end he's got there. He's really pushing that boat along well with a decent couple of lengths there from the next sculler.
So, yes, Brown from Mossman will take out this first division of the men's under-19 21 single scull, my apologies. And then we'll be back to Zach Levine from Canberra Rowing Club, who will take second and close for the third position.
That'll
I think
be
2 king scullers there, Thompson and Rogers.
And it looked like lane 3 there, which would be Thompson, would have gotten that one just over Rogers.
That one was for bragging rights.
Always, Michael. That's what the Reindeer Regatta is all about.
Absolutely. And in lane 1, Wickham from Angus Wickham from Kings, coming across in 5th place, followed by, I think it's Max Summerhays from Cranbrook in lane 6 there. And to complete the field in this first division of the men's under-19, under-21 single scull is Oliver Rose from Redlands. And a gutsy row from all the scullers in that race. Just while we wait for Division 2 of the men's under-19, under-21 single scull, my apologies, to come down the course, Pete, we will call that race in just a moment. I would like to remind everyone of a couple of things. Just the 2,000 metre starting blocks again, they are misaligned this morning, unfortunately, because of the high water level here at the Regatta Centre, and there's nothing we can do about it, I'm afraid. So you will not necessarily be starting in the middle of your lane, and that's just going to be something that we deal with today. Secondly, I would like to take a moment to run through some of our sponsors. So firstly, our major sponsors, Bentley's Chartered Accounting and Business Advisors Australia. Rowing New South Wales would like to thank them for their continued support. Also a word to V Insurance Group, who is proud to be the insurance broker for Rowing New South Wales. Also like to extend our thanks to other sponsors, including the Regatta Shop, Pontoon Sports, Croker Oars, Bont Rowing, and Mobius Brand Communications. And of course, Bont Rowing is the official live stream and official point score partner for 2021-2022. So Rowing New South Wales would like to extend our thanks to them. And of course, we'd like to thank Quest Apartments in Penrith for their continued support as our official accommodation partner. Please do return your bow numbers as well as soon as possible following your races to Boatshed 1. Please pick up your first place mugs from Boatshed number 1 as well. And finally, please do make sure you strap on your Christmas cheer today. There are those prizes that I've run through earlier in the day. Do jump on your socials and have a look at the sweet prizes up for grabs.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. That's a good list there. That's a very exciting day. I'll move our attention as they come through the 250 metre mark now to the men's under-19 21 single. In lane 1, we have Tane Potts. Lane 2, Alex Tomanovics. In lane 3, Alexander Vertzes. In lane 4, James Scott Brown. In lane 5, Finn Woodward. In lane 6, Samuel Dugan. In lane 7, Ethan Tuscan. And in lane 8, Aaron Drake. So coming through here, Michael, it looks like that'll be the sculler, I assume, in lane... Oh, no, my apologies. In lane 6, Samuel Dugan from Kings. Am I right? No, Canberra. Got there eventually, Michael.
Third time's the charm.
Third time's the charm.
It is Toscan from Canberra ACT, coached by David Romano, who commands this race. He's looking fairly comfortable as he does so. He's just got about a length lead over that sculler from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 5. That's Finn Woodward. Both scullers are looking comfortable, but it is Toscan from Canberra who will take out the second division of the men's under-19 21 single scull. These gentlemen are both under 19 age category. And that race was won in in an unofficial time, my apologies, of 7:48.
Yeah, Michael, that's very quick for an under-19 time there. That's quite a decent stretch, and it's two pretty impressive-looking under-19 athletes. So that'll be an interesting one to watch in the coming week.
And Tomanovitz, also from Canberra, is coming through in third place, followed by James Scott Brown of Cranbrook. And in fifth place will be the sculler from St Augustine's, Tane Potts. He's coached by Bjarni Ungermark, followed by about a boat length back to Alexander Vertsaias from Kings. And to round out the field, it'll be in lane 8, Aaron Drake from Redlands.
And special mention to Aaron Drake. He does win the Festive Award there. The hat is fantastic.
Congratulations indeed. And now we turn to the third division of the men's under-19 21 single scull. And just to run through the field before we call the race, in lane 1, from Sydney Rowing Club is Gordon Applecrin, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 2, from Mossman Rowing Club is Callum Fairbairn, coached by Judith Ungermark. In lane 3, representing the King's School, is Felix Lee. In lane 4, representing Cranbrook, is Jack Dawson, coached by David Cameron. In lane 5 from Kings is Aston Purdon. In lane 6 from Kinross is Alec Hoskin. In lane 7, we have a scratching from Liam Taylor of Penrith and also a scratching from Nicholas Whalen of King. So we have 4 scratchings in this race from lanes 1, 3, 7 and 8. And so at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, Hoskin of Kinross Wallaroi commands this race by a comfortable margin. And Pete, I have to say, he's looking fantastic doing so. He's looking comfortable with his blade work is clean, his slide work is quiet, and the boat's ticking along rather nicely there.
Yeah, Michael, you're right. And he's got a pretty decent rate to him as well. He seems like he's really jacked the rate up, which is fantastic to see, even though he's got that lead. So he's not giving it to them. He's still pushing, which is great. Whether that'll be for a time or just with some good guts from him, it's really good to see.
So as I mentioned, this is still the under-19, I suppose, category within this under-19 21 single scull event. And Hoskin putting on an absolute clinic for his competitors this morning from Kinross Wallaroi. The water is immaculate and the sculling is of a standard to match the water. Looking extremely comfortable in his distinctive Kinross colours. And in that blue single scull is Alec Hoskin. He's looking fantastic.
And we saw a bit of Alec Hoskin last year, and he was doing some really good stuff then as well. So it's good to see he's got his foot on the gas through COVID and really moving the boat well.
And he's gonna pull a cracking time as well here, Pete, for an under-19 sculler. It'll be very impressive indeed. He's just really getting up to 7:30 now. Very impressive indeed. It's a fantastic race from Alec Hoskin of Kinross Wallaroi. 7:37 unofficially, which is about 15 seconds quicker than the previous heat.
Yeah. Really impressive work there. So no small feat here from the second and third places as they battle it out for that minor placing. And you can see it looks just to be Kings at this point over that sculler in lane 4. That would be the Cranbrook sculler, Jack Dawson. Both rowing very well, but it looks like the King's sculler, Aston Purdon, has just edged his nose in front and will take out that second place.
That's right. So Purdon from Kings has pipped Dawson from Cranbrook. So 1, 2, 3 over the line. But certainly Hoskin asserted a fair amount of dominance over the rest of that field. So remember the name, ladies and gentlemen. he'll be one to watch in future years as he progresses through the underage categories.
Yeah, for sure, Michael. And rounding out the field here, we have Callum Fairburn, and he's coached by Judith Ungermark, who has been coaching a lot of the St. Augustine's and Mossman rowers down in the bay there, and doing a fantastic job there as he comes across the line to round out our field there for the under-19s.
So the fourth division of the men's under-19, under-21 single scull is on the course. It's race 23 on your programs, ladies and gentlemen. They're about to reach the 1,500 metres. And so this race is comprised of 8 scullers. However, we've had 3 scratchings. So I'll just run through the list quickly. From Canberra Rowing Club, in lane 1 is Jackson Boyd, coached by Tom Hayes and Mark Viedkowski. In lane 2 from Sydney University Boat Club is Ryan Gibson. He's coached by Christopher Holliday. He's scratched this morning, however. In lane 3, representing Mossman Rowing Club, is Patrick Burke, coached by Matthias Ungermark. In lane 4 is Henry Ryan of Sydney University Boat Club. He's coached by Chris Holliday. We've got a scratching from Cormac Hayes, who represents Canberra ACT. In lane 6 from UTS Rowing Club is Tate Van Himpst, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. We've got a scratching from Raphael Priest of Canberra Rowing Club. And finally, from UTS in lane 8 is Cam Ogilvie.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. And a really good field here, some really established scullers. And I know you and me, Michael, have done a lot of work here with Kate and Tam, and they're both, fantastic young oarsmen, great people to have around. We all know Tam is a big fan of his strawberry milk. So as we see them coming down the line here, I think, Michael, is it the sculler from Mossman here in the lead? I believe it will be.
Hard to say right now. I think it could be... I'm just craning my neck to see what we've got on the course.
I think it looks like that Mossman sculler is ahead, and
Patrick Burke, I think.
Yeah, leading there from the sculler in lane 4, I believe. So
Burke and Ryan go 1 and 2 at this point. However, we've got a push coming from Van Himpst of UTS.
Yeah, Kate really giving it a bit of a shunt here, trying to get up into the minor placings, and it looks like he's going to be successful at this point.
The rate's going through the roof from Van Himpst.
Yeah, will be led here by Patrick Burke. A really impressive scull from him. Fantastic work. It looks like he's just pulling that boat along and will lead this one pretty comfortably. But there we have Kate Van Himpst is really just nudged it up on that Sydney University sculler, Henry Ryan.
And a stellar performance coming through from that UTS sculler in lane 6.
Yeah, so first place there will be the sculler Patrick Burke, and then second place will be Wallace, followed by lane 4, Henry Ryan, and in fourth place we have Gromit in lane 8.
So unofficially, Patrick Burke has won the 4th division of the under-19-21 single scull in a time of 7:33. Now that's faster than Alec Hoskin did in the previous race. However, this is an under-21 event. Hoskin was under-19 in age category, so though it's faster, it was a different category, I suppose, within that event. But cracking times nonetheless. The wind just whispering across... laterally across the course up here at the finish tower. But even so, Pete, it's still fairly fantastic conditions for rowing at this point.
Yeah, it's still looking very nice, Michael, but you are right. It looks like it's starting to whisper across. It'll be something to look at as the day progresses, whether we have a bit of waiting on one side, or whether latter numbers will get more affected by that wind than the others, but we'll see. We'll see how we go.
On the course now, Pete, is race 24, women's under 17 double scull Division 1. And this crew is, this race, my apologies, is contested by 5 crews. In lane 3, representing Loreto Kirribilli, is Alyssa Fickers and Lauren Moran, coached by Michael Bernius. In lane 4, representing Newcastle Grammar, is Jasmine Whitford and Grace Charge. In lane 5, representing Queenwood, is Olivia Dont and Sienna Williams-Bush. In lane 6, representing Redlands, is Briar Carter and Phoebe Cunningham. And finally, in lane 7, also representing Queenwood, is Emerson Stock and Phoebe Campbell.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. And this is a 2K race. They all have been, but it's quite a distance, so we do have a little bit of time before they're coming across the grandstand. So feel free to get something from the lovely cafeteria back there. I might be going and getting a coffee later. We'll see how we go. But we do have a little bit of time. It looks like they're just at the 1K now at this point.
And just as our scullers come into view, coming through the 1500 metre mark is lane 5. That's the crew of Dont and Williams-Bush from Queenwood. And they're looking fairly comfortable. Their rate is relatively low, probably around 22 to 24, Pete.
Yeah, probably around that. It seems like they've got that lead early, which is good to see. I know we saw a lot of Olivia Dont. I think she did quite well in the schoolgirl single last year. So she's quite an established sculler, rowing there with Sienna Williams-Bush, and they do seem like they have a pretty sizable lead on the field.
However, it would be remiss of us not to mention the crew that's actually coming first, and that is Vickers and Moran from Loreto Kirribilli in lane 3. And of course, we've called them multiple times throughout this season just past. Vickers and Moran performed extremely well at the state championships earlier this year. So it's good to see that these crews have kept up training throughout the lockdown, and it is interesting to see the way in which people have responded and been able to maintain fitness throughout what's been a challenging time for everyone, particularly for people involved in sport. And so, Vickers and Moran are showing us what they're made of once more. So do keep an eye on them as they progress through these through the underage categories.
Yeah, and a credit to the coaches there, keeping everyone engaged, especially at that school level. And we have Michael Benarius, who was a rower back in the day. I'm sure other people not mentioned here on our list, but very impressive from this Loreto Kirribilli crew as they do dominate this field. And they will lead and win the women's under 17 double scull for the Reindeer Regatta. And an impressive effort there from Loreto Kirribilli across the line, winning the Division 1 women's under 17 double scull. Followed second there in lane 5 by Queenwood, Olivia Dont and Sienna Williams-Bush. And then third and fourth places will go to Queenwood 2, Irma Stock and Phoebe Campbell. And the crew in lane 4 there from Newcastle Grammar, Jasmine Whitford and Grace Charge.
And unofficially, of course, Pete, that race was run by Alyssa Vickers and Lauren Moran from Loreto Kirribilli in a time of 8:05. And there was almost 20 seconds back to Olivia Dont and Sienna Williams-Bush of Queenwood in second place.
Yeah, and again, Michael, special mention, sorry, just interrupting, for Briar Carter and Phoebe Cunningham for the Festive Award.
That's right.
That's what it's all about.
Mark and I saw a couple of contenders for some prizes earlier this morning. I don't want to cast any aspersions about what decision the judges are going to make about those prizes that are up for grabs today. But I will take the opportunity now to run through some of those prizes that are up for grabs. Rowing New South Wales will be awarding prizes to the best dressed crew and the best dressed boat. For those winning crews, prizes will be presented throughout Cirque on Saturday afternoon, so make sure you wear your best Christmas costumes for the opportunity to win some great prizes from our partners listed. So prizes on offer include a Croker merchandise kit, 10 Cables Wake Park Penrith vouchers valued at $20 each, 2 Bont rowing gift vouchers valued at $250 each, 4 35-litre Pontoon Sports waterproof bags, 1 Perfect Balance Citius Remex seat pad, and finally 1 Strike Recovery mini massage gun.
Now, Michael, I'm surprised you haven't put your hat in the ring there. I do know how much you like a massage gun. So we'll see who gets that one. You might have to cozy up to them and...
Well, that's right.
Be nice. That does sound like a good stash of awards there, I'll tell you what.
Well, Christmas comes early here at the Regatta Centre, and certainly we are being treated to some fantastic racing this morning. On the course now is the second division of the women's under-17 double scull. Just to run through the crews, this is race 25 in your programs, ladies and gentlemen. In lane 3, representing Queenwood, is Chloe Driver and Charlotte Botha. Both of those girls, just as an aside, were rowing in the under-17 Cox quad earlier on this morning, so some of these girls doubling up. In lane 4, representing Mossman, is Claudia Callahan and Talia Nolan, coached by Katie Healy. In lane 5, representing Redlands, is Charlotte Scamps and Alana Mansfield. In lane 6, representing Newcastle Grammar, is Audrey Alexander Lacey and Josephine Armstrong. And finally, in lane 7, Representing Askham is Portia Koskar and Audrey Abbey Wickramer, coached by Susanna McMahon and Olivia McDonald. And certainly a number of these athletes are doubling up and splitting their crews in two from the quad to the double, and that's something that we'll see throughout the day in various events and categories. But at the moment, Pete, I think it's that crew from Queenwood in lane 3. That's Chloe Driver and Charlotte both are in the lead, unless I'm mistaken.
No, it looks like that to me as well, Michael. It does look like that'll be the Queenwood colours. Maybe pushed there by the crew on the far side. I believe that'll be Redlands, perhaps. They do look like they're giving it a crack. So we'll see as they come through the grandstand who's in front there. My apologies, not Redlands, Askham. So we'll see between that Askham crew and that Queenwood crew, but it will be close. It is always hard racing when the next closest crew is on the far extremity of the course. Does mean if you want to have a look around, you really have to turn your head, which can disturb the boat run. So we'll probably see these girls with a bit of laser focus, looking straight ahead.
Yeah, that Askham crew of Koksar and Abby Wickham are just straying onto the Boyd course lane dividers, just a couple of strokes there, but they're back on track now.
It does.
However, yeah, I think they have surrendered their advantage to that crew from Mossman, Claudia Callahan and Talia Noland, who now occupy second place. And I think they might even be being closed down by the Redlands crew of Scamps and Mansfield, who are lifting their rate as they come through the final stages and through the Red Boys. Question is whether Askham can hold on. They've just clipped a couple more boys, but certainly at the front end of the pack, it will be Queen Woods, Driver and both who take first place. Second place will go to Mossman, Callahan and Nolan, but third place is looking very close indeed. They're going stroke for stroke, and who's it going to be? Askham throw the rate through the roof, and I think they've got it.
It was there, yep, just Askham. Just over that crew from Redlands, but really, really brave racing there. Looks like that Askham crew just had a couple of steering issues hitting some boys, but it looked like they were right up in it there at the 1,500 metres. So impressive racing there.
So you can just see on our live stream the judges just examining the footage there, confirming indeed that Askham in lane 7 did just pip that crew from Redlands for that third place. Pete, on the course now is race 26, which is the para double scull. This race is contested over 2,000 metres, and there are 4 crews lining up. Oh, my apologies, the race is underway. In lane 3, representing Drummoyne, is Janine Donovan and Stephanie Walker, coached by Kathleen Hextell. And then we have 3 crews from Balmain. In lane 4, Eleanor Taylor and Mika Kelly, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. In lane 5, also from Balmain, Bronte Marshall and Sam Shaloub. And finally, in lane 6, Stephen Lawler and James Johnson. Now, Pete, we saw, I think all of these Balmain scullers certainly compete in the para single scull events earlier on in the program. I think Donovan and Walker from Drummoyne didn't compete, and perhaps that's going to show because they have their about a boat length, I think, over, I think that might be Marshall and Shaloub from Balmain, who are in second place, I believe.
Yeah, it does look like it, Michael, and the Balmain scullers here do have a very good collection of para rowers, and so they do have a good showing here with three crews in this field of 4. So it'll be interesting to see how it all goes. I know the old ruling for para rowing is that you could have one para and one able-bodied rower, whereas now I think they've changed it, and for the para doubles you do need two, well, in this case PR3 athletes. So it looks like it's that Drummoyne double there in front of the Balmain doubles. So very good there from Drummoyne, just edging their way in front. And that, again, is the crew of Janine Donovan and Stephanie Walker.
Yeah, coached by Kath Hextall there, that Drummoyne crew has opened up a good lead over Shaloub and Marshall from Balmain.
Yeah, and some really good coaching staff here. We've got Kath Hextall as a lovely coach out at Drummoyne, and same with Anne Craig, Liam James, and Barbara Ramjam. 3 fantastic coaches there doing good work at Balmain. My apologies, Kath Hextall there at Drummoyne. So it will be the crew from Drummoyne, coached by Kath Hextall, Janine Donovan, and Stephanie Walker. Will lead from lane 5. Now that's the crew of Bronte Marshall and Sam Shalhob, followed by the lane 6 Balmain crew, Stephen Lawler and Stephen Lawler and James Johnson. And finalising the field, we will have the crew in lane 4 from Balmain. That's Eleanor Taylor and Mika Kelly. Also coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjam.
So moving right along, Pete, race 27 is lining up down at the 1,000 metre start line. This is the first division of the men's under 15, under 16 coxed quad scull. Now, I haven't seen an under 15 race category before, so this is certainly a category open to school-aged rowers, but also clubs, of course. Just to run through the field just as we're getting underway, in lane 1 representing Scots, Angus Wells, Toby Correnty, Lucas McGregor and Matthew Alt-Graham. They are coxed by Campbell Skeffington. In lane 2 representing St Augustine's, Jay Taylor, William Pender, Miles Nicholas, Max Tancred, coxed by Ryder Taylor and coached by Dan Samus. In lane 3 representing Redlands is Zachary Bornas, Daniel Coppers, and Angus McInnes and Daniel Bornas. They are coxed by Jack Meek. In lane 4 representing Newington is Daniel Muir, Leon Titmus, Harrison Veach and Toby Denton. They are coxed by Blake Dewhurst and coached by Jessica Wickenden. In lane 5 representing Newcastle Grammar School, Lucas Burton, Ronan Brown, Mitchell Chung, Connor Elvish and they are coxed by Lancelot Saker. In lane 6 also representing the Scots College is Emerson Tripe Smith, James Randall, Thomas O'Hara, Archie Hughes and coxed by Thomas Trott. In lane 7, representing Newcastle Grammar School, is Cormac Cairns, Thomas Clarkson, Logan Harmon, Brady McKeon, and they are coxed by Claudia Wills. In lane 8, also representing Newington, this is a scratch crew, but it was going to be Toby Webb, Ewan Gleeson, Mika Koskela, Carter White, and Henry Lear. And just to round out the field, from Redlands in lane 9 is Thomas Whitney, Nicholas Tebbett, Philip Feller and Oliver Cook, and they are coxed by Georgia Verschuer.
Yeah, Michael, and as you said, it's the first time I've ever seen an under-15s race, which is an interesting addition. It reminds me of a fantastic photo in Manning River Rowing Club of the great Owen Nix winning the under-12 single back in the day.
That was a turn-up for the books, that one.
It was. I'm sure we've all seen that. So if you're at Manning River Rowing Club next, have a look. The photo next to the piano there. beautiful photo of a beautiful man. So as we come across here, Michael, it looks like it will be the crew from, you might be able to call this better than me, but I think it might be Scots.
I think it could be Scots or St Augs in the lead. Certainly over the far side of the course is where the heat is right now. I think, now that I think about it, it's St Augustine's.
Yeah,
In lane 2,
it
that's
looks
the
as
crew
they
of
get
Jay
closer.
Taylor, William Pender, Miles Nicholas, Max Tancred, and their Cox Ryder Taylor. They've got their noses in front of that crew from the Scots College. Both schools with proud rowing programs and proud rowing heritages. The Scots College, of course, having performed fantastically in the head of the river for the past couple of years. But for the moment, it is the St Augustine's crew under the steady hand of their Cox Ryder Taylor and, of course, their coach, Dan Samus.
Yeah, really doing an impressive job there. They're lifting the rate quite well. That is quite difficult in a Cox boat, especially the smaller quads and fours. With that heavy coxswain, it really makes it quite hard to get that rate up, but it looks like they will. The St Augustine's crew lead that race, and it will be Scots in second place. That will be the Scots number 1 crew, followed by the crew from Redlands, and then Scots in lane 6.
And then Newcastle Grammar in lane 5 to come in 5th place. That's the crew of Burton, Brown, Chung, Elvish, and Saker. And Redlands in lane 9 coming through now. Whitney, Tebbit, Feller, and Cook. Cox by Georgia Verschuer. And our final crew will be lane 7, Newcastle Grammar. That's Cormac Cairns, Thomas Clarkson, Logan Harmon, and Brady McKeon. Coxed by Claudia Wills. Give them a hand, ladies and gentlemen, as they round out our field this morning in the first division of the men's under 15, under 16 Cox Quad Scull. Now, Pete, this was an under 15 event. All the crews are under 15s, so I'm a bit rusty on it, but I think that's year 9 or year 8?
Yeah, that would be year 9, so that would be just the kids coming from year 9, probably from year 8 into year 9, so that would be juniors. Yes. In general there, yeah, which is good. It's good having a juniors race here in club events. Usually you find year 7 races in schools, so there's no reason why we shouldn't have under 15s in club events. And we now have a 2-horse race coming down. So this is race 28, although there are a couple of scratchings from the Newington crews. So that's Newington 5, Newington 3, Newington 4. So we just have the Northern Beaches Secondary College and Scots 3. So I'll call those out now. So we have Chase McLean, Joel Cammers, Ted Thompson, and Ted Webber, the 2 Teds. So that'll be fantastic to watch with Remy Brasseau-Hogan, as the Cox. Now, Scots 3, we have Alexander Reed, Angus McKenzie, Tom Jurich, and Lachlan Hindmarsh. And that one is Cox by Zachin Hidgewell. So, coming through, it looks like it's a very close race, this one. We have the 2 crews neck and neck as they come past the grandstand. So, we'll see as they come through those infamous red boys, the 100-metre mark to go. We'll see who is in the lead, but it looks like it might just at this point be Scots, although I have been wrong before. And it does look like it is Scots, but we have that crew from Northern Beaches Secondary College raising the rate. And will they lead against Scots? It looks like they might just take that lead from them. But Scots will rise as well. So Scots jacking the rate. Will they be able to take that one back from Northern Beaches? I don't know. It looks like they're just gaining at the line, but will it be enough? Or is it too little, too late? It's neck and neck, and it will be Northern Beaches, followed by Scots.
So Pete, just to recap from that 5th and 6th photo finish, it was the narrowest of margins, that crew from Scots just being beaten by Northern Beaches Secondary by 0.24. So very close indeed.
Yeah, Michael, absolutely nothing in that one. Really fantastic racing to watch.
Race 29 is lining up on, well, they're assembling down at the 1,000 metre start. And this race, this is the third division of the under 15-16 Cox Quad Scull. And this crew is, sorry, my apologies. In lane 3 from Scots, we have a crew comprised of Mark Littlemore, Dean Lowe, Hugh Merriman and Maxwell Crawford. They are coxed by Conrad Lowe. In lane 4, representing Newington College is Guinness Devlin, Charles Auld, Downing Theo and Nicholas Trethui. They are coxed by Tristan Holmes and coached by Carl Schmidt. In lane 5, representing the Scots College is Zach Sperring, Xavier Jones, Hamish Wiseman, Oscar Tremlett, and Cox. Their Cox is Nick Phillips. In lane 6, representing Newington, Evan Grilakis, Oscar Walsh, Nathaniel Warwick, Alexander Christofides, coxed by Hugh Baker and coached by Carl Schmidt. And finally, representing Northern Beaches Secondary is Matthew Hussey, Julian Lemaitre, Oliver Davis, Yelly Spiker, and their cox is Frida Kirkham. Now,
Yeah.
Pete, just as I was reading that out, I did see there were a couple of mishaps on the line. Take us through it.
There was a crab there by the Newington boat, so we'll see if they're able to retain that race, sort of keeping in there with the rest of the field. And we'll see as they come through the grandstand. But Michael, we'll notice that these are 1K races now with these under 15, under 16 athletes. And earlier we did see the 2K racing. So it's a little bit different. There's not a lineup system. So what will happen a lot of the time is that the 1K starter will have to line them up manually. So it ends up being a little bit more chaotic there at the start line. And so we do find a little bit of action there with crabs, with things like that. In the 1K racing. So we'll see as they come through the 100 metre mark if that Newington crew is able to come back onto the field. And Michael has directed me to lead our attention here to the big screen at the 1500 metre mark, or the 500 metre mark, my apologies, as we are in 1K racing. We have a very close race between the two leaders. Now, I wasn't quite quick enough to see who the two leaders were, Michael, but
I think it was lane 7 from Kings who had their noses in front. And I think it was the Kings crew of Mason, Zoo, Todd, and Teal, I think.
it does look like, yep, that will be lane 7 there.
I'm looking at the wrong race, Peter. Northern Beaches Secondary is in lane 7. My apologies. That's the crew of Hussey, Lemaitre, Davis, and Spiker.
Yeah, it did look like they were just edging their way in front from that crew there, probably in lane, I believe that'd be lane 3 there, Michael. But either way, some very, very close racing. And they're coming through to the red boys now with 100 metres to go. It does look like it'll be that crew in lane 3, still battling with that crew, that Northern Beaches secondary crew in lane 7. And it will be a very, very close one, Michael.
So Scots are in lane 3. They're just having to tidy up their blade work, and Northern Beaches Secondary are looking good. But you would have to say that they've done enough, that crew from Scots. That's Littlemore, Lowe, Merriman and Crawford, coxed by Conrad Lowe. They're just some shonky blade work coming over the line, but they will hold off that crew from Northern Beaches Secondary. That was a close one. There was only 0.7 in that, unofficially, of course. But now that Scott's crew in lane 5 coming across the line to complete the minor placings, and that's the crew of Zach Sperring, Xavier Jones, Hamish Wiseman, Oscar Tremlett, and their cox Nick Phillips. And Peter, race 30 is on the line. It's the 4th division of the men's under 15-16 Cox Quad Skull. And just as the race is getting underway, it would be remiss of us not to make note of the fantastic festive decorative adornments of the various crews on the course. In particular, mention has to go to, I think that's lane 5 Kings, who are all sporting pointy hats.
It's fantastic, Michael, isn't it? It looks like 4, 5 Christmas trees. Oh, no, sorry. My apologies, Michael. It looks like there's 2 Kings crews, so that would be 8 to 10 Christmas trees coming down the field in fantastic form. We'll see. It looks like, I wonder whether they're real trees, Michael.
Those are some quick trees.
They're very quick trees.
Just as an aside as well, Pete, I should say that the crew in lane 2 from St Augustine's has had a slight modification. And so that's now a mixed crew of Shaw and St Augustine's, a composite crew, I should say. And that crew will not be judged.
Might be judged on the hats, though, Michael. And that St Augustine's composite crew do look like, although they won't be judged, are doing a fantastic job there. Really rowing quite long, quite nicely with that coxswain.
And they are bouncing that Felipe up and down in the water nicely there. And it's a stern race, though. Lane 7 Kings is coming through. That's the crew of Alfred McLean, Campbell Wickham, Tom Whalen, Charles Baker, and their cox, Dinus Galvins. Now, early on this morning, Campbell, Wickham, Tom Whalen, Alfred McLean and Charles Baker all had single scull races, so you'd have to expect some extent of fatigue in that boat. But at the moment, it's looking fairly competitive between that crew from Kings and the St Augustine's Shore Composite.
It is, yeah. I wonder whether there's something to be said, Michael, for the two Kings crews. It looks like the one with slightly less hats is slightly in the lead, and I would wonder whether that's a weight thing. As they come through the 500 metre mark, it will be the half-hatted Kings crew pressuring.
I mean, from this angle, Pete, it looks as though that crew from Kings in lane 7, just a couple of British Grenadiers in the stern pair.
It sure does, Michael. It sure does. And really doing a good job for them as they pressure through. And it looks like the completely hatted Kings crew is having a big push. Maybe that's the festive spirit that they've got going for them. But who knows, Michael? Who knows? But they are doing a really good job of raising the rate. And just giving it to that St Augustine's crew. I would wonder whether they're able to call on Dancer and Prancer and Rudolph and get them over the line just ahead of that St Augustine's crew. It will be the half-hatted Kings crew, though, that are going to lead this one over St Augustine's. But that full-hatted Kings crew, you wonder, Michael, don't you?
Well, they're really putting some pressure now on St Augs and Shaw. But it will be the crew of McLean, Wickham, Whalen
Michael,
and Baker.
It is close. It's close. Is it going to be the Hats? Oh, it is just going to be St Augustine's. Fantastic work from St Augustine's, holding off that Kings crew, that very, very festive Kings crew.
And another close race, Pete, coming in for the minor placings between Cranbrook and Newcastle Grammar. About a second back to Newcastle Grammar, and that second crew from Newcastle in lane 8 coming across the line now. Again, these scullers have all competed this morning, so fantastic efforts to back up the racing. And finally, Northern Beaches secondary, that's Harrison Burke, Fraser Tom, James Dodd and Jack Groves, and they're coxed by Sophia Gee. They are finalising the field. And just turn your attention to the live stream, you can see that small margin on the photo finish there.
Oh, Michael, I think I was... Right. Oh no, sorry, my apologies. It is going to be that St Augustine's crew that just edged through the King's crew. Fantastic racing there. Really festive stuff.
So that King's crew in lane 5 was comprised of Mac Mason, Ethan Zhu, Lewis Todd and Anton Teal. Their cox was Fergus Lawson, and that is, they were who we referred to as the hatted crew.
It's good to put a name to the face, isn't it, Michael? Or a name to the hat in this case. Now, Michael, we have a couple of stats here that might find interesting in the crowd. Some stats for Reindeer Regatta. We have 171 athletes, so fantastic showing there from all of our young men and women here at the Regatta Centre. Some entry stats, we have 710 entries, so a few people doubling up there, which is also fantastic to see. A couple of people are going to have some tough days ahead. With seats, we have 1,583 seats. So good to see. They might have some 8 racing later on, boats with lots of seats in there. Total club and school my apologies, Michael. Total clubs and schools participating is 38. 38, that's a very impressive showing. It just shows us that we have a lot of crews really persisting through COVID, persisting through the lockdown. So really, really positive to see such a decent showing here at the Reindeer Regatta.
Thanks, Pete. And It is just so great to be back out here at Cirque at this world-class facility. The water level is high this regatta, and of course the rain last week is the probable cause of that. But as I mentioned before, just keep an eye down at the start line, the 2,000 metre starting blocks that is. Unfortunately, the lane markers, or the lane blocks are slightly misaligned, so you won't be starting directly in the middle of your lane, and that's just something to be aware of throughout the day. Now, Pete, race 31 is on the course. It's Division 1 of the women's novice single scull. In lane 2, we have a scratching from Ascombe. That was Chloe Hitchens. In lane 3, representing the University of New South Wales, is Emily Yuan. She's coached by Chris Burns. In lane 4, representing Nepean, is Victoria Hodge. She's coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 5, representing Leichhardt, Alexandra Bullman. In lane 6, representing Nepean, is Giovanna Tabanag. And finally, in lane 7, representing Newcastle Grammar, is Maeve Winspear.
Yeah, Michael, and these novice races are fantastic to watch. So, might have changed recently, but the ruling used to be that to enter the novice race, you weren't allowed to have faced the starter. Now, I don't know whether that's still the case or whether that has changed. That was certainly the case back when I was doing novice races some years ago now. But fantastic racing here, the novice racing. So we'll see as they come through the 100. All right, Michael. So as we turn our attention back to the course, we have Division 1 of the women's novice single scull. I believe you called it earlier, but we have University of New South Wales, Nepean, Leichhardt, Nepean, and Newcastle Grammar. And it looks to me, Michael, like it will be the Leichhardt sculler.
It's that distinctive Leichhardt chevron in the lead, Pete, in lane 5. That's Alexandra Bullman. Now, she raced earlier on today with a colleague from Leichhardt, whose name escapes me right now. But she certainly commands the lead in this novice single scull, and she's rowing well doing so. She's just floating with the boys there as she crosses into the final, I would say, 150 metres of the race.
Yeah, really.
And her rate is relatively low, and she's looking fairly comfortable. The blade work is looking good as well.
Yeah, really clean rowing here for the novice single. Usually we see a little bit of messier blade work in the novice single, but looks like all scullers here are rowing quite well. A lot of the time, the scullers wouldn't have too much more than a year's experience, but it looks like that Leichhardt sculler has just hit a couple of boys there. We hope she can maintain, but her lead is good enough that it should be fine.
Yeah, just a quick mishap there for Alexandra Bullman, but she's pulled it back now and she will take out the first division of the women's novice single scull. I do note that her crewmate from earlier on, Ciara Ortolani, is racing in Division 2. That's the next race of this event. But to complete the minor placings, it looks as though Nepean Rowing Club's Giovanna Tabernac, coached by Daniel Waddell, is just pulling into second place. She's had a couple of mishaps, though, on the boys now. Question is whether she'll be able to just pull it back just to get over that line. I think she will. That's right, she goes over, 23 seconds behind Bullman, and now University of New South Wales, Niven, goes over in third place.
Yep, and finalising that field, it will be the sculler from Nepean who's just floated onto the boys there a bit, so they might have a little bit of trouble there. However, it looks like they've maintained their footing a bit, and they will, in that last 100 metres, be able to race through to the finish line.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we're just waiting for race 32, that's the second division of the women's novice single scull to come down the course. Just want to announce a change in the commentary box. Lizzie Chapman, the ever-capable Lizzie Chapman, will be replacing me and is going to be carrying on with Pete. So I'll see you on later in the program.
And as we change around, we will bring our attention to race 32, the Division 2 of the women's novice singles scull. In lane 2, we have Eliza Irvin. In lane 3, Isabella Niven. In lane 4, Danielle Futit. In lane 5, Audrey Alexander Lacey. In lane 6, Bridget Wiles. And in lane 7, Ciara Ortolani. My apologies. So it looks to me, Lizzie, like it might be the sculler on the far side, Balmain, Eliza Irvin, that will be commanding this one.
All these new names with these novices. It's exciting, isn't it? The new group coming through.
Fantastic. I'm sure I'll stumble on a couple of them, but so far so good.
But yes, Eliza Irvin from Balmain across there in lane 2 on the far side, doing really well. Getting into her stride now, right next to her in lane 3 is Isabella Niven from the University of New South Wales, coached by Chris Burns, as you mentioned earlier. And she looks like she's having a really good scull too. Racing over 1,000 metres. And then back in third place, well, there's a battle going on for third and fourth as well. Bridget Wiles from Mossman is in lane 6. She's had a pretty good scull, and Ciara Ortolani from Leichhardt in lane 7, keeping pace with her. And the two of them keep looking across at each other. A good battle going on, as I say. Meanwhile, on the far side of the course, Isabella Niven now has taken a slight lead over Eliza Irvin from Balmain.
Yeah.
Oh, no, Balmain coming back.
Oh, Balmain having a big push. Really very impressive there, and it looks like a little bit of fumble there from UNSW. As well as Mossman just had a couple of steering issues I saw earlier, Lizzie, but it looks like...
And Ciara Ortolani just very competently managing to not fall in there. So lots of cheers from the crowds. Keep cheering for them, because if they're novices, this will probably be their first race and it will really lift them. We've got Eliza Irvin from Balmain on the far side having a battle with Isabella Niven from University of New South Wales. Eliza's nosed her way back in front again. In fact, she might finish a length in front. Who knows? And then from Mossman, Bridget Wiles, Wiles by name, wily by nature. She saw that little shipwreck that Ciara from Leichhardt had, and she's capitalised on it, sprinting away now, really getting confident, and she's going to take out third place.
Yeah, really impressive racing there, Lizzie. Some real twists and turns there, but it will be Balmain that's leading that one over UNSW, and a really tight finish there to the line. The Mossman Sculler in lane 6, Bridget Wiles, taking third place over Leichhardt in lane 7, Ciara Ortolani.
Who did a really good job to stay in the boat. Good on her, and to battle her way back in again. Yeah.
And then lane 4, Daniela Futit, is going to finalise the field. But an impressive race, and it just goes to show how hard sculling can be. A lot of twists and turns, as I said, in that one, Lizzie. Really, it's quite a difficult discipline. The single scull, takes a lot of years to master, really.
Sure does. So really impressive to see these guys out there giving it their all. So we have the provisional results here then. That win for Elisa Irvin of Balmain was in a time of 4 minutes, 49.63 seconds. Isabella Niven from University of New South Wales was just 2.14 seconds behind. These are the official results now. Bridget Wiles from Mossman, a further 8.99 in third place, and then 8.84 back to Ciara Ortolani, who was fourth. Danielle Futit coming in from Nepean, placing fifth.
Yeah, that's the one, Lizzie. That's quite a good race there that we saw. And as we move to race 33, we have the Para Double Scull. Now, this is a one-horse race, but will still be some fantastic rowing here to watch. And now, Lizzie, you do quite a bit of work with the Paras, so you'll probably know the scene a bit more than I will. But this Balmain double comprised of Anne Craig and Tali Hind.
Yes, so Tali Hind she's in the PR3 category, so the way to work out the categories is 3 means they've got the use of 3 muscle groups: legs, trunk and arms. PR2 is where they are able to use arms and trunk but not legs, and PR1 when it's arms only. And in this race we have the athlete Tali Hind being kept company by her coach Anne Craig, who very kindly has jumped into the boat to... And I was just thinking, and looks much bigger than normal, taller, and yes, that's actually Paul Grayson. So good old Paul. He's jumped into the crew with Tali to make sure we have a PR3 mixed double scull come down the course in a row over in race number 33. Very exciting news earlier this week from the FISA, the International Rowing Federation, to say that the PR3 mixed double will be included at the Paris Olympics, to complement the PR3 mixed Coxed 4 that is currently there. So we'll have 2 PR3 events. There'll also be a PR2 mixed double, as there is normally at the Paralympics, and the PR1 single scull for both men and women. So congratulations to Tali Hind and Paul Grayson. They're a really spirited row over there. They've completed the course in a time of 5 minutes and 6 seconds. So a little call out from the referees, from the umpires. Just a note to coaches and single scullers, if you don't have coaches, when you are going through to your race, warming up on the back lake, once it's 10, 15 minutes before your race, please do go through the bridge. Don't wait to be marshalled through, because there isn't a marshal on the bridge. at the moment. So if you could please get yourself warmed up and then progress through onto the course and to your start position, whether it be 2,000, 1,500 or 1,000. So a note to coaches and scullers, please don't wait to be called through the bridge after your warm-up. Please progress onto the course and head directly to your start to be there 5 minutes before your race. So on the start now is race number 34, Division 1 of the women's under-16 single scull. And you can see them on the big screen now. In lane 1, representing Mossman, Rosie Fairburn, coached by Katie Healy. In lane 2, representing Loreto Kirribilli, Rachel Risby, coached by Lara Wainwright. In lane 3, representing Redlands, Annabelle Huang. In lane 4, representing Queenwood School, Heidi Boyd. In lane 5, representing Nepean Rowing Club, Sophia Whitelaw, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 6, representing Ascombe School, Adelaide Babbage Hockey, coached by Thomas Parker. In lane 7, representing Redlands, Ella Smith. And in lane 8, from Sydney Rowing Club, Sophia Zamprogno, coached by Brendan Longman and Donovan Check.
Yeah, thanks, Lizzie. And a great little showing of young scullers there in the under-16 single scull. On some good coaching staff there, some familiar names with Daniel Waddell, Wainwright, Healy, Longman and Check, a very experienced pair there, coaching that Sydney sculler. So all crews to watch out for. As they come closer to the grandstand, we'll get a bit of a better look at the different speeds.
Yeah, and I guess under 16 it'll be the same as we were talking about with the novices, won't it? These people probably, quite a few of them are doing their first experience of racing here at the wonderful Sydney International Regatta Centre.
Yeah, a fantastic venue, Lizzie, here. It's good. We're very fortunate to be able to hold races here. And I was talking to Michael earlier about the introduction of the under-15 event, which I certainly haven't seen before.
That's really exciting.
There has been editions of that in years before me, and we were talking about Owen Nixon, his triumphant win in the under
I
13.
I heard
single,
you talk
think.
about that, yes.
But it's great. It's great to see some younger scullers getting into it, and some year 7 and 8 crews. But again, the under 16 single will bring our attention back to it. Looks like it might. I'm calling it probably a little early here, but it looks like it's that Sydney sculler ahead.
Yes.
Halfway
ahead.
through this 1K race at 500 metre mark. Again, a really experienced coaching crew there of Longman and Czech, both very experienced oarsmen themselves. So it'll be good to see how this Sydney sculler goes, and certainly in future years how she progresses. But it looks like it will be a bit of a fight here for the minor placings. I believe that is Queenwood there and Askham battling away. But certainly that Sydney sculler will have the lead. That's Sophia Zamprogno. She will be leading this race. And as they come into that last 250 metres, everyone will start to sprint a little bit more, get the lactic system working a bit. It's really when it starts to hurt. And that red buoy that indicates the 250 metre mark, it's when you start winding for that last 100 metres, when you can see the red buoys in front of the grandstand. So it will be the Sydney sculler leading this race with quite an impressive push, raising the rate up. In that last 250 metres, she won't drop the rate, even though she does have that lead. So very impressive from her.
Yeah, very. She looks quite in control of what she's doing, doesn't she? And then sitting in second place at the moment, representing Queenwood School, is Heidi Boyd. She's had a good steady first half, and now she is cranking it up, as you say, as she's coming into the last 100 metres. She is confident, she's got her rhythm, she's sculling long and strong. And then on either side of her, across to Loreto Kirribilli's Rachel Risby, who's in lane 2, and quite evenly matched with Adelaide Babbage Hockey from Askham, who's in lane 6. Very good second half from Annabelle Huang from Redlands. She looked a bit cautious in the first half, but she's really got her confidence now. She's got a good rhythm going.
Yeah, really impressive race here for that third place against that Askham sculler. And Rachel Risby, coached by Lara Wainwright, but it will be the Askham sculler, that's Adelaide Babbage Hockey, that will take out third place. So very impressive there. And fourth place will go to Rachel Risby there.
Yeah, and fifth across the line then, Annabelle Huang from Redlands. Sixth looks as though it will be our Mossman sculler, Rosie Fairburn, across there in lane 1. Seventh, Sophia Whitelaw, who's representing Nepean Rowing Club. And I haven't seen Ella Smith. No, I think Ella Smith did not start. Hopefully not one of the people that didn't realise they needed to come through the bridge. So just a reminder, if you're going out to race, to not wait around in the warm-up lake by the passage under the bridge, but to keep going, get onto the course and get up to your start. Take a watch with you so you know what time it is, because there's nobody there to marshal you. You just need to carry on through the bridge and up to the start. So recapping the results of race number 34, which was the first division of the women's under-16 scull. A win for Sophia Zamprogno of Sydney Rowing Club. Second, Heidi Boyd from Queenwood. Third, Adelaide Babbage Hockey from Askham. Fourth, Rachel Risby from Loreto Kirribilli. Fifth, Annabelle Huang from Redlands. Sixth, Rosie Fairbairn from Mossman. And seventh, Sophia Whitelaw from Nepean. The winning time, 4 minutes 14.17 seconds. A whopping margin there of almost 15 seconds. Well done to Sophia for that race. Division 2 is now underway.
Yep, Division 2 we have in lane 1 from Sydney, Grace Barnett. Lane 2 from Northern Beaches is Alice Anand. In lane 3 from Redlands is Kira Attard. In lane 4 we have a scratching from Askham. In lane 5 from Leichhardt, Laura Meany. In lane 6 from Redlands, Charlotte Scamps. In lane 7 from Nepean, we have Jennifer Maylee, my apologies. In lane 8 from Loretto Kirribilli, we have Amelia Lemieux. So,
and I'm not sure that she's actually there because, again, I can't actually see her. But a really good showing once again from the Sydney Rowing Club sculler, this time Grace Bennett, also coached by Brendan Longman and Donovan Check. She's across in lane 1 this time and has had a good lead, but battling away to challenge that lead is Jennifer Maylieu from Nepean Rowing Club, coached by Daniel and Jason Woodell. And I think the difference is going to be in the final 100 metres, where Grace Bennett from Sydney Rowing Club is looking confident and has kept it long but taken her rate of striking up, whereas Jennifer, I think, is feeling the pace now.
yeah, certainly, Lizzie, and it looks like very impressive work from these Sydney scullers. Longman and Check obviously doing a very good job with some of these young developmental athletes. So fantastic to see that Sydney sculler, Grace Bennett, my apologies, crossing the line ahead of lane 7, which will be the Nepean, Jennifer Millay, coached by Daniel and Jason, in a very close race here for the minor placings. It will be lane 5, lane 6, lane 3, so that will be Leichhardt. Lauren Meany, I believe, just took that one out in lane 5, so very impressive there, just behind lane 2's Northern Beaches, Alice Anand. So a great race to watch there, really close there for the minor placings, and fantastic racing.
So just recapping the results of the second division of the women's under-16 scull, another win for Sydney Rowing Club, this time by Grace Bennett. Second, Jennifer Maylieu from Nepean Rowing Club. Third, Alice Anand from Northern Beaches Secondary School. In fourth, Lauren Meany from Leichhardt Rowing Club. In fifth, Charlotte Scamps from Redlands. In sixth, Kira Attard from Redlands. The winning time, 4 minutes 26 seconds, 0.93, and the margin there, 7.87. Our third division of the women's under-16 scull is underway. In fact, it's coming rapidly towards the grandstand. In lane 1, Alana Mansfield from Redlands. In lane 2, Elsie Hutton from Loretto Kirribilli. In lane 3, Addison Rolls from Queenwood. In 4, Eva Distasso from Mossman Rowing Club. In 5, Ella Boyd from Canberra. In 6, Emma Sullivan from Redlands. In 7, Annabelle Mackenzie from Newcastle Grammar. And in lane 8, Tanya Hornby from Northern Beaches Secondary.
Yep, Lizzie, and we do have one addition to that. So lane 9 will be lane 8's Loretto Kirribilli sculler. So that's Amelia Lemieux will be in lane 9 of this race, and we can see her there just closest to the grandstand. But it will be the Queenwood sculler at this point, and that would be Matilda Birch. Looks like she will be leading this race. My apologies. I believe that's... No, that is Queenwood, yep. Yep, Addison Rolls. My apologies. Addison Rolls, congratulations. Really good race. Just lightly followed there by lane 5 Canberra, Ella Boyd. And very close there. I believe that was lane 4 from Mossman, just taking that race out from lane 7, Annabelle Mackenzie. So great racing there. And as we come to the final placings, we have lane 8. That will be Northern Beaches, Tanya Hornby, followed by the crew in lane 6, Redlands, Emma Sullivan.
So, just confirming the results of Division 3 of the women's under-16 single scull. A win for Addison Rolls of Queenwood. Second, Canberra Rowing Club's Ella Boyd. Third, from Redlands, Alana Mansfield. Fourth, Eva Distasso from Mossman. Fifth, Annabelle Mackenzie from Newcastle Grammar. In sixth, Loretto Kirribilli's Elsie Hutton. And in seventh, Loretto Kirribilli's Amelie Lemieux. And in eighth, from Redlands, Emma Sullivan. Just making sure we've got everybody there. That's right. Right, winning time, 4 minutes, 16.21 seconds. Very close, 6.92 was the margin. Very close to that really fast time that was from Sophia Zampogno. And then our lane 8 sculler from Northern Beaches Secondary, Tanya Horby, crossing the line safely to complete our field in Division 3 of the women's under-16 single scull. And here comes Division 4. Who've we got?
Yep, Lizzie, so Division 4, we have Nepean 2, Vidi Young, that'll be lane 1. We have lane 2, Georgia Moran. In lane 3, we have Juliet Trelaw. In lane 4, we have Matilda Birch. In lane 5, we have Grace Visis. In lane 6, Sined Hickey. In lane 7, we have Kitty Elias. And in lane 8, Lily Weinberg. So a great bit of racing here. It looks like lane 2 will be in the lead, perhaps pressured a little bit there by lane 7.
Yes, they've had a good battle most of the way down the course, but you're right, the Loreto Kirribilli sculler Georgia Moran, coached by Freddie Gibbs, looks as though she's taken up her rate of striking in the last few metres, keeping it nice and long as we've seen before, and striding across there for a win in Division 4 of the women's under-16 single scull. Lane 7's Ascombe Kitty Elias has battled the whole way, but a really good finish from Viti Young of Nepean Rowing Club means it's pretty even on the finish there. In fact, it's a photo finish. Lily Weinberg from Redlands taking out 4th. 5th is Matilda Birch from Queenwood. 6th, Sinead Hickey from Leichhardt Rowing Club. And 7th will be Juliet Trelaw from Redlands.
Yeah, Lizzie, and that was a fantastic photo finish there. It looked to me like it might have just been that near crew, I believe in lane 7. I think that was Kitty Elias. But we'll see as that photo comes out. I'm quite excited to see who just got that one.
Yeah, it's between, as we said, Viti Young from Nepean and Kitty Elias from Ascombe. Still waiting for the judges to call that one.
But some very impressive racing there. So really, really good to watch this Division 4 of the under-16 single, and good to see so many divisions of these races. My apologies. Essentially meaning that we have a good base of young scullers, young athletes that are keen to join the sport, which is fantastic.
It is.
Good for the future.
It really is. So division, we're still waiting for the official results, but we can tell you that the winner, Georgia Moran from Loreto Kirribilli, went over the course in a time of 4 minutes and 31 seconds. Photo finish for 2nd and 3rd between Viti Young of Nepean Rowing Club and Kitty Elias of Ascombe. Fantastic race and sprinting into the finish there. 4th was Lily Weinberg from Redlands. 5th, Matilda Birch from Queenwood. 6th, Sinead Hickey from Leichhardt. 7th, Juliet Trelaw from Redlands. And 8th, Grace Viasis from Northern Beaches Secondary. So, 4 minutes 31. Division 5 is lining up. In fact, they might even have taken off, and we do look as though we have a few missing. So missing is Ascombe's Charlotte Ball. So Isabella Crennan of Redlands is in lane 2. Josephine Egan representing Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 3. Annabelle Alexander Lacey from Newcastle Grammar School in lane 4. Neve Tierney of Sydney Rowing Club in lane 5, Eva Eels from Loreto Kirribilli in lane 6, and Ava Charles from Loreto Kirribilli in lane 7. Anushka Lee from Redlands has scratched. Oh, we've got the results of the photo finish.
Oh, fantastic, we sure do. And it looks like with the margin of 0.45 of a second, second place goes to Kitty Elias over Vidi Young. So fantastic racing there, and we hear a cheer from the crowd. So really, really good racing. We love to see that.
We do, and we're looking forward to seeing what these young ladies can do through the rest of the season. Let's hope they keep racing like that. That will make for a really good viewing.
It'll make for some interesting rowing, won't it? It's
yeah.
good to see. And Lizzie, we now turn our attention to that race you've just called. That's Division 5 of the women's under-16 single. It looks like it will be
clearly out in front, haven't we?
I believe that's the crew from Sydney.
Yes, it is.
Which seems to be a reoccurring fact. The Sydney Rowing Club really doing very well in these under-16 races. So very impressive from Longman and Check, the coaching staff there, to have such consistency throughout the program. So really, really impressive here from Neve Tierney, leading the field. And I do also, just quickly whilst we're in the middle of this race, just a reminder to all athletes that at the conclusion of your race, please bring your bow numbers back to the boathouse where we're giving out the bow numbers. We just have a few missing. So
Boat shed number 1, yes.
Boat shed number 1. Yep.
And coaches as well, please, and coxes, if you've got some bow numbers still on boats that have already raced or lying in the trailer or on the ground, if you could scoop them all up and take them back to the lovely Julia, who is Julie Vanessa Collins, who's there at the bow numbers desk, that would be fabulous. You were mentioning the fine stable of junior women at Sydney Rowing Club. Yes, Donovan Check, of course, had a illustrious career as a junior women's coach in South Africa before coming over to head up Sydney Rowing Club, and he's clearly brought his expertise with him. Brendan Longman, very talented coach, working with him and developing a really good group of juniors. Of course, Donovan brought Harriet Hudson, once she moved down here from Queensland, right through junior in the single scull at the Junior World Championships. And who knows, perhaps Niamh Tierney, who's done such an awesome job winning Division 5 of the women's 16 single scull, will follow in the footsteps of Harriet Hudson. Congratulations again, Sydney Rowing Club, Niamh Tierney taking out Division 5 of the women's under-16 single scull by quite a long way in a time of 4 minutes 15 seconds.
Yeah, really impressive margin there, and it looks like second place will be lane 6. That's Loretto Kiribili's Eva Eels, coached by Adelaide Guinness, and perhaps here followed by lane 2, Isabella Crennan, closely followed by lane 3 from Leichhardt. So really good racing there from lane 2 and 3. Lane 7, that will be Eva Charles, coached by Freddie Gibbs. So some good coaching stuff and some great athletes here as we finalise the field with lane 4, Annabelle Alexander Lacey. So fantastic racing here in Division 5 of the women's under-16 single scull.
So confirming those results of Division 5 of the women's under-16 single scull, a win for Sydney Rowing Club, Niamh Tierney. Second, Loretto Kirribilli, Eva Eels. In third, Redlands, Isabella Crennan. Fourth, Leichhardt, Josephine Egan. Fifth, Loretto Kirribilli, Ava Charles. Sixth, Newcastle Grammar School, Annabelle Alexander Lacey. And we now move to the men's under-17 double scull. And we've got a little gap before that takes place. And we can see the crews starting to line up now. In lane 3, Cranbrook's first crew, which is Jasper Dawson-Damer with William Wright. And that crew is coached by David Cameron, who used to represent Australia in the single scull, so I'm sure they have some expert coaching there. In lane 4, representing Redlands, their second crew of Angus McLaughlin and Ethan McFarlane. In lane 5, from Northern Beaches Secondary, their first crew of Dion Hansen and Oscar Shiel-Gamborg, coached by Kieran Kobelke and Isaac Shepherd. And Kieran also a sculler from the Australian team. And Sydney Rowing Club are in lane 6. Let's see what they can do with their junior men compared with the junior women. Also coached by Brendan Longman, Donovan Check, and Charlie Patterson. Callum Dunn and Connor Greenwood are the crew. And rounding out our field, UTS in lane 7, a crew of Hunter Hyde and Archie Osborne.
Some impressive scullers and impressive coaches, as you were saying, Lizzie. A lot of Australian representatives there. We know Charlie Patterson, a new addition there, it was a Henley athlete in 2019, I believe.
Certainly was in the Australian Defence Force crew that raced the replica Peace Regatta.
For the King's Cup, not the King's Cup.
Of the King's Cup, that's right, That was awesome.
Yeah, so some fantastic coaching and what looks like some fantastic rowing here as they come through the 500-metre mark. Now, I did miss what the placings were, but it does look like it's quite a nice, close race, and we'll certainly get a bit more of an update as they come closer, come through the 1,000-metre mark, even the 750. But as we've noticed, the under-16 scullers raced over 1,000 metres, which I was touching on before. As we move to this under-17 double scull, the athletes now have to race over 2,000 metres. It's a completely different aerobic system. It's a completely different race, and it's the first time a lot of these guys will be racing over 2K. So really interesting to see how they might dabble in this
Yeah,
this bit of racing.
that's very interesting. So that's new, is it?
I'm not sure
Really?
whether it was under 17 or under 19. I believe that is new actually,
Yeah.
because I
how
think under
interesting.
17 used to still be 1 kilometre from
Yes,
memory.
that's what I thought too. But interesting. I mean, personally, I think I prefer, so being involved in para rowing, seeing the difference moving from 1,000 metres to 2,000 metres gives you more time to think about what you're going to do. If things go wrong, there's time to correct it, get into a good rhythm, calm yourself down, row well, and get that boat moving, which is what it's really all about. It's not about rate, it's about distance per stroke and consistent speed over the whole 2,000 metres, isn't it? We've got those placings starting to form now, and the camera zooming in shows that Lane 7's crew of UTS is currently sitting just behind the crew from Lane 5, Northern Beaches Secondary. I was thinking, I don't recognise those zoom suits.
That one had me stumped as well, but it does look like it's the Northern Beaches secondary crew. That's Dion Hansen and Oscar Shiel Gamborg that will just be leading Hunter Hyde and Archie Osborne from UTS. So some
Sydney's
really...
sitting in third, I think.
It looks like it. So quite impressive here from this Northern Beaches secondary crew. I know UTS and Sydney are part of the 4 elite clubs, pathway programs. So really impressive. Northern Beaches secondary really, taking it to these pathway crews, pathway clubs. My apologies. So fantastic work from them, and it'll be interesting to see how these scullers progress. But
yeah, no, I agree with you. I think that Kieran Kabelke and his team have done a fantastic job up there in the Northern Beaches, the group of schools that form the Northern Beaches Secondary College, and it's fantastic to see them all out there racing so hard and so well. So we're through the 1,000 metre mark, coming up to the 1,500 metre mark, and it looks as though that Northern Beaches Secondary crew continues to do well.
yeah, really impressive. What we do find a lot of the time with these first 2K races that a lot of people do is that they might wither away or they might get quite tired at the 1,500 mark. But it looks like this Northern Beaches crew seem like they're still rowing very strong and they still have quite a commanding lead. As these athletes do their first 2K races, a lot of them can approach it similar to a 1K race, and they'll end up getting to the 1,500 metre mark and just realising how much longer it is, unfortunately. But it looks like a really impressive effort from these Northern Beaches guys, and it almost looks like just that UTS crew that might be fading just a touch, as opposed to the Northern Beaches one that have had this commanding lead.
And as they do, Sydney Rowing Club still sitting in third position, but a good second half performance coming from the Cranbrook School crew across there in Lane 3. That's Jasper Dawson-Damer and William Wright, coached by David Cameron. The Redlands crew of Angus McLaughlin and Ethan McFarlane just dropping behind a little now. As we said, this is quite a long race distance for under 17s, fairly new, and it's definitely a challenge if you haven't done this race distance before. Northern Beaches continuing to lead, Dion Hansen and Oscar Shiel Gamborg. Nice rhythm going there.
Yeah, it really looks like they're just rowing quite well, and I think that's a lot of the battle here with this 2K racing, is just ensuring that you are rowing efficiently and you're rowing cleanly, and it's that jump from under 16s to under 17s doesn't seem like a lot, but it's those formative years where you do get a little bit of maturity with your racing, and you can see the Northern Beaches crew just lifting in that last 100. They've seen the Red Boys and they're going, and it's really a very impressive race from these two pretty big boys here. Yeah, and a great sprint from Canberra as well. Yeah, some really good sprinting. Everyone's really taking the rate up in this last stretch, but it will be Northern Beaches. Fantastic work there. Now that's the crew of Hansen and Shiel Gamborg, so fantastic from them. Lane 7, but then it's lane 3 to lane 6. This will for sure be a photo finish. Oh, Lizzie, even in the tower, I couldn't pick that one. So that will be close. I'd say 0.1 of a second, if anything. So very, very close there between third and fourth. And that was lane 3 and lane 6, I believe. So we'll love to see that one as the photo comes out. But finalising the field will be lane 4's Redlands, Angus McLaughlin and Ethan McFarlane. So great racing there. A photo finish which will be fantastic to watch. But again, we've got to give a shout out there to that Northern Beaches secondary crew. Fantastic bit of racing.
Certainly was. So recapping the results, a great win there for the Northern Beaches Secondary College, the crew of Dion Hansen and Oscar Shield-Gamborg, coached by Kieran Kabelke and Isaac Shepherd. A photo finish between, it's showing here the second was, yes it was indeed, sorry, UTS, the crew of Hunter Hyde and Archie Osborne. A photo finish for third between Sydney Rowing Club's Callum Dunn and Connor Greenwood, and Cranbrook School's Jasper Dawson-Damer and William Wright. In fifth, Redlands, the crew of Angus McLaughlin and Ethan McFarlane. The winning time, 7 minutes, 11.11 seconds, and the margin 9.95. Division 2 of the men's under-17 double scull is now in progress. In lane 1 lane 3 representing Cranbrook School, Edward McHugh and James Mills, coached by David Cameron. In lane 4 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Adam Yates and Kobe Reeves, coached by Kieran Kabelke and Isaac Shepherd. In lane 5 from Redlands, Harley Vanderplume with Patrick Walker. In lane 6, a crew from Mossman Rowing Club of Lachlan Fraser and Josh Herridge, coached by Judith Ungermark. And in lane 7, the King's School, Lachlan Smith and Angus Smith. And welcome to the commentary team, Nathan Birch.
Hello, Lizzie.
How are you, Nathan?
I'm good, how are you?
Was that your daughter just racing?
It was, yeah.
Good stuff. Exciting to be back on the course again.
That's right, that's the first race she's had in a single. So she finished an admirable
and
fourth
she did
position.
not fall in. So
she did not fall in.
Success.
Unlike her father in his first sculling race.
Unlike most of us in our first sculling races, yep. Yeah, well, we've got some great racing this morning, and we were just commenting on the fact that this under-17 double scull is over 2,000 metres, which will be a bit of a shock to the system for kids that haven't been racing for quite some time. And what we've seen is that it's really sorted by the time they get to the 1,000-metre mark, it really has sorted out the crews. It's no surprise, Nathan, that Judith Ungermark's crew of Lachlan Fraser and Josh Herridge from Mossman Rowing Club are in the lead.
Yeah,
a fine
in the
coach
distinctive red and white stripes.
As a Mossman man, you'll be proud of that.
Very proud to see that.
And then by the looks of things, sitting in second place, the Northern Beaches Secondary College, who was so impressive in that first race. Oh no, it's Redlands. It is Redlands, and Northern Beaches are in third. So it's Harley Vanderplume, love that name, and Patrick Walker, who are sitting in second place. Mossman in first at the moment, Redlands second, Northern Beaches third, as they come into the final 250 metres of the race. And a good challenge coming from the crew on the near side, the King's School.
Yeah, if Redlands want to do anything, they're quickly running out of time and water. Looks like the Mossman guys got this under control as they come into the last 50 metres of the race.
Be interesting to see what time they do. That rather impressive Northern Beaches Secondary College crew was 7 minutes 11, and this is looking just as strong and powerful. So Mossman Rowing Club crossing the line now to take out Division 2 in the men's under-17 single scull in a time of 7 minutes 12 seconds. So close.
Yeah.
Oh.
There'll be some club rivalry going on as Redlands cross the
might be
line.
A good junior quad in the making there.
Absolutely,
somewhere.
yeah.
Redlands, second place, a great race for them. Great race.
Harley and Patrick congratulate each other. As Northern Beaches cross the line, followed closely by Kings, Lachlan Smith and Angus Smith.
And then back to our crew from the Cranbrook School, Edward McHugh and James Mills. So just recapping the results of Division 2 of the men's under-17 double scull. A win for Mossman Rowing Club, Fraser and Herridge. Second, Redlands, Vanderplume and Walker. Third, Northern Beaches Secondary, Yates and Reeves. Fourth, The King's School, Smith and Smith. And fifth, Cranbrook, McHugh and Mills. The winning time, 7 minutes, 12.59 seconds. And that compares with 7 minutes, 11:11 in Division 1. Now, staying with 2,000 metres, but moving back to women's single sculls, we have a race here in the under-19 single scull, so Division 1 of the combined. In fact, the next division is going to be all under-19s as well. So, in this division, race number 41 on your programme, we have Elizabeth Holter from Redlands in lane 1, Cleo Price from Leichhardt in lane 2, Lila Anderton of UTS in lane 3, Maya Kazal of Queenwood in lane 4, Zara Greenwood of Sydney Rowing Club in lane 5, Madeline Nicol of Queenwood in lane 6, Ella Huber of Sydney Rowing Club in lane 7, and Grace Burke of Mossman Rowing Club in lane 8.
And they've all got off to a good start. From this position, it seems like the boats in lanes 5 and 6, or even 6 and 7, seem to be pushed on. Could be Madeline Nicol and Ella Huber. From this position, it looks like Ella Huber might just have her nose out in front, but it's been close match with Madeline Nicol from Queenwood.
So this age group, under 19s, I guess they should be used to racing 2,000. Well, I suppose nobody's used to racing full stop at the moment, are they? We're all just getting back into it. But I'm sure they will be very pleased with the fact that the wind has suddenly sprung up and it's a tailwind. A little bit swirly in the middle there, but mainly a tailwind down the course.
There's a couple of shadows there. I think actually the Redlands scholar on the far side in lane 1, Elizabeth Holter, I think she's also in contention as well.
She's a very talented individual. We've recognised that name from previous seasons.
Yeah, she may well be.
Yeah, she's certainly well up there, isn't she? With
got
Maddie Nicol from Queenwood and Ella Huber from Sydney Rowing Club. So there are leading 3. Then it does look as though Grace Burke from Mossman is performing quite well, along with Zara Greenwood of Sydney Rowing Club. And is that Lila Anderton of UTS?
I think so,
I'd expect her to do quite well. Yes, it is. From Hallie Chapman's fine stable of young women, coming through under her expert guidance.
So it looks like Ella Huber may have just got a nose in front of Madeline Nicol, but we can't really see at this stage with the angle if Elizabeth Holter is also in contention there. But it's going to be a close run thing, I think, as these three skillers come into the last 100 metres. Elizabeth Holter out by herself on that far side away from the grandstand, but she's certainly upped the rate, and she's put her foot down going for the finish, I think. She's
into the red boys. The others just coming into the red boys too.
So on the far side, Elizabeth Holter.
What a great race.
Coming into the finish, closely followed by Ella Huber from Sydney, who's being pressured by Madeline Nicol from Queenwood. And a good win there for the Redlands sculler. Length and a half in it. Behind Sydney's Ella Huber and Queenwood's Madeline Nicol. Good race there. Zara Greenwood from Sydney. Comfortable finish there in 4th. Grace Burke from Mossman crosses the line. And Lila Anderton from UTS over in lane 3 finishes. We've still got a couple of scullers On the course, I think we've got Cleo Price from Lockhart and Maya Calzal from Queenwood, who are yet to finish.
Well, I think it's fairly safe to say, oh, poor Queenwood Scholar, I think she's just gone,
she's nearly
2,000 metres is a long way.
There's a bit of an issue there.
Good on her, though. You know, it's
she's picking it up.
you've got to be brave just to get out there in a single scull,
Yeah.
haven't you? So good on her. So as our last two scullers come towards the line, we can give you the results of the first division of the women's under-19 / under-21 single scull. This one is all under-19, and the winner was Redlands, Elizabeth Holter. Second, Sydney Rowing Club, Ella Huber. Third, Queenwood, Madeline Nicol. Fourth, Sydney Rowing Club, Zara Greenwood. Fifth, Mossman Rowing Club, Grace Burke. Sixth, UTS, Lila Anderton. Seventh, Leichhardt, Cleo Price. And eighth, Queenwood, Maya Kazal. The winning time, 8 minutes, 34.5 seconds. The margins, 4.48 and 1.27. Division 2, now underway.
Yeah, in Division 2, this is also an under-19 race as well, so no under-21s here. In Lane 1 from Sydney, Laura Seifer. In Lane 2 from Loretta Kirribilli, Lucy Howard. Redlands Sculler, Sophia Maxwell in Lane 3. From UTS, Paige Critchlow. From Queenwood, Eliza Cook. From Mossman, Lillian Hyde. From Sydney, Talissa Knock Driver. And in Lane 8, nearest the grandstand, from UTS is Sarah Breckentree.
Yeah, so some of just checking through the program to see the earlier races, and some of these girls did race earlier in the under-19 / under-21 double scull, so that was at 9:30 this morning. And Talisa Knocker Driver from lane number 7 was in a double scull that placed first in the first division. So so it'll be interesting to see how she gets on in the single scull. Certainly a very talented single sculler. Turns up to the high performance time trials and has done for a couple of years. Good to see Sarah Berretree back, because she's been she hasn't been so obvious this year. So that's great to see that she's still battling away there in the single, coached by Hallie Chapman over at UTS and Alex Field.
Yeah, we've got an interesting split again in this field. So on the far side in lane 1, both split from Sydney. Laura Seifer in lane 1, and then in lane 7 again from Sydney, Talissa Knock Driver seem to be at this stage out in front. Looks like Lillian Hyde from Mossman maybe in 3rd place. But as you go through the 1500 mark, it certainly looks like on the far side, Laura Seifer, followed by, it's actually difficult to see at this stage, Talissa Knock Driver, and then the rest of the pack behind them.
Here we go. Yeah, it does look as though it's lane 1's. Sydney Rowing Club sculler Laura Seifer in the lead over Talisa Knocker Driver in lane 7, you're right. Yeah, Mossman's Lillian Hyde looking as though she's sitting in 3rd position, and then is that Eliza Cook from Queenwood? No, it is Mossman's. Sorry, yeah. Lillian Hyde, and then it's back to UTS. So it would be the UTS sculler Paige Critchlow, and then the UTS sculler Sarah Berretree.
So it looks like the Sydney scullers are going to fight out for 1st and 2nd place. Slight lane or course adjustment there in lane 7 from Talissa Knock Driver. Coming into the last 100 metres.
And how great. They're cranking it up just as the other Sydney Rowing Club scullers have done so. 2,000 metres, no mean feat, but it's clearly not an issue for these well-conditioned Sydney Rowing Club scullers from the stable of Longman and Czech. And it will be Talisa Knocker-Driver who will take out first place, and Laura Seifer will have to settle for second place in this race.
Good win there for Knocker-Driver. 3 or 4 boat lengths in front of Laura Seifer.
And then increasingly we're seeing some really good performances from Katie Healy's squad at Mossman Rowing Club. So this is Lillian Hyde crossing the line now in third position, and again a good strong finish from the Mossman scullers.
Considerably quicker heat that.
Yes, it was, wasn't it?
Laura Seifer almost 20 seconds in front of the winner from Redlands in the previous race. That's Paige Critchlow crossing the finish. It's going to be a tight finish between lane 8 and lane 5 here, between Queenwood
and UTS.
And UTS.
Yeah, but
UTS just pips it.
And then pretty good performance from Lucy Howard of Loreto Kirribilli throughout the race. She crosses the line in this race in 7th position, but promising looking sculler. And then in 8th, Sophia Maxwell from Redlands completes our field. So recapping on the results of Division 2 in the women's under-19, under-21 single scull, a division that was full of under-19 scullers. It was a win for Talisa Knocker-Driver of Sydney Rowing Club. Second, Laura Seifer, Sydney Rowing Club. Third, Lillian Hyde, Mossman Rowing Club. Fourth, Paige Critchlow, UTS. Fifth, Eliza Cook, Queenwood. Sixth, Lucy Howard, Loreto.
Loreto Kirribilli, yeah.
We've missed the other UTS sculler out. Sorry, no. Fifth should be UTS Sarah Berretry. Sixth, Eliza Cook from Queenwood. Seventh was Lucy Howard from Loreto Kirribilli. Eighth, Sophia Maxwell from Redlands. The winning time, 8 minutes 13.88 seconds, compared with 8:34 in the previous division.
Yeah, much quicker heat. All three, the top 3 scullers in that second division would have beaten the first place sculler in the previous division.
They would, but I have to question whether some of that was wind assisted, looking at how the how it's gone. So the third division is underway, and this time a mix between under-19s and under-21s. In lane 1 from Mossman, Imogen Gray, also coached by Katie Healy, she's under-19. In lane 2, Sydney University Boat Club, Alexandra O'Brien. And in lane 3, Madison Joins from Penrith Rowing Club, coached by Lindsay Callahan and Charlotte Toos-Cutler. Those are the under-19s in the race. Then moving on to under-21s, we have Caitlin McManus-Barrett from Sydney Rowing Club, although she's studying in Canberra at the moment. In lane 5, Evie Thompson from Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 6, Ella Cassin from Sydney University Boat Club. In lane 7, Eloise Lambden from ANU and the ACT High Performance Programme, coached by David Framano of Actas. In lane 8, Isabella Scammell from Kinross Walleroy. And in lane 9, Grace Livingston from Sydney University Boat Club.
Yeah, interesting race. All the under-21s have got out in the front. There is a scratch, I believe, in the under-29s from Sydney University, Alexandra O'Brien. But under-21s race, it looks like a familiar name, Isabella Scammell from Kinross Walleroy.
Junior women's double last year for Australia.
Yep, she's certainly out in front. And I think on the other side there, it's I think it's Caitlin McManus-Barrett on the far side who might be in second place in the under-21s race. In the under-19s race, I think it might be Imogen Gray, just got a bow ball ahead of Madison Joins from Penrith.
But yeah, really impressive scull coming here from Isabella Scammell of Kinross Walleroy. And sorry, it was the junior women's quad, wasn't it? Because she was coached by Sarah Cook.
Very relaxed.
Yeah, nice.
Sculling style, under no real pressure.
Great race, though, from Caitlin McManus-Barrett, taking it to her.
Crosses the line, Isabel Scammell from Kinross Walleroy. In lane 4, Caitlin McManus-Barrett finished second. And a great race there from Eloise Lambden from ANU ACT. Sydney University Ella Cassin finishes just in front of Sydney's Evie Thompson. And the sculler from Mossman, Imogen Gray, takes six, but first in the under-19 section from Madison Joins from Penrith. So, looks like the results there. In first place from Kinross Walleroy, Isabel Scammell in a time of 8 minutes 11. In second from Sydney, Caitlin McManus Barrett. In third from ANU, Eloise Lambden. Fourth, Sydney University's Ella Cassin. Fifth, from Sydney, Evie Thompson. Sixth, and in first place in the under-19s is Imogen Gray. Seventh was Penrith's Maddie Joins, and in eighth place, Sydney's University Grace Livingston.
Division 4 is now in progress. We have Eve Timms from Drummoyne Rowing Club in lane 2. She's an under-21 sculler, coached by Robin Mackney. In lane 3, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Eliza Dunlop, coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Check. In lane 4, from Kinross Walleroy, Freya Neville. In lane 5, from Sydney University Boat Club, Grace Turner. In lane 6, from Sydney Rowing Club, Neve Graham, coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Check. And in lane 7, from ANU and the ACT High Performance Programme, Elizabeth Gregory, coached by Dave Romano. All of these scullers are under 21. They are, looks to me as though they're coming up to the 750 metre mark. And who would that be? Looks like Kinross Walleroy. Freya Neville might well be in the lead. Freya Neville, of course, the doubles partner of Isabella Scammell, who won the previous race. And also a member of the junior women's quad last year. So that wind has, although the flags have dropped considerably down here at the grandstand, there's very definitely still a little bit of breeze, and there's a real wind shadow. So at the moment those scullers are sculling with the wind, but they're about to come into much calmer conditions. And as they reach the 1,000 metre mark, the positions are starting to sort themselves out. So it actually is not, is it? Freya Neville. Oh, maybe it is. It's very hard to tell, isn't it? Oh, here we go. It's Sydney Uni sculler, so it must be Grace Turner.
Yep, and she looks like she's, I think she's ahead of Neve Graham in the lane next to her. Very difficult to see. Oh no, I tell a lie.
Okay,
it's
yep. So
Elizabeth Gregory, who looks like second.
looks a little strange. Right, so we've had a really good look through the binoculars now to try and figure out what's going on, and we do believe Grace Turner from Sydney University Boat Club is in the lead. In second, Freya Neville from Kinross Walleroy. Currently sitting in third, Elizabeth Gregory from ANU, and in fourth, Neve Graham from Sydney Rowing Club. And then it's across to Eve Timms of Drummoyne Rowing Club in lane 2. It would appear that Eliza Dunlop from Sydney Rowing Club is not in the race. They're coming up to the 1500, oh no, that's the umpire coming up to the 1500 metre mark. So as they close in on the grandstand, we get now a much clearer idea of what's going on, and there's certainly a really good push coming from Elizabeth Gregory in the lane closest to the bank. She is pushed past Neve Graham of Sydney Rowing Club, and she is closing on Grace Turner. It looks as though Freya Neville from Kinross Walleroy is battling things a little in this last 500. And then across to Eve Timms of Drummoyne Rowing Club, who's had a very steady row all the way up the course. Still sitting in 5th position at the moment, but closing in on Freya Neville.
Yeah, something's gone on in the middle of this race, which we don't really know. It looked like Freya Neville dropped off very quickly. But it looks like it's going to be a race to the finish between Grace Turner and Elizabeth Gregory.
With a really good showing from Neve Graham in the dying stages of the race. She looks as though she's going to take out third. Good on her.
Coming into the last 100 metres, Sydney University versus ANU. Bragging rights here.
Oh, yeah.
As Grace Turner just ups her rate slightly. She comes into the final stretch. Elizabeth Gregory hasn't really responded. Now she goes. But Grace Turner's just managed to pull out at least a length there. And in lane 5, Grace Turner from Sydney University. Good row there to finish in first place. Strong showing from Elizabeth Gregory. 2 lengths behind her from ANU. And a great race there from Neve Graham from Sydney to finish third. Freya Neville and Eve Timms neck and neck. Freya Neville by half a boat length over Neve Timms from Drummoyne. Good racing there.
So recapping the results of Division 4 of our women's single scull. All under 21s, and the first place was taken out by Sydney University Boat Club, Grace Turner. Second, ANU ACT High Performance Programme, Elizabeth Gregory. Third, Sydney Rowing Club, Neve Graham. Fourth, Kinross Walleroy, Freya Neville. Fifth, Drummoyne Rowing Club, Eve Timms. Winning time, 8 minutes, 18 seconds.
Which was 7 seconds slower than the previous
and that wind
heat.
has completely dropped off now. We've got a lovely calm lake. And what a shame that a number of our double sculls from the next race, which is the final of the straight final of the men's under 19 and under 21 double scull, has got a lot of withdrawals. We are left with lane 1, Canberra Rowing Club, Alex Tomanovitz with Jackson Boyd, coached by Tom Hayes and Mark Krakowski. Mossman Rowing Club in lane 2 have scratched. UTS, Cameron Ogilvie and Tate Van Heemst, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman, are in lane 3. Scratchings from lane 4 Canberra, lane 5 Kings. Still in the race, lane 6 Cranbrook School, Oliver Klotz and James Scott Brown, coached by David Cameron. The other Kings crew from lane 7 has scratched. Redlands are contesting. They are under 19s. They're in lane 8, and that crew is Oliver Rose and Aaron Drake. And then in lane 9 from Cranbrook School, Jack Dawson and Max Summerhays, coached by David Cameron.
So this is in the under 21s. It looks like a straight battle between Canberra and UTS, with UTS, I think, from this stage out in front at the moment. In the under 19s, there's only 3 boats in it, I think, and it looks like the boat in the middle of the field from Cranbrook, Oliver Klotz and James Scott Brown, have got their nose in front of actually all the pack. So the under 19s taking it to the under 21s, which is good to see as we go through the 1500 metre mark. In first place is Canberra. think the boat on this side in lane 9 could be Cranbrook. So as we come into the last 100 metres, it looks like the boat from the under-19s boat of Klotz and Scott Brown from Cranbrook are got the nose slightly in front of the under-22 boat from under-21 boat from UTS of Ogilvie and Van Hemst. This is going to be a great race to the finish here between these boats in different divisions. The boys in the under-19s from Cranbrook.
Ooh, they've
not
definitely
giving
got
an
their
inch.
tails up, haven't they?
Absolutely, there they go.
Fantastic.
Cranbrook have just bumped that rating up a couple of notches under pressure from UTS. It's going to be a very close finish here. Neither boat giving a quarter, and it's going to be very
Excellent
close.
finish from those juniors. They have taken
They're
out
just
the
taking
division.
it. Cranbrook just by a bow ball there over UTS.
Some great racing.
On the far side, finishing second in the under-21s boat from Canberra. As they cross the line, and then the remaining boats in the under-19s, Cranbrook 2, Dawson and Summerhays. Summerhays just looking over his right shoulder as he approaches the finish line. 2 strokes to go. And a nice looking scull here from Oliver Rose and Aaron Drake from Redlands. Upping the rate towards the finish.
There we go. So that was a combined event, men's under-19 and men's under-21 double scull. In the under-21s, a win for Cameron Ogilvie and Tate Van Heemst of UTS over Canberra Rowing Club's Alex Tomanowitz and Jackson Boyd. In the juniors, the under-19s, a win for Oliver Klotz and James Scott Brown of Cranbrook, coached by David Cameron. Second in the under-19s was Cranbrook 2, Jack Dawson and Max Summerhays, also coached by David Cameron. And third was the Redlands crew of Oliver Rose and Aaron Drake. So we move now to the women's, I'm pretty sure women's under-17 single scull Division 1 is underway. So in lane 1, representing Glebe Rowing Club, we have Bridie Morrison, coached by Nick Galea. In lane 2, we should have had Sydney Rowing Club, but Neve Tierney went out and won the under-19 division about half an hour ago, so she's not in the race. Well done to her. Redlands, represented by Briar Carter in lane 3. Queenwood, Emerson Stock in lane 4. Newcastle Grammar, Grace Charge in lane 5. Loreto Kirribilli, Lauren Moran in lane 6, coached by Michael Benarius and Lachlan Allen. Lane 7, Kinross Walleroy, represented by Lucy Searle. And in lane 8, our Redlands sculler has scratched. That's Georgia Verschaw. So, Glebe in lane 1, Redlands in lane 3, Queenwood lane 4, Newcastle Grammar lane 5, Loreto Kirribilli lane 6, and Kinross Walleroy lane 7.
So I've got it on good authority. Some of these will be still recovering from their Year 10 formals, which were held this week.
Oh yeah, that was quite an interesting drive out here this morning actually
I'm
from
sure
Sydney.
It was, yeah.
Yep, there were a few Year 12s and Year 10s still on their way home.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's hope they wore face masks. Suspect they didn't.
I think face masks is the least of their worries right now.
So we mentioned Kinross Walleroy earlier, winning in their singles races, the Kinross Walleroy scullers who represented at junior level last year, under 19 level. Kinross Walleroy, such a strong stable of scullers throughout the school years, and Lucy Searle is no exception to that. She's well known to all of us from her racing in doubles and quads last season and the season before and the season before that, and I'm sure I've seen her in the Cox's seat as well, and she is leading Division 1 of the women's under-17 single scull at the moment.
And she's well out in front there, looking very comfortable, I can
She
see
is
from the
indeed.
video.
Yeah.
She's been followed by, I think, just on her right by Lauren Moran from Loreto Kirribilli.
Yep, and another well-known name.
And then it may be Emmy Stock from Queenwood in third.
Yes, does look like it. Great to see such strong representation in single sculls, actually. I guess everybody's had to go single sculling, haven't they, with the restrictions. And that's shown that there's a lot more confidence now in the younger age group to actually get out here and go racing. Look at that wind, it's picked up again.
Yeah, I think, well, fingers crossed, if we come out of this side of Christmas and the restrictions aren't as restrictive, then hopefully we can start getting into some of the bigger boats. Very comfortable scull here from Lucy Searle.
Leading by a long way, isn't she, over
Yeah.
Lauren Moran of Loreto Kirribilli, and then back to Emerson Stock of Queenwood. Sitting in fourth position, looks as though it's Grace Charge of Newcastle Grammar, then Briar Carter of Redlands, and I can't see Lane 1's Bridie Morrison. Oh no, there she is. She's there.
She's there.
In the shadows. So some of these, it's under 17, so some of these girls, like Lucy and Lauren, for example, have been sculling for a couple of years now and are quite used to racing and racing in singles, and others will be very new to it. So hence the spread from winner to last position in this women's under 17 single scull, but no question at all from go to woe, it was Lucy Searle of Kinross Walleroy taking out Division 1 of the women's under 17 single scull, race number 46 on our programme.
Great finish there from Lucy Searle, just showboating over the finish line. Another strong finish here from Loreto Kirribilli's Lauren Moran.
Nice sculling.
Both Lucy and Lauren a long way out in front of Emmy Stock from Queenwood, who in herself is equally out in front of the remaining field. Queenwood boat in lane 4, Emmy Stock finishing third. Newcastle Grammar, Grace Charge. Is she going to live up to her name and charge to the finish? Maybe not, I don't blame her. Briar Carter from Redlands on the far side in lane 3. Crosses over the line.
And then our final competitor, Bridie Morrison from Glebe Rowing Club, taking a more cautious approach, but she's done it, which is exciting.
Give her a round of applause. Bridie Morrison from Glebe Rowing Club.
It's a big ask to do 2,000 metres, isn't it? Good on her. So just recapping the results of Division 1 of the women's under-17 single scull. A win for Kinross Walleroy, Lucy Searle. Second, Loreto Kirribilli, Lauren Moran. Third, Queenwood, Emerson Stock. Fourth, Newcastle Grammar, Grace Charge. Fifth, Redlands, Briar Carter. And sixth, Glebe Rowing Club, Bridie Morrison. Winning time, 8 minutes, 16.51 seconds. Division 2 is underway. Chloe Driver from Queenwood has scratched. Sydney University are in lane 3, represented by Alexandra O'Brien. In lane 4, Sydney Rowing Club, Alice Bennett. In lane 5, Redlands, Alana Mansfield. In lane 6, Nepean Rowing Club, Olivia Harris, coached by Daniel and Jason Waddell. In lane 7, Loreto Kirribilli, Alyssa Fickers, coached by Michael Benarius and Lachlan Allen. And in lane 8, from Newcastle Grammar School, Alice McCready.
So this is becoming an interesting race. I think Alyssa Fickers, whose name is kind of familiar with us, is out in front by the looks of things. But on the far side, I can't see whether it's
Alexandra O'Brien, that would
Alex
be, from
O'Brien,
Sydney University,
yeah.
I think. Yep. Yes.
is in second place by the looks of things.
Yeah. And then third looks as though it is Nepean Rowing Club.
Olivia Harris.
Yes. And then fourth would be Alice Bennett from Sydney Rowing Club at the moment.
Alice, who went with her sister to the national champs. I think she was the youngest rower.
Wow. Good honour.
I think she's one to watch in the future.
And we were talking earlier, Peter Waldersee and I, about the coaching combo there at Sydney Rowing Club of Jonathan Czech, who of course has a proud history really in coaching junior women, both in South Africa and here in Australia, and Brendan Longman, talented coach, who's built up a great stable of junior women there with Donovan at Sydney Rowing Club. So Alice is in good company, a good squad, and highly competitive. And competitive is where it's at now, with Sydney University Boat Club's Alexandra O'Brien determined to really take that race to Alyssa Fickers from Loreto Kirribilli. Alyssa, quite experienced, raced in her single at the National Championships, was in the New South Wales Pathways 8 this year. And Alexandra, I know her coach believes she's quite talented.
Charging
and
hard,
she's
good
certainly
finish there.
showing she's got the mettle
Yeah.
to take it up in the last 250.
Yeah, she chased her down there. Alyssa was quite leisurely there until she felt the pressure. But Loreto Kirribilli's Alyssa Fickers takes the win. A couple of boat lengths in front of Alexandra O'Brien with a strong finish there.
And here comes Nepean Rowing Club, our local rower, Olivia Harris, who's coached by Daniel and Jason Woodell. And then it's back to the battle between the schools of Newcastle Grammar and Redlands, battling it out. Good old Redlands, got their reindeer antlers on, and in between the two, Sydney Rowing Club's Alice Bennett.
Yeah, Alice, a couple of years behind her sister, who's also racing today, but that's a great result from Alice, who finishes fourth.
And now Redlands versus Newcastle Grammar, they're neck and neck. Last few strokes, and it's Newcastle Grammar's Alice McCready pushes her boat across the line to take out fifth position. Alana Mansfield will have to settle for sixth, but what a great race. Recapping the results of Division 2 of the women's under-17 single scull, it was a win for Loreto Kirribilli, Alyssa Fickers. Second, Sydney University, Alexandra O'Brien. Third, Nepean, Olivia Harris. Fourth, Sydney, Alice Bennett. Fifth, Newcastle Grammar, Alice McCready. And sixth, Redlands, Alana Mansfield. The winning time, 8 minutes 26.78. Division 3 is underway. In lane 2, we have Charlotte Scamps representing Redlands. In lane 3, Matilda Damien representing Loreto Kirribilli. In lane 4, Liesl Page representing Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 5, Brooke Lancaster representing Queenwood. In lane 6, Catherine Wilcock representing Mossman Rowing Club. In lane 7, Elizabeth Powell representing Leichhardt Rowing Club. And in lane 8, Jemima Mackenzie from Newcastle Grammar School.
At the moment it's difficult to see, but I think it's going to be Liesl Page, I think, from Sydney. Without the aid of binoculars, it's quite difficult. Could be both boats either side, Matilda, Damien and Brooke Lancaster for second and third, with maybe Leichhardt's Elizabeth Powell in fourth at the moment. Mossman, Catherine Wilcox in 5th. Looks like on the far side, Charlotte Scamp. And the near side, Jemima Mackenzie, sorry.
Interesting how much closer this one is than the first division, but I guess we're now getting to more level playing field because these are now people who are less experienced than our first division.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's a fine lead Liesl Page from Sydney Rowing Club has there. Certainly very impressive, the junior women's squad from Sydney Rowing Club. They're showing here today, sending a very clear message about their intentions for the season ahead, I must say.
Absolutely.
Can't wait to see them in combinations in crews as well. Of course, it was Lachlan Carter from Sydney Rowing Club who took that junior women's 4 across to the World Championships a few years ago and came home with a silver medal. So let's hope these girls have got that fire in their belly to do the same, and fingers crossed there'll actually be some international racing for them this season.
And Liesl Page, very comfortable win for her. Long way out in front. Takes it over the finish line, no problems at all there. Race on for second and third between Mossman and Loretto Kirribilli. Between Queenwood and Loretto Kirribilli.
That's a great finish from Brooke Lancaster of Queenwood, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really striding out now.
Definitely eked the
Looking
lead
strong.
out there. Looking great. Well done, Brooke. She's bar a disaster now. She will finish a couple of boat lengths ahead of Matilda Damien.
But a very spirited row from Matilda there in her reindeer antlers. Good for her. And that reminds me that there will be some prizes awarded soon.
Elizabeth Powell from Leichhardt. Great race. Coming across the line there. And then we've got Jemima Mackenzie from Newcastle Grammar. Catherine Wilcox from Mossman. And from Redlands on the far side, Charlotte Scamps bringing up the rear of the field. Well done, Brooke.
And as our final sculler approaches the line, just recapping on the results then for Division 3 of the Women's Under-17 Single Scull. Another win for Sydney Rowing Club, this time Liesl Page. Second, Queenwood, Brooke Lancaster. Third, Loretto Kirribilli, Matilda Damien. Fourth, Leichhardt, Elizabeth Powell. Fifth, Newcastle Grammar School, Jemima Mackenzie. Sixth, Mossman Rowing Club, Catherine Wilcock. And seventh, Redlands, Charlotte Scamps. The winning time for Liesl Page, 8 minutes, 25.65 seconds. So just a smidge quicker than Alyssa Fickers in the previous race. Some great racing going on here. So Division 4, that's now underway. And we have Redlands again in lane 2, Phoebe Cunningham. Nepean Rowing Club in lane 3, Lila Fanua, coached by Daniel and Jason Waddell. In lane 4, Newcastle Grammar School, Jasmine Withford. In lane 5, Penrith Rowing Club, Charlotte Murray, coached by Lindsay Callahan and Charlotte Toos Cutler. In lane 6, Loretto Kirribilli, Claire Flanagan, coached by Michael Benarius. In lane 7, from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Emma Malka, coached by Robin Mackney and Graham Gardner. And in lane 8, from North Sydney Girls, Amaya Kumaraga, coached by Philip Brown.
An early showing shows that the sculler, Emma Malka from Drummoyne, has taken out a couple of lengths lead there. Followed in second place by Penrith's Charlotte Murray as they go through the 1,000-metre mark. Very close there between Nepean and Newcastle by the looks of things. And it's hard to decipher who else at this stage. But Emma Malka from Drummoyne looks like she's got a good couple of lengths lead, sculling quite comfortably there.
Yeah, again, it's much closer, this division, than some of the earlier ones. So exciting to see. This is the final division of the women's under-17 single scull, and how fantastic to have 4 divisions of under-17 single sculls. So a good start from Emma Malka of Drummoyne Rowing Club. Again, fantastic coaches. She's got Robin Mackney, who's been coaching women, well, juniors for some time now, both at Drummoyne Rowing Club and at UTS. So great to have her there. And then Graham Gardner, who of course represented as a lightweight himself in previous years and has done a fantastic service to the New South Wales rowing community with all of his coaching, as has Robin. So whilst Emma continues to perform strongly, there's a big push coming from Charlotte Murray of Penrith Rowing Club, still sitting in second position, but definitely not backing off at all. And then in between the two of them, Loreto Kiribili's Claire Flanagan, coached by Michael Benarius, sculling strongly.
So come through the 12.50. I think it's still Emma out in front, but Charlotte Murray in the red boat in the middle of the field is pushing hard.
Yeah, she had a great season last season. I think it might have been her and Maddie Joins who won the under-19 double scull at the New South Wales State Championships.
So Drummoyne followed by Penrith, and there is some gap. I think it could be the boat from the Nepean, and then the far side, Newcastle Grammar.
And Redlands
and
across in lane either one
or two, yeah.
And that Newcastle Grammar sculler actually looking like she's having a really good row. That's Jasmine Withford. So Newcastle Grammar School, new head coach, Brad Smith, previously at Glebe Rowing Club. Has brought a lot of scullers here, very keen to have them out in single sculls. And they certainly are having a great first regatta. In fact, that Newcastle Grammar School coach now has caught up with Claire Flanagan from Loreto Kirribilli, and both of them looking pretty strong for that second half. But Emma Malka, she's got tail up, Drummoyne Rowing Club, powering in now to the last 250 metres of the race. Charlotte Murray not letting her go at all, but doesn't look as though she's actually going to be able to come through Emma.
She's got ambitions on first place. She's got to go pretty quickly up that rate, maybe, because she's quickly running out of water, and Emma Malka looks very comfortable. Charlotte just raising the rate as she goes into 250. Doesn't look like Emma's really responded at the moment. Quite comfortable holding that lead off.
Great finish there. Here she comes, Emma Malka, Drummoyne Rowing Club. So good to see Drummoyne on the podium. A very controlled row, very nice indeed.
Emma Malka finishing first from Drummoyne. In second place, great row from Charlotte Murray from Penrith in the red boat. And equally impressive from Loreto Kirribilli, Claire Flanagan finishing third. Jasmine Withford from Newcastle Grammar. Great result there, finishing fourth. From Redlands, Phoebe Cunningham on the far side of lane 2, finishing fifth. And Leila Fanoa from Nepean. Just going to keep her nose out in front of the boat from North Sydney Girls.
So, safely across the line, all 7 of our scullers. The final positions of Division 4 in the women's under-17 single scull was a win for Drummoyne Rowing Club's Emma Malka. Second, Penrith Rowing Club, Charlotte Murray. Third, Loreto Kirribilli, Claire Flanagan. Fourth, Newcastle Grammar School, Jasmine Whitford. Fifth, Redlands, Phoebe Cunningham. Sixth, Nepean Rowing Club, Leila Fonua. And seventh, North Sydney Girls, Amaya Kumaraga. The winning time, 9 minutes, 13.57 seconds.
This is going to be a close one, the next one.
Our men's novice double, oh no, University of New South Wales have had to withdraw, so it looks as though it's a row over for Cranbrook School, Henry Dawson and James Mills. What a shame, because those Cranbrook doubles were really feisty in the earlier races, weren't they?
Yep.
But they're here. They're rowing over. They'll get their medals or pots or whatever it is we're presenting today. And by the way, if you have raced and you've won your division, please go to boat bay number 1 to return your bow number and collect your award. So we have Cranbrook School here. Rowing over, the crew of Henry Dawson and James Mills. Good on them. They're cranking it up into the finish. Going for a time.
Well done, boys. Like to see that finish. Oh, there we go. They are cranking it up. Don't mess it up now, boys. Very embarrassing. Well done. Cranbrook with a row over there for the men's novice double scull. That was race 50.
1,000 metres, and they did it in a time of 4 minutes, 1.44 seconds. So on the big screen now, we have Division 1 of the men's under-16 double scull. Newcastle Grammar in lane 1, Thomas Clarkson and Connor Elvish. Redlands in lane 2, Philip Feller and Zachary Bourness. Lane 3, Sydney Rowing Club, Callum Dunn and Connor Greenwood. Lane 4, Newcastle Grammar, Lucas Burton and Elliot Collins. Lane 5, Cranbrook, Lachlan Larson and Alexander Murdoch. Lane 6, Newcastle Grammar, Ronan Brown and Mitchell Chung. Lane 7, Redlands, Daniel Coppers and Daniel Bourness. Lane 8, Newcastle Grammar School, Gabrielle Leishman and Marcus Lumley. And Lane 9, the Northern Beaches Secondary College, William Robertson and Levi Williams.
And this is a 1,000-metre race. We've just seen them start. It looks like the boys from Newcastle Grammar got a great start there. Closely followed by Robertson and Williams from Northern Beaches Secondary.
So earlier on their under 17, was it, or under 19 doubles were very impressive. So it'll be interesting to see how these younger lads get on. Coached by Kieran Kabelke and Isaac Shepherd. Kieran, a representative at senior level and under 23 level in the Australian team. A product of the Talent ID program through the New South Wales Institute of Sport that was based out of Mosman Rowing Club about 150 years ago. Yeah. I know, because that was me.
It looks like
a great stable of guys.
It looks like the guys from Northern Beaches have got their nose in front, slightly from the Newcastle Grammar School. Nearest side to the grandstand.
And then Sydney Rowing Club's Callum Dunn and Connor Greenwood also looking very strong in the first half of the race. So there's 500 metres gone.
Yeah, 1,000 metres. This really is a sprint to the finish.
Newcastle Grammar looking very good, aren't they? Right up there.
And this is going to be a good race.
So first Northern Beaches, second Newcastle Grammar 1, Leishman and Lumley. Third at the moment, Dunn and Greenwood from Sydney Rowing Club.
Well, it's close in the middle. Yeah, then I'd go maybe Cranbrook and then Newcastle, yeah.
Yep.
Slight course adjustment there from Northern Beaches Secondary. But they're holding on to that first place by the looks of things. Holding on from Newcastle Grammar.
Lane 5 appears to be a Christmas tree. Listed as Alexander Murdoch, but looks as though it is a Christmas tree in the bow seat.
Yeah. I think he's going for the best dressed crew. Northern Beaches keep on going.
Looking good. Newcastle Grammar not letting them get away though.
Not at all.
So
Big
they
push
now really are out in front,
from
and then
the
it's lane 5.
Yeah, big push from the crew from Sydney.
Go Cranbrook. Oh no, sorry, Sydney Rowing Club. Wow, they look good too.
Come on, boys from the Northern Beaches.
Come on, boys from the inner west. So, Sydney Rowing Club over on the far side, Northern Beaches on the near side, Newcastle Grammar bringing that country flavour.
Sydney just take
Sydney
it
Rowing
from
Club take it.
Northern Beaches. Third.
Central Coast third, Newcastle
Newcastle
Grammar.
Grammar,
And
yeah.
here comes the Christmas tree. Lachlan Larson, Alexander Murdoch from Cranbrook will place 4th.
Newcastle Grammar of Ronan Brown and Mitchell Chung. 5th.
Newcastle Grammar, Lucas Burton and Elliot Collins 6th.
And bragging rights from the 2 Redlands crew. Looks like Daniel and Daniel in lane 7. Coopers and Bournes will just take it away from Philip Feller and Zachary Bournes on the other side.
And then our final contestants are across on the far side. Thomas Clarkson and Connor Elvish from Newcastle Grammar. So they look like they might be a younger crew.
Wonder if
And
that
we have
was...
a Father Christmas in the bow seat of this one. So as our final crew approaches the line, just recapping the placings in the men's under-16 double scull Division 1. It was a win for Sydney Rowing Club, Dunn and Greenwood second. Northern Beaches secondary, Robertson and Williams. Third, Newcastle Grammar, Leishman and Lumley. Fourth, Cranbrook, Larson and Murdoch. Fifth, Newcastle Grammar, Brown and Chung. Sixth, Newcastle Grammar, Burton and Collins. Seventh, Redlands, Coppers and Bournes. Eighth, Redlands, Feller and Bournes. Sorry, that wasn't Copper and Bournes. Oh, it was. Different Bournes. There we go. Must have 2 brothers. And ninth, Newcastle Grammar, Clarkson and Elvish. That winning time over 1,000 metres for Sydney Rowing Club was 3 minutes, 37.9.
We're just coming to the final stages of the men's under-16 Division 2. And I think it looks like the boys from Glebe.
Yay. Carter Clifton and Zachary Hyde, coached by Nick Galea. They definitely are in the lead over Newcastle Grammar School's Jet Floyer Kell and Henry Guest. And then sitting in third next to them from shore, Lachlan Paris and Jack Riding, coached by Warwick Payne.
Cranbrook boys in lane 9 need to straighten up the course. There we go. But it looks like a great win there for Clifton and Hyde. Not only number 1, but definitely the most festive-looking crew in this race. Newcastle Grammar, Floyer Kell and Henry Guest finished second. Shaw just take it away from Cranbrook for third and fourth.
Good finish from Cranbrook there.
Newcastle Grammar, Kobe Young, Vincent Mitef.
Yep, and then it's going to be across to the Northern Beaches Secondary College, Matthew Hussey and Jel Speaker, coached by Kieran Kabelke and Isaac Shepherd. They will take out 6th.
With Redlands, Tebbott and Whitney taking out 7th.
Northern Beaches Secondary College, Ruben Cooper and Julianne Lemaitre taking out 8th.
And on the far side in lane 1, looks like the Newcastle Grammar School of Braden McKeown and Cormac Cairns.
So just recapping the placings then, a win for Glebe Rowing Club in Division 2 of the men's under-16 double scull. Carter Clifton and Zachary Hyde. Second, Newcastle Grammar, Floyer Kell and Guest. Third, Shaw, Paris and Riding. Fourth, Cranbrook, Mills and Stone. Fifth, Newcastle Grammar, Young and Mitef. Sixth, Northern Beaches Secondary, Hussey and Spiker. Seventh, Redlands, Tebbott and Whitney. Eighth, Northern Beaches Secondary, Cooper and Lemaitre. And ninth, Newcastle Grammar, McEwen and Cairns. The winning time, 3 minutes, 41.3. I think we have a slight break now. And then we are going to have women's under 15 and, yeah, it's all under 15 coxed quads hurtling down 1,000 metres in Division 1 of that event.
Bedecked, every one of them, or most of them, with tinsel, I must add.
Fantastic. Oh, indeed they are. You see on the screen, folks.
North Sydney Girls Quad and Newcastle Grammar and Northern Beaches Secondary. It's like another person in the boat.
Fantastic.
There you go. 1,000-metre race. Race number 53, the women's under 15, under 16 coxed quad scull.
Good to see those coxes all dressed up too.
Off they go.
So, in lane 2, Redlands, Annabelle Huang, Juliet Trelaw, Kira Attard and Lily Wainberg, coxed by Jack Meek. In lane 3, Northern Beaches Secondary, Alison And, Tanya Hornby, Amber Riddle and Frida Kirkham, coxed by Chase McLean. In lane 4, Loretto Kirribilli, Chloe Alsop, Annalise Radakach, Kate Whitson and Elsie Hutton, coxed by Annabelle Peel. In lane 5, Loretto Kirribilli, Ava Charles, Rachel Risby, Georgia Moran and Mabel Oxenham, coxed by Ruby Kozub. In lane 6, Northern Beaches Secondary, Sophia G, Eloise Searle, Amelia Martin and Amelia Murray, coxed by Selena Panetta. In lane 7, Newcastle Grammar, Zali Gins, Sadie Smart, Molly Boyle and Annabelle Mackenzie, coxed by Claudia Wills. And in lane 8, North Sydney Girls, Eva Dye, Sabrina Zhang, Julia Wang, Audrey Thomas and their cox, Isabella Yuan Pan.
So at this stage, again, very difficult to tell, but it looks like I'm going to go out on a limb, say maybe it's the girls from North Sydney who are in first, followed by Newcastle Grammar in second and Northern Beaches in third. But it might be a boat from Loretto Kirribilli, which is in the mix as well in the middle of the field. Can't quite tell. As they go through the 1,500 metre mark, looks like the girls from Loretto Kirribilli 2 in lane 4 are just holding off their schoolmates in lane 5.
Yep, they're having a really good battle, aren't they, between the two of them?
Can't see who's in, but it looks like the boat in, I'm going to say North Sydney Girls might be up there as well.
And that Redlands crew's not too shabby either. Is it Redlands or is it another? Yeah, Redlands over there in lane 1. All of those girls, I think, raced in single sculls earlier on.
Yeah.
So, Loretto Kirribilli versus Loretto Kirribilli. It's the crew in lane 4 with Annabelle Peel coxing and Elsie Hutton in the stroke seat that at the moment has a very slight lead over the crew that's coxed by Ruby Kozub and stroked by Mabel Oxenham. The Redlands crew across in lane 2 looking very good indeed. That's the crew coxed by Jack Meek and stroked by Lily Wainberg. And then back over to the side nearest the grandstand where Newcastle Grammar School are having a good ding-dong with the North Sydney Girls crew.
Yeah, maybe the effort of hauling an extra 50 kilos of Christmas decorations have taken it out on Newcastle Grammar and North Sydney Girls.
Newcastle Grammar do have an elf, I believe, or is it a Christmas tree? Or it could be a leprechaun.
But the girls from Loretto Kirribilli,
yes,
in the middle of the pack.
So for those who are new to rowing, the two Loretto Kirribilli boats are a little bit different. The one in lane 5 that has just snuck in front has got the cox sitting at the stern end of the crew, and she can see the crew and coach them. And the crew in lane 4 has got the cox lying down in the bows. A fantastic race between these two Loretto Kirribilli crews, but it will be the crew in lane 5, stroked by Mabel Oxenham, that have come through to take the win over Loretto Kirribilli number 2.
And on the far side, it's the Redlands boat, coxed by Wainberg, Lily Wainberg, coxed by Jack Meek, take third.
What a great race here from Newcastle Grammar and North Sydney Girls.
Battle of the tinsel. Just goes to Newcastle Grammar, followed by North Sydney.
And we're running out of steam here, but we're
Oh,
just across the
geez,
line.
viewers. Yeah,
Northern
well done.
Beaches secondary will, in lane 6, will take 6th over Northern Beaches secondary in lane 3. So just recapping on those places, the Division 1 of the women's under 15 Coxed Quad Scull was a win for Loreto Kirribilli's first crew, second Loreto Kirribilli's second crew, third Redlands 1, fourth Newcastle Grammar, fifth North Sydney Girls 1 and sixth Northern Beaches secondary 1. The winning time was 3 minutes 56.60.
We go to the second division of the women's under 15 and 16 Cox Quad, race number 54.
We've had a scratching from Redlands, so that leaves Loreto Kirribilli 6 in lane 2, Loreto Kirribilli 4 in lane 4, North Sydney Girls 2 in lane 5, Loreto Kirribilli 3 in lane 6, Queenwood 4 in lane 7, and Loreto Kirribilli 5 in lane 8. And again, all of these crews are under 15.
Looks at this stage, I think Queenwood are out in front, followed by the Loreto boats.
So Queenwood is the crew of Madeline Walk, Zara Van Hamburg, Lola Hare and Addison Rolls, coxed by Eleni Pagidas. And then it looks as though sitting in second place is the crew next to them in lane 6, which is Loreto Kirribilli 3, Bridget Carnival, Eva Eels, Emily Champ and Ella Chidgey, coxed by Olivia Madston and coached by Adelaide Guinness.
This looks like all 4 Loreto boats are
Yes.
chasing down the Queenwood boat.
Don't they? Because it's the crew in lane 8 has just come through Loreto Kirribilli number 3. That's the Loreto Kirribilli 5 crew of Grace Woodward, Lydia Clarkin, Amelia Charlson and Julia Bettar, coxed by Lucy Sexenian, coached by Phoebe Halley. Oh, I don't know. Loreto Kirribilli 3 is pushed back again, hasn't it? Well, then it's across to Loreto Kirribilli 4. So that's the crew of Charlotte Madston, Arabella Keating, Sahara Carter and Ava Hatzidis, coxed by Miranda Hamer and coached by Isabel Sherwood. Loreto Kirribilli number 6 is Madeline Burgess, Alice Barry, Annalise Scott and Cecilia Funder, coxed by Amelie Lemure and coached by Hannah Potts. And then rounding out the field is our crew from North Sydney Girls of Kara Wong, Hannah Yang, Deja Singha, Ningguan Ma and their cox Krishni Bulani, who are coached by Philip Brown.
So Queenwood all business, taking home the win.
Nice.
Maddie, Zara, Lola and Addie take the win. Alani Padigas the cox there for Queenwood. Oh, bit of a stumble and a crab there from the boat in lane 8.
Letting the
It's
crew
given
in lane 6 sneak through.
Yeah, Loreto 3 second, Loreto 4 third, Loreto 5 fourth, I think. I can't remember. And on the far side, Loreto 6. And the North Sydney Girls bring up the rear. All good from the umpires. So just a confirmation of that in first place, Queenwood, in a time of 3 minutes 46. In second place was Loreto Kirribilli 3. In third place was Loreto Kirribilli 4. In fourth place was Loreto Kirribilli 5. In sixth place, Loreto Kirribilli 6. In sixth place, Loreto Kirribilli 4. And in seventh place, North Sydney Girls.
And I think the blip there is Loreto Kirribilli 4 didn't finish twice, so they took out third position and North Sydney Girls were actually sixth. I think
Right,
we just
okay.
got that in twice, yep. So Queenwood first, Loreto Kirribilli 3 second, Loreto Kirribilli 4 third, Loreto Kirribilli 5 fourth, Loreto Kirribilli 6 fifth, and North Sydney Girls 6th. And the winning time, 3 minutes 46.21. So that was 10 seconds faster than the previous race. So well done.
Yeah.
All that excitement. Well done, Loreto Kirribilli.
We move to race 55.
Division 3 of the women's under 15 and 16 Cox Quad Scull, and in this one they are all under 16. In lane 2 from Redlands, Ella Smith, Grace Matthews, Isabella Crennan and Emma Sullivan, coxed by Sophia Maxwell. In lane 3, Queenwood 2, Brooke Cuttance, Matilda Birch, Elizabeth Wolfe and Naomi Peace, coxed by Anouk Fevre. In lane 4, Northern Beaches Secondary, Ava Booth, Adelaide Williams, Abigail McGee and Grace Visis, coxed by Remy Brossu-Hogan and coached by Tash Richardson and Kieran Kabelke. In lane 5, Queenwood 1, Zoe James, Florence Hemming, Annie Seave and Heidi Boyd, coxed by Angela Ham. In lane 6, Penrith Rowing Club, Eloise McEwen, Alyssa Hotz, Arabella Logan and Zoe Weissner, coxed by Elizabeth Drayton and coached by Daryl Young. In lane 7, Queenwood 3, Yexi Wren, Scarlett Lineker, Maddie Cheetham, Emma Goulbin and their cox Amelie Adams. And in lane 8, Leichhardt Rowing Club, Josephine Egan, Lauren Meany, Sinead Hickey and Emma O'Brien, coxed by Cleo Price, coached by Jeff Patterson and Malcolm Campbell. It's a pretty good coaching duo there. So this is over 1,000 metres and they're on the start now, ready to go. And they're off.
Off they go.
A good start there from the crew from Leichhardt. Well schooled by the lightweights, Jeff Patterson and Malcolm Campbell. Some of those crews a little less certain, and again at under 16 level for many of these girls this could be one of the first races they've done. So a good start for Leichhardt, but Queenwood looking very strong now that they've slotted into their rhythm, and so are Penrith Rowing Club. So the crew from Queenwood we said was Yexi Wren, Scarlett Lineker, Madeline Cheetham and Emma Goulbin. And next to them you can see the yellow blades and the dark zooties of Penrith Rowing Club, Eloise McEwen, Alyssa Hotz, Arabella Logan and Zoe Weissner, and their cox lying down in the bows is Elizabeth Drayton.
It's hard to tell at this stage. I'm just gone maybe 500 metres into the race, not even that. Queenwood 1 might be...
Yeah, I think so. Zoe James, Florence Hemming, Annie Seave and Heidi Boyd, yep.
Yep.
I think so too.
And then on the other side, Queenwood, it could be Queenwood 2 or Queenwood 3. I know that will be a very close race, with Penrith maybe splitting that boat as well.
Yeah, I think Queenwood 2 looking great. Brooke Cuttance, Matilda Birch, Elizabeth Wolfe, Naomi Peace, Anouk Fevre. Any inside gossip on that crew, Mr. Birch?
Still recovering from...
the single scull race.
Still recovering from both the single scull race.
Very tactical.
Possibly the formal as well.
Good on them. Train hard, race hard and party hard.
Yeah, sometimes that order gets mixed up, I think.
So still very even across the line there. We see they're coming through the halfway mark, 500 metres gone. So many of them still in the mix. Who's dropped behind? Looks as though it is it Northern Beaches second?
Yeah, I think that Leichhardt boat is still in the mix. It's a pretty line ball at the moment between Queenwood 2, Queenwood 1, Penrith, Queenwood 3 and Leichhardt. Yeah. The crew of Zoe James, Florence Hemming, Annie Seave and Boydie, Heidi Boyd, coxed by Angela Han. Quite comfortable. I think they're being chased by Queenwood 2. Brooke Cuttance, Matilda Birch, Elizabeth Wolfe, Naomi Pearce, coxed by Anouk Fevre. And if they've any chance of catching them now, she'll listen to her old man and tell her to get the hammer down quick.
Get out hard.
Yeah.
So Queenwood, Penrith, Leichhardt Rowing Club, Queenwood, and then across to Redlands and Northern Beaches Secondary. Leichhardt Rowing Club, really good showing here. Keep going, Leichhardt. You're having a very good battle with Penrith Rowing Club there. Two great crews, but it will be Queenwood's first crew that crosses the line in first position in this division that's under 16. Coxed quads.
Queenwood 2 take second. Penrith take third.
Great row, Penrith. Leichhardt will take fourth.
Bit of a disaster there on the finish line from Leichhardt, but they take fourth. The girls from Queenwood, third boat, fifth. Redlands in sixth as they approach the finish.
And then our crew from the Northern Beaches Secondary College. Coming in seventh position. Good on them.
Yeah, round of applause for Northern
Absolutely.
Beaches Secondary
Absolutely
College.
is. No doubting their pluck and application.
Yeah.
And the rest of it will come, because you need that hard work first in rowing, don't you? So, recapping the results of Division 3, which was actually an under-16 event in the Coxed Quad, a win for Queenwood 1, second Queenwood 2, third Penrith, fourth Leichhardt, fifth Queenwood 3, sixth Redlands 3, seventh Northern Beaches Secondary. That was race number 55, and the winning time was 3 minutes 49.9, and the margin 4.88, 7.46.
Am I bold enough to say it's change of pace now for race 56?
Be
The women's Masters Coxless 4.
A change of pace, same distance, different boat. So we're now moving to sweep rowing for those new to the sport of rowing, and let's assume there are plenty of parents out there who've never seen this crazy sport before. This is a boat where they have no cocks, and each person only has one oar, so we call it sweep because you sweep around the pin. And here we have the same club with 3 crews, and masters rowing is where you are over the age of 28, I believe?
Yeah. I'm officially a master.
So, in lane 4 we have a G age category, so they went off the beep. In lane 5 an E age category, so they had to wait 14 seconds, and in lane 6 a C age category, they had to wait 22 seconds before going. The idea being that the handicap of time on the start will allow all the crews to finish at the same time, and as you can see, this E-aged crew doesn't believe in that at all. They believe in going faster than they should do, and this is the crew of Helen Byrne in the bow seat, Louise McCoach in 2, Peggy McBride, a director of Rowing New South Wales, in 3, and Nikki Blackwell in the stroke seat, coached by Kim Rudder. Second, our C-age category is Ruth Gibson in bow, Catherine Boland in 2, Nicola Kennedy in 3, and Olivia Tong in the stroke seat, also coached by Kim Rudder. And our G-age category crew crossing the line now is Susan Walter in the bow seat, Linda Munns-Conry in 2, Wendy Zamit in 3, Janet Pendleton in the stroke seat, and again coached by Kim Rudder. Congratulations, North Shore first, second and third in the Women's Masters Coxless 4.
Yeah, so for those of you parents who are unfamiliar with rowing, the Masters programs in many of the clubs that your children are involved in. Great way to learn and enjoy an amazing sport. The time handicapped abilities give you a chance to race across a number of divisions with different people of different ages. And it's surprising how fit the higher handicaps are. As you see there, the E handicap won the race. North Shore won 1. They were 14 seconds behind the G handicap and managed to hold off the much younger but not much quicker C handicap boat there from North Shore. So a really good way to get into rowing, even if you've not done it at a youth level or a kind of elite level.
Yeah, absolutely. Come on down. Right, we're going to switch back to the youngsters. We've got under 17 single sculls. This is the men and Division 1. And if you can see the screen, or you're looking on our live stream, you'll see the scullers all lined up on the start. Across in lane 1 from King's School, Lachlan Smith. In lane 2 from Kings, Peter Zegas. In lane 3 from Redlands, Harley van der Plume. You're seeing the vision of the umpire now as she gets them ready. In lane 4, Leichhardt, Oliver Huang. In lane 5 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Dane Ferguson. In lane 6 from Mossman, Josh Herridge. In lane 7 from UTS, Archie Osborne. And in lane 8 from the King's School, Lachlan Costello.
Good start there from Archie Osborne from UTS. Got away quite quickly there.
Camera now showing you vision of the next race lining up, just waiting patiently for their turn to get onto the start.
Race 58, men's under 17 single scull, Division 2. Cranbrook True, McHugh, lane 1.
And for those of you who can see the screen, you get a sense of perspective of how far 2,000 metres is. It's a long, long way.
It sure is. So you don't want to spend all your lollies or eat all your lollies in the first 500, do you? Anybody can be first to 500. So racing over 2,000 metres in this men's under 17 single scull. They're often running, and as you would expect in the first 250 metres, all very close indeed, as we move through now into the middle part of the race, starting to separate out. And Archie Osborne capitalising on that great start that he had, but to the King's School, Lachlan Costello certainly not giving up. Archie Osborne's in lane 7, representing UTS. Josh Herridge from Mossman is in lane 6. He's coached by Judith Ungemach, who a regular on the junior Australian rowing team as a coach of junior men and women, highly successful. The head coach there at St Augustine's College over in the Northern Beaches, and a really good showing here from Josh Herridge of Mossman Rowing Club.
So these scullers will be eyeing each other at this stage. That initial kind of adrenaline rush of the start will be underway. They'll be settling down into their race pace and rhythm. Hopefully at this stage their race strategy and plans will still be intact. There'll be scullers who want to go out quick and hold on, and there'll be those within this race who will see where they sit, probably at the 1,500 metre mark, and then make a decision whether they go hell for leather or not. But even at this early stage, the field looks to be well spread out.
So yeah, pretty impressive start there from Josh Herridge and Archie Osborne, but there's a lot of action going on the far side with Lachlan Smith from Kings, Peter Zegas from Kings, and Harley van der Plume, who we saw do so well in the double scull earlier on in lane 3. He represents Redlands. Looks as though Lachlan Smith might have his nose in front of those three. Josh Herridge, Mossman Rowing Club, continues to lead in the men's under 17 single scull Division 1.
It's a bit windier down there than it does at this end of the course. Wind's picking up.
They are coming through the 750 metre mark, closing in on the 1,000 metre mark. So they're coming into that little bit where you get the cut, don't you, where you come through from the warm-up lake. Often get a little swirl of wind around there. So there, a close-up there of Josh Herridge.
Josh Herridge from Mossman commanding lead over Archie Osborne from UTS, and then on the far side it looks like
it might be hard
from Redlands, I think so, yeah. Followed closely by the two King Scullers, Lachlan Smith and Peter Zegas. The field's well spread out here, with looks like the Mossman scholar Josh Herridge well out in front. Archie Osborne could be second, and then I think it's the Leichhardt scholar in third at the moment. And as it come through the 1,000-metre mark, sorry, the 1,500-metre mark, it's Josh Herridge a long way in front from Mossman.
Certainly has consolidated that lead, hasn't he? Yes,
Yeah.
indeed. Archie Osborne from UTS in second. And then, yep, lane 3, so it is Harley van der Plume from Redlands sitting in third. Peter Zagas from Kings in fourth. Lachlan Smith from Kings in fifth. Dane Ferguson of Northern Beaches in sixth, just ahead of Lachlan Costello of Kings in seventh. And we seem to be missing somebody, the Leichhardt scholar. So either he's not there, or as you said, he's a bit higher up the order. Oh no, he's definitely there. Yes, he is at the back. Just behind Dane Ferguson of Northern Beaches Secondary. So just recapping now as they come up to the last 250 metres. Get ready to cheer them on because it's been a long way. Mossman Rowing Club continue to lead. Josh Herridge, coached by Judith Ungermach. A great lead there over Archie Osborne of UTS. They've had a really good battle the whole way down the course, and Josh certainly making his intentions for the rest of the season very clear indeed. Sitting in third still, Harley van der Plume representing the Redlands School. Being challenged now by Peter Zagas of the King's School in lane 2. Peter definitely lifting his rate of striking and really trying to push back on Redlands in the dying stages of the race. A really great scull coming from him and from Lachlan Smith across in lane 1.
Dominant win there from Josh Herridge from Mossman. Archie Osborne, no problems finishing second there. From Harley van der Plume from Redlands in third place, who drops over the line there. Peter Zagas from Kings, followed by his schoolmate Lachlan Smith.
And a good battle going on now between the Northern Beaches sculler Dane Ferguson and the King's sculler Lachlan Costello.
Who's finishing very quickly. Whoa. I think Lachlan Costello just picked the Northern Beaches sculler there on the line.
Judges have it as a photo finish. What a great way to finish that race. And our 8th sculler will be Oliver Huang from Leichhardt Rowing Club, again coached by Jeff Patterson and Malcolm Campbell. So recapping the results of Division 1 of the men's under-17 single scull, race number 57 on the programme. A win for Mossman Rowing Club, Josh Herridge. Second, UTS, Archie Osborne. Third, Redlands, Harley van der Plume. Fourth, the King's School, Peter Zagas. Fifth, the King's School, Lachlan Smith. Sixth, the King's School, Lachlan Costello. Seventh, Northern Beaches Secondary, Dane Ferguson. And eighth, Leichhardt Rowing Club, Oliver Huang. The winning time was 8 minutes, 1.9 seconds. The margin 13.49, so well done to Josh Herridge. That's quite a considerable win there, given how tight the race was. And then Harley van der Plume another 7.26 seconds behind. we have a second division in the men's under-17 single scull with the Cranbrook School in lane 1, represented by Edward McHugh, coached by David Cameron. In lane 2, Northern Beaches Secondary, Oliver Briggs. In lane 3, the King's School, Lachlan Wong. In lane 4, Sydney Rowing Club, Finn Woodward. In lane 5, Central Tablelands, Peter Bennett, coached by Michael Bennett. In lane 6, the King's School, Axel Lindemann. In lane 7, Newcastle Grammar School, Caelan Routley. And in lane 8, from Redlands, Daniel Close.
I'm going to go out on a limb saying Finn Woodward from Sydney, and possibly Newcastle Grammar's Caelan Routley are certainly up there.
Both of them names that we heard last season.
Yeah, so on the far side, looks like Finn Woodward from Sydney. It's hard to tell from this angle. May just have his nose in front of Newcastle Grammar's Caelan Routley as they approach the last 200 metres.
Certainly racing it no matter what the gap is, isn't he? Coached, of course, by Charlie Patterson, who we talked about earlier in the regatta. Charlie, who represented Australia in the replica Peace Regatta in 2019 on the centenary of the King's Cup Regatta. Charlie Patterson coaching with Brendan Longman and Donovan Check there.
This is going to be a close finish between these two boats.
Indeed, Newcastle Grammar probably coached by their new head coach there, Brad Smith, who is definitely a master of the sprint at the finish and never, ever, ever, ever giving up. Some great racing from Caelan Routley of Newcastle Grammar.
Yeah, I think Finn's just got his boat in front there. Strong finish there.
Oh yeah, I'll take it by a couple of lengths. Great race.
Caelan Routley in second from Newcastle Grammar. Good race there. Both boats a long way in front of the third or the following pack, which looks like it's going to be Peter Bennett from Central Tablelands. Good to see those guys and him on the podium. If they can, Peter keeps in front of a strong finishing Oliver Briggs from Northern Beaches Secondary, Daniel Close from Redlands, and Cranbrook's Edward McHugh. Apologies, that was Lachlan Wong who finished there. That's Oliver Briggs just finishing. Alex Lindelman in lane 6 from Kings. And then on the far side, that is Edward McHugh, who'll bring up the rear.
So a much closer race in the second division of the men's under-17.
So race 58, just to finalise the race order there. Men's under-17 Division 2 single scull. First place from Sydney, Finn Woodward. In second place from Newcastle Grammar, Caelan Routley. In third place from Central Tablelands, Peter Bennett. In fourth place from Kings, Lachlan Wong. In fifth, Redlands, Daniel Close. In sixth from Northern Beaches Secondary, Oliver Briggs. In seventh from Kings, Alex Lindelman. And in eighth from Cranbrook, Edward McHugh.
Division 3 of the men's under-17 single scull is underway with Angus Smith of Kings in lane 2, Ethan McFarlane of Redlands in lane 3, Julian Burke of the King's School in lane 4, Patrick Stanley of Newcastle Grammar in lane 5, Oliver Klotz of Cranbrook in lane 6, Zach McPherson of UTS in lane 7, and Kobe Reeves of Northern Beaches Secondary in lane 8.
So it's difficult to tell from this angle so far, but it's... Yeah, it looks like... Yeah. So Patrick Stanley in lane 5. It could be Patrick Stanley from Newcastle Grammar, who looks like he's going to take this race. First place, Patrick Stanley. In second place, from Cranbrook, Oliver Klotz. In lane 4, Julian Burke from Kings finishes at a good third place. He'll be happy with that.
Big effort coming from Adam Yates.
Yeah.
He is having a great race in, isn't he? And he will take out fourth place. Sorry, not Adam Yates.
Corby Reeves, Northern Beaches, takes out fourth. From the far side from Angus Smith, I think, from Kings.
Good steady row from our Redlands sculler, Ethan McFarlane, to take sixth place. And it looks as though UTS is missing.
Yeah, I think so. Let's just go through those race results for race 59 for men's under 17 Division 3. Newcastle Grammar's Patrick Stanley in first place in a time of 8:04.01. Second place, Cranbrook, Oliver Klotz. Third place, King's School, Julian Burke. In fourth place from Northern Beaches, Kobe Reeves. In fifth place from Kings, Angus Smith. And in sixth place from Redlands, Ethan McFarlane. It looks like UTS's Zach McPherson didn't compete in that race.
Division 4 is now lining up, and that is the Northern Beaches secondary sculler Dion Hansen from the earlier double in lane 2. UTS Hunter Hyde in lane 3. Kings James Davis in lane 4. From Cranbrook School, William Wright in lane 5. From Northern Beaches Secondary School, Adam Yates in lane 6. From Kings, Ben McKenna in lane 7. And from Mossman Rowing Club, Lachlan Fraser in lane 8. Just a reminder, please, we're getting into the afternoon's racing and we really do need the bow numbers back. So if coaches and coxes, you could have a look around the trailer or where you're rigged up in your tent, and please collect up any bow numbers from previous races and return them to boat shed number 1. We'd be most grateful. So at the 1,000 metre mark, we've got a bit of a gap between our scullers now, with the Mossman sculler having got off to a fine start, and a bit like our earlier racing, the UTS sculler having a good start as well. So Mossman Rowing Club is Lachlan Fraser, UTS Hunter Hyde, and then Dion Hansen, who did well in the double, representing in the single now over in lane 2, which is on the far side, sitting in third place. Coming back to fourth then would be the Northern Beaches secondary sculler of Adam Yates. Then the King's School, James Davis. Looks as though we're missing one of our King's School scullers, actually. So it looks as though Ben McKenna did not start.
Lane 7.
So Mossman Rowing Club, lane 8, closest to the grandstand, and then it's across to UTS in lane 3 on the far side, Hunter Hyde.
Yeah, it looks like Lachlan Fraser's got a good lead there. Sculling very nicely.
Camera on him now, yep. In the prawn suit.
In the prawn suit, indeed. Candy stripe, I think, I believe.
Oh, really? That's the Blazers, surely. Look like you're selling ice creams.
Yeah.
Yep.
Barbershop quartet. That's Lachlan Fraser coming through the 1500 metre mark. Long way in front of the UTS scholar Hunter Hyde on the far side. He's actually been pushed really well by, it looks like Adam Yates from Northern Beaches Secondary, and Dion Hansen on the far side as well. So while Lachlan looks very comfortable under the tutelage of Judith Ungermark, could be a race for second and third place between the Northern Beaches Secondary Schools and UTS. Adam Yates may have got his nose in front of the UTS scholar. We don't know quite at this stage.
Does look like it. Certainly having a really good second half of the race, isn't he? He's got himself into a nice rhythm. And yeah, there's some great sculling coming out of that Northern Beaches Secondary College. Yeah, interesting, isn't it, that we do have a sort of two-tier system in New South Wales where we have 4 high-performance clubs who very definitely set out to create a pathway to national team representation, and then we have schools and what I would say are feeder clubs also as part of the pathway, and really important in this junior level. And certainly Northern Beaches Secondary College making some good contributions there. It'll be interesting to see how far their scullers get. Lachlan Fraser from Mossman Rowing Club continues to lead as he comes into the last 100 metres of the race over Hunter Hyde of UTS. Hunter Hyde, I do think that you're right there, that Adam Yates from Northern Beaches Secondary School has now got his nose in front, and Dion Hansen on the other side of him, also Northern Beaches, applying a huge amount of pressure. And a great scull from James Davis of the King's School.
Yeah, I think the two scholars from UTS and Northern Beaches are not going to give up, but I think it looks like Ben McKenna it looks like Adam Yates from Northern Beaches. Strong finish there. Pushing through right to the very end. He's done.
Good battle from Hunter Hyde at UTS to hold
and
it off.
It's very close there. If that would have been, Dion Hansen, if it had done that 3 strokes before the finish, he'd have taken third place. In fourth place, James Davis from Kings. In fifth place, it looks like the sculler from Cranbrook. William Wright, coached by David Cameron.
So good fast time there for the winner of Division 4 of the men's under-17 single scull. 7 minutes, 48.83 seconds for our winner, Lachlan Fraser of Mossman Rowing Club, coached by Judith Ungermark. In second, Northern Beaches Secondary, Adam Yates. In third, UTS, Hunter Hyde. In fourth, Northern Beaches Secondary, Dion Hansen. In fifth, Kings, James Davis. And in sixth, Cranbrook, William Wright.
Yeah, really good showing there from the Northern Beaches scholars to finish second and fourth there. Yeah. But yeah, as you say, Lizzie, lots of great things coming out of that programme.
Certainly are. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 scullers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So they've all turned up. Division 5 of the men's under-17 single scull is the final division. In lane 2, representing the King's School, Alex Bush. In lane 3, representing Cranbrook, Jasper Dawson-Damer, coached by David Cameron. In lane 4, representing Redlands, Patrick Walker. In lane 5, representing Northern Beaches Secondary, Owen Balharry. In lane 6, representing Newcastle Grammar, Alexander McDougall. In lane 7, from the King's School, Joel Bradford. And in lane 8, representing Northern Beaches Secondary, Remy Brossou-Hogan.
Early showing thinks it might be the King's Scholar, lane 7. King's Scholar, the Newcastle Grammar School, just to his right, and maybe
Redlands.
Maybe Redlands there as well.
Yeah, Patrick Walker, I think he did pretty well. Was it single or a double earlier on? So good showing from him too. And the other Cranbrook sculler, Jasper Dawson-Damer, also looking pretty strong.
Like
the King's sculler, isn't it? Alex Bush. Over on the far side.
Looks like the Newcastle Grammar guys, Newcastle Grammar Alexander McDougall might be in the lead from Joel Bradford from Kings at this stage.
They're certainly inside the last 500. So now is the time to make their move, start winding it up to the finish. As you mentioned in the previous race, you want to get the timing of your final sprint right to be able to take somebody on the line if it's really close. And I agree with you. I think that there's been a really good push there from Alexander McDougall of Newcastle Grammar to push in front of Joel Bradford from Kings.
Yep.
And then on the far side, the King's Sculler, Alex Bush, having a really great last half of the race.
Yep.
He's set himself up nicely, very calm final 250 metres. In fact, I wonder if he realises how close he is to winning the race. So he's just looked across, he's noticed, and here he goes.
He's absolutely blown by the Redlands Sculler. Strong finish from Alex Bush on
Here
the
he
far
goes.
side.
Here comes Alex Bush up again, and Joel Bradford also having a look across, going, hold on a minute, matey, I'm coming with you. So here we go. Newcastle Grammar, Alexander McDougall. Can he hang on to that lead over the fast-finishing Kings boys? Joel Bradford in lane 7 and Alex Bush in lane 2.
McDougall looks across. He thinks he's got this sewn up. Looks like he has. Very close from the two Kings Scullers. Oh, and it could just be Joel Bradford there. It'll be a photo. Joel Bradford, maybe from Alex Bush. It will definitely be a photo. Redland Sculler Patrick Walker in 4th. Really strong finish by Jasper Dawson-Dharma from Cranbrook there in the distinctive purple boat. And the two boats from Northern Beaches.
Battling it out. Another
Who will
strong
take it?
goal.
Remy Buxo-Hogan looks like he's taken it from Owen Balhari there as they meander over the line.
So the provisional results of Division 5 in the men's under-17 single scull. Definitely a win for Alexander McDougall of Newcastle Grammar School. Second, Joel Bradford from Kings, by the looks of things, over Alex Bush of Kings, but very close indeed. 4th, Redlands Patrick Walker. 5th, Cranbrook Jasper Dawson-Damer. 6th, Northern Beaches Secondary Remy Brousseau-Hogan. And 7th, Northern Beaches Secondary Owen Balhari. Winning time 8 minutes 4.63. Judges just tidying up the times there, but provisionally the difference between Bradford and Bush, both of Kings, was 0.46 of a second, so pretty close.
Very close race there.
Excellent racing. Thank you very much to all the men's under-17 single sculls and their coaches for some very entertaining racing and some real talent out there on the water. Excellent. Right, here we go. Now we are going to move back to sweep rowing. We're going to the open division. Men's eights. Feel that testosterone. 2,000 metre racing. So here we go. In the first division, we have the Scots College in lane 2, their third crew. In lane 3, Kings 1. In lane 4, Newington 1. In lane 5, Sydney University Boat Club. In lane 6, Sydney Rowing Club. And in lane 7, a Mossman composite, which I would imagine is a composite of Mossman Rowing Club. And looking at the names, St. Augustine's College,
Yes.
I would think. Okay, have we got time to run through the names? Probably not. Well, there we go. There's the Mosselman crew in front of us. That's Kyle Brown at bow, Thomas Whalen at 2, William Berg at 3, Benjamin Irving at 4, David Campbell at 5, Patrick Burke at 6, Oliver St. Pierre at 7, and Joshua Wilson at stroke. Tash Richardson is the cox, and the coach Matthias Ungermark, and certainly there's at least 3 of those names there were in the junior men's quad for Australia this year.
Looks like at this stage Sydney are out in front.
And Sydney Rowing Club is Andy Hoffman in bow, Tom Cregan, William Downey, William Delaney, Max Pearce, Henry Furrer, Maximilian Crow, Declan Glendinning, and their cox Teresa Harris. They're coached by Donovan Seck, and Shane Mulvaney.
And then it could be Sydney Uni and Mossman.
So the Sydney University crew is Miller Argent at bow, Henry Ryan at 2, at 3 Matt Smith, Then Ryan Gibson, Tom Anderson, Kieran Riach, Nicholas Miro, Elliot Simpson. Their cox is Danny Pettit and their coach Chris Holliday. That's their under-21 squad, and you're right, it looks like they've just got their noses in front.
Yep.
Lane 3, Kings is Nick Whalen, William Rogers, Felix Leahy, Rory Menzies, MacArthur Bucknell, Samuel Dugan, Harry Staniforth, Dimitri Duta and Lawrence Cleve. Their cox, they're coached by Julian Huxley and Simon Huxley. And of course they won the Head of the River last year.
Yeah, as they come into the last 400 metres, it looks like the Sydney University guys have got at least a canvas in front of Sydney, and then on the far side, Kings are, I think, are third, with Mossman fourth.
So the missing crews on Newington: Oscar Sutherland, Morgan Jones, Alexander Page, Max Elliott, Charlie Carr, Henry Taylor, Jeremy Webb, Hugh Harvey, and their cox Dominic Navati, coached by Chris Holliday and Ralph Hobbs. And in lane 2, the Scots College: Angus Tremlett, Iu Ellis, William Farquhar, Jake Delmenico, Max Baldassari, Sam Berkelman, William Jenkins, and Ned Houghton, coxed by Zach Howell and coached by Jason Baker.
Good finish here. Sydney Uni, still maybe a third of a boat length up on Sydney.
Sydney Uni currently first. Kings on the far side, Sydney Rowing Club on the near side being chased down by Mossman Rowing Club.
It's going to be close for second and third. Kings are not out of this at all yet. Strong finish though here from Sydney Uni, just pulling out another half a length. 3/4 of a length, but photo finish between Kings and Sydney. And I just think Sydney took that by a bow ball. Mossman's Composite coming fourth. Good showing there from Newington.
And then just getting back into it after the enforced break due to lockdown, our Scots College crew will take out the final position in this field in our men's Open 8 Division 1. So recapping: a win for Sydney University Boat Club, second Sydney, third Kings, fourth Mossman, fifth Newington, sixth Scots, and unofficially that winning time 5 minutes 52.65. You can see the photo finish there on the screen.
Just on the screen there, maybe by half a canvas.
Yeah, it looks very close, but
yeah, definitely
second position Sydney Rowing Club, third position the King's School, all on the last stroke as well. Very good from Sydney Rowing Club. Good from Sydney Rowing Club.
We've got race 63 already off. That's the men's Open 8 second division.
All right, it's just been confirmed that photo finish definitely was Sydney Rowing Club in second position and Kings in third.
So race 63, men's Open 8 Division 2. In lane 2 is Kings 3. In lane 3 is Scots. In lane 4, Newington. In lane 5, St Augustine's. In lane 6 is the second Scots boat, and in lane 7 is the second Kings boat. And as they go through 500, hard to see.
Yes.
Maybe St Augustine's, I don't know. Maybe St Augustine's from Newington and Scots.
So certainly looking down the course through the binoculars, it does look as though St Augustine's have a lead, a narrow lead over Newington and Kings 3.
In lane 1.
Yeah.
Or in lane 2, should I say. Difficult to tell from this angle in the tower.
And Newington in lane 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, Newington in lane 4 coming back strongly now against St Augustine's as they hit the the 250 metres gone, so they're just finding their rhythm now. No, that's 750, sorry. Yep, 750. So, yeah, St Augustine's, Newington, And then the two Kings crews, Kings 2 in lane 7, closest to the grandstand, Kings 3 in lane 2, furthest away from the towpath.
Yeah, and as they come through the halfway point, like St. Augustine's have got a good lead, at least a length.
Looking strong. And
Oh,
Kings.
yeah, actually,
Oh,
King's boat. Newington have got a third of a length lead on Kings in lane 7, who are followed by Newington in third. And then on the far side, in lane 2, it's the Kings 3. So close race this. St. Augustine's not getting away too far from any of the other crews.
So the two Scots crews dropping back a little, and as you said, I think they were quite affected by that lockdown. I think they've doing some rowing out of Sydney Rowing Club, I believe, at the moment. So St. Augustine's in their green with the gold blaze across the chest, hanging on there to first position. Their coach Björn Ungermark, following the fine tradition in the Ungermark family of coaching, moving from rowing to coaching. So Matthias, who represented Western Germany, Judith, who represented Eastern Germany, and their son Bjarni, who has been one of the leading juniors here in New South Wales, and has at a very early age decided to take up coaching, doing a great job, as we can see.
The Kings 2 in lane 7.
Creeping through.
I think, yeah.
Having a good row.
I think, well, they've got their nose in front.
They have, with 500 metres to go, they've taken the lead.
Got their nose in front of St. Augustine's. And this will be an exciting finish.
Newington currently sitting in third, and the King's third crew sitting in fourth.
Yep.
So they're coming through the final 500 metre mark now. Kings 2, definitely now in the lead. St. Augustine's most definitely not lying down. Newington challenging for a podium position, and the King's third crew across on the far side, not far behind. Then it's back to Scots 2 crew, and then the Scots first crew.
Good racing here. Good racing. Tidy from Kings 2 here. And Coxers will be giving each other the hairy eyeball across the course.
St. Augustine's raise their rate of striking as they come into the last 250 metres of the course, and Kings respond. Newington sitting up, pushing those legs down.
A bit tidier from Kings than St. Augustine's.
And St. Augustine's tried to take it up one more gear. A very different response from Kings, who lengthen out.
Yeah. Be close. I think Kings have just keeping them off.
Done enough. Quarter of a length.
Keeping them off, yeah. Yeah, maybe half a length there. Just a bit out of them there. Difference in technique there. Oh, St. Augustine's trying to ramp the rate up. Augustine just looking to lengthen the stroke. Good race there from Newington to finish third. On the far side, the Kings 3 boat finishes. Number of lengths in front of the boat in lane 6 from Scots.
And our Scots 1 crew finishing in 6th position. So recapping the results of Division 2 of the Men's Open 8. A win for Kings 2. Second, St. Augustine's. Third, Newington 2. Fourth, Kings 3. Fifth, Scots 2. Sixth, Scots 1. The winning time for the Kings 2 crew, 6 minutes, 7.93 seconds. The margin over St. Augustine's 2.11 and over Newington 6.8. 6.58, sorry. Oh, and it wasn't even 2.11. It's changed to 1.88, so basically 2 seconds and then a further 7.
Women's Open 8, the next race. Mixture of Well,
School and club.
school and club.
Yeah.
In lane 1, Balmain. In lane 2, we have Queenwood 3. In lane 3, Glebe. In lane 4, Queenwood. In lane 5, Loretto Kirribilli. In lane 6, Sydney. In lane 7, Queenwood 2. And lane 8, Loretto Kirribilli 2. So the clubbies versus the schoolies.
Indeed. We can see Loretto Kirribilli 2 backing onto the start there. The Loretto Kirribilli 2 crew is Chloe Cameron, Brianna Destro, Zoe Ryan, Harriet Dinning, Zoe Fallon, Abigail Donahoe, Abigail Porter, Bronte Hurrigan, Monica Dunstan, their cocks, and they are coached by Ben Sullivan and Amelia Halley. Next to them is the Queenwood 2 crew of Heidi Boyd, Olivia Don't, Sienna Williams-Bush, Phoebe Campbell, Charlotte Botha, Madeline Nicol, Eliza Cook and Emerson Stock, who are coxed by Sienna Fraser. The crew from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 6 is Grace Cipher, Eliza Dunlop, Liesl Page, Neve Graham, Talisa Knocker Driver, Lily Gavin, Caitlin McManus Barrett and Evie Thompson. They are coxed by Hannah Cowap and coached by Lachlan Carter, Brendan Longman and Donovan Check. Loretto Kirribilli's first crew is in lane 5. That's Scarlett Kevin, Heidi Ahrens, Alexandra Whitson, Annabelle Ross, Maya Strudwick, Sibella Delaney, Freya Bateman and Jessica Kovacs. They are coxed by Emma Bunbury and coached by William Foxton and Frederica Gibbs. The Queenwood first crew in lane 4 is Grace Anderson, Valanti Socrates, Madeline Wheel, Catherine Wen, Brooke Cuttance, Florence Hemming, Annie Sieve and Zoe James. Lucy Anderson is their cox. The club crew from Glebe is Olivia Hills, Soraya McKay Colin, Belindy Rowe, Brianna Wade, Isabella Bain, Elizabeth Lester, Heidi Lindell and Jackie Harris, coxed by Josephine Duncan Nagy. Queenwood's 3 crew is in lane 2. That's Scarlett Lineker, Madeline Cheetham, Zara Van Hamburg, Elizabeth Wolfe, Emma Gulbin, Amaya Kazal, Chloe Juretta and Uwexi Wren, coxed by Anouk Fev. And Balmain Rowing Club complete our field. They are in lane 1, and it's the crew of Kathy Sidoti, Ishanthi Gundawardana, Elisa Irvin, Anya Weaver, Freya Warner Van Dyke, Jacqueline Warner, Juliet Anand and Victoria Clay, coxed by Emma Monkton.
I think we've got one boat missing in this race, and I don't know who exactly it is. I know that Queenwood's first boat off the start decided to take the scenic route and almost immediately moved into the empty lane from the start. I think they've been told by the umpire to get back into their original lane.
Which would indicate that it's lane, the Loretto Kirribilli first crew, maybe?
It could be Loretto Kirribilli, but I think we're missing one. I haven't got the benefit of binoculars. As we go through the 500 metre mark, looks like one of the Queenwood boats, maybe Queenwood 2 is in front. Maybe from Balmain on the far side. I always used to hate racing school crews as a clubby, because you know the school girls or the school kids will never ever give up. Umpired obviously by Santa Claus this race.
Indeed. Well, there's Balmain. They're definitely there in lane 1. Lane 2, Queenwood.
Yep.
Lane 3, is that Glebe? Yep, they're doing well. Glebe's doing well.
Glebe's
That's them.
up in front, yeah.
And Queenwood 1
Queenwood
just behind
1,
them.
which
And we
mean
think it's
that
Loretto Kirribilli 1 missing.
Kirribilli. Oh.
Yes, because there's Sydney Rowing
there's
Club
Sydney,
in front.
Queenwood and Loretto 2.
Right,
Yeah, so it's a Loretto
scratch lane 5.
Kirribilli 1 who have scratched, and Queenwood have swapped lanes, apparently.
Looks like it. So Sydney Rowing Club, that crew of Grace Cipher, Eliza Dunlop, Liesl Page, Neve Graham, Talisa Knocker Driver, Lily Gavin, Caitlin McManus Barrett and Evie Thompson. I think Evie definitely, I think it was Caitlin as well, and Lily Gavin all represented at junior level this year. Grace Cipher at, trying to remember now, can't recall.
I know they've all raced before.
I think she was in the under 21 quad actually.
Yeah, so as they go through the 1,000 metre mark, Sydney well in front there.
Yeah, they've done so well in the single sculls. It must be great to now hop in a fast-moving boat with 7 other rowers and have Hannah Cowap, silver medalist from the Junior World Championships a few years ago, coxing you.
Well in front of, looks like the Queenwood 2 boat. followed by on the far side,
Glebe Rowing Club.
Glebe.
Yep.
And then Loretto. Queenwood 1. Queenwood 1, I think I've had some difficulty maintaining a straight course. Right at the back of the field at the moment.
Yeah, unusual. Oh well, it's a regatta for learning at, isn't it?
Yep.
Sydney Rowing Club, you can see there, good timing on the catch. Nice strong rhythm as they drive the legs down through the stroke. Good view there of their beautiful Empaca 8. The right size, very unlike it was in my day where you had the cast-offs from the men. So good to row in a boat that's the right size. And these girls are worth it.
Despite all the Sydney girls racing, as many of these will have raced, many of these competitors will have raced earlier in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. This is quite a comfortable row for them, as you can see, as they go through the 1,500 metre mark.
Yeah, it must be nice to do a regatta and go, yep, that's what I've trained for, as opposed to coming to a regatta and going, oh, crikey, I need to ramp my training up.
Yeah.
So they're into the last 500 now. Sydney Rowing Club safely across, now being followed by Queenwood 2, who certainly seem to have their act together, and Glebe Rowing Club. Loretto Kirribilli 2, not far behind Queenwood 2, so that's a good local school battle going on there. And then it's Queenwood 1 trying to catch up Glebe, certainly looking stronger through the middle of the race than they did at the beginning.
Yeah, that looks like.
And Balmain Rowing Club going quite nicely across there in lane 1, thank you very much.
Yeah.
But Sydney Rowing Club, quite a commanding lead now. We're coming up to the 250 metre mark, and they are powering on.
Just nice leisurely row, letting that lactic acid from the earlier races dissipate. Almost a training row for these guys. But the interesting battle is for second and third between Queenwood, Loretto and Glebe.
Yeah, we say a leisurely training row, but that Sydney Rowing Club crew is rating about 37-38, so and certainly cranking it up as they come into the finish. A commanding lead. Congratulations, they have dominated this regatta. This squad from Sydney Rowing Club. Stroked by Evie Thompson, coxed by Hannah Cowap. Well done, Sydney Rowing Club. And now the local battle, Loretto Kirribilli. Can they catch Queenwood? The Queenwood second crew of Heidi Boyd, Olivia Don't, Sienna Williams-Bush, Phoebe Campbell, Charlotte Botha, Maddie Nicol, Eliza Cook, Emmy Stock, Sienna Fraser, their cocks. They've managed to get a clear length of water over Loretto Kirribilli, but a really solid performance Loretto Kirribilli in the school sector, and a great performance from Glebe Rowing Club, who will take out third in the race on the far side. Oh, will they? Oh,
yes, they
so close.
Glebe just take out third from Loretto Kirribilli
done,
there.
Loretto Kirribilli, great race. And here comes Queenwood's first crew, salvaging what they can of
an
challenging start.
An interesting start. And then on the far side.
Yeah, good little race going on between Balmain Rowing Club and the Queenwood third crew.
Yep.
At the moment, it's going Balmain's way. But we know Queenwood would never, ever give up. They've done their winter training, these girls. They've been quite diligent, so looks as though Balmain have too.
There'll be certainly an Irish contingent who will tell them never to give up. Yep, looks like Balmain are just going to hold the Queenwood third crew off to the finish. Half a length in front. Balmain just take it from Queenwood there to round off the final race of
of our morning.
Of our morning, or certainly in the
So,
afternoon.
recapping the results in the Women's Open 8, a commanding win for Sydney Rowing Club's 8 in a time of 6 minutes 43 seconds. Second, Queenwood 2. Third, Glebe. Fourth, Loreto Kirribilli 2. Fifth, Queenwood 1. Sixth, Balmain. And seventh, Queenwood 3. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes this morning's racing. You can see Santa is coming in for a cup of tea, and his trusty Reindeer coming in for a nosebag of carrots.
Is that a reindeer? I thought that was a bear.
I believe that's a reindeer. We'll look forward to seeing you when racing resumes. In the meantime, enjoy your break. Keep decorating your boats, because there are prizes still to be won. And here comes Santa with a bit of a handout.
Accountants and Business Advisors Australia. Rowing New South Wales thanks them for their ongoing and continued support. There's V Insurance, and the V Insurance Group is proud to be the insurance broker for Rowing New South Wales. Contact V Insurance for all your marine hull insurance needs. I think we all have our own private boats registered with insured with V Insurance. Other Rowing New South Wales sponsors are the Regatta Shop, Pontoon Sports, Croker Oars, Bont Rowing, and Mobius Brand Communications. And there's also, I can't quite place it at the moment, but the prizes being offered for the best dressed Christmas reindeer boats and outfits. The live stream partner, so Rowing New South Wales is pleased to announce again, Bont Rowing is a 2021-2022 Rowing New South Wales official live stream partner and official point score partner. Bont Rowing specialises in rowing shoes. They're designed by rowers for rowers. So jump online and check them out at bontrowing.com. Rowing New South Wales would like to thank Bont Rowing for their continued support. Rowing New South Wales would also like to thank Quest Apartments Penrith for their support as a 2021-2022 official accommodation partner. You can contact Quest directly and quote Rowing New South Wales to receive special rates when you're booking. Lakeside Catering, a kiosk that we all line up to get fantastic coffee and snacks from, is open from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday for food and refreshments. If you have any substitutions or withdrawals, please lodge them on Rowing Manager or complete them at Boat Shed 1. So bow numbers, as everyone should be aware, are available for collection at Boat Shed 1, and please, as soon as you've completed your race, return the bow numbers. There are no presentations today, on the pontoon that is, but if you win your race, your Rowing New South Wales mugs will be presented to first place crews only, and they can also be collected from Boat Shed 1 throughout the regatta. Rowing New South Wales will be awarding prizes to the best dressed crew and the best dressed boat. And this morning we've seen some fantastic examples come down. For those winning crews, prizes will be presented throughout Cirque on Saturday afternoon. That's this afternoon, so make sure you wear your best Christmas costumes for the opportunity to win some great prizes from our partners who are. There'll be a Croker merchandise kit, 10 Cables Wake Park Penrith vouchers valued at $20 each, 2 Bont Rowing gift vouchers valued at $250 each, 4 35-litre Pontoon Sports waterproof bags, 1 Perfect Balance Citius Remax seat pad, and 1 Strike Recovery mini massage gun. It's a great turnout today at the Reindeer. We have 871 athletes across 710 entries and 1,583 seats, with 38 clubs and schools participating. And it's so great to see you all here. I know we've all been waiting for the chance to get out and race again. So the stall holders, if you want to go and browse and do some shopping, we have Bont Racing located outside the Lakeside Restaurant. Pontoon Sports are also there, and Perfect Balance Rowing are located down between Boat Shed 3 and 4 and the Trailer Park, and Croker Oars are located between Boat Sheds 3 and 4 in the Trailer Park as well. So we know everyone will have checked in using the Service New South Wales
Mossman.
QR code, but please,
Kings.
if you haven't done so, make sure
Sydney.
you do.
Attention.
Okay, the first race after lunch is underway. It's race 65. This is a 2,000 metre race. Men's open lightweight under 23 coxless pair. In lane 3 from Kings we have Nicholas Whalen and William Rogers. In lane 4 from Kings we have Felix Leahy and Samuel Dugan. In lane
Race
5
66
from
is Division 2 of
UTS
the men's open lightweight.
we have Lucas Stefanovic and Mitchell Kaponis, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. In lane 6 from Mossman, we have William Bogue and David Campbell, coached by Matthias Ungemark. In lane 7 from Kings, we have Harry Staniforth and Dimitri Duta. And in lane 8 from Sydney, Declan Glendenning and Henry Farrer, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. And it looks like they're just heading up to the first 250 metres. Very early in the race, but it looks like they're quite closely, all quite close together. I think we're going to see some great racing from these guys. They've just gone through the first 500 metres in a time of about 1:55 for the lead boat, which seems to be the UTS crew of Stefanovic and Kaponis. It looks like we have a light wind on the course, a sour easter, I would guess. So that would be a bit of a tailwind blowing across slightly. So the favoured lanes this afternoon, if this wind keeps as it is, are on the far side, so lanes 1, 2 and 3. And if you're watching, you can see the calmer water over that side of the course. So they're just coming through the 1,000 metre mark. I apologise, I can see it on the screen, but I can't quite determine which crews are which. It looks like the two Kings crews are out in front. UTS having some trouble keeping their boat balanced there. So I think the other crew to watch is Sydney of Glendenning and Farrer over here in lane 8. So yes, the Sydney crew in lane 8 of Glendinning and Farah has looks to have taken the lead, but a bit hard to tell from this angle. Yes, comfortable lead going across the 500 metre mark at 5:17 roughly. So it looks like Glendinning and Farah from Sydney are in the lead, and then it's a battle between second and third place with Leahy and Duggan from Kings and Stefanovic and Kaponis from UTS. So Glendinning and Farah from Sydney have got a very comfortable lead there. But the Kings boys, Leahy and Duggan over the far side, have upped their rating. They look to be reeling in the and overtaking the UTS crew of Stefanovic and Kaponis. Looking very nice as they come into the last 100 metres there. So this will be Glendinning and Farah from Sydney crossing the line first. Leahy and Duggan from Kings second. And Stefanovic and Kaponis from UTS in third. They'll be followed across by William Bogue and David Campbell from Mossman. And then two more Kings crews to come. Whalen and Rogers just crossing the line now. And followed by Harry Staniforth and Dimitri Duta. So the time there, 7 minutes 02.35. And race 66, Division 2 of the Men's Open Lightweight Under 23 Coxless Pair is have come through the 1,000 metre mark. In lane 3 we have a Mossman composite of Paddy Holt from UTS and Max von Appen from Mossman, coached by Alex Field and Haley Chapman. In lane 4 from Kings we have MacArthur Butley and Rory Menzies. In lane 5 from UTS we have Ned Power and Henry Blackwell, coached by Alex Field and Haley Chapman. Sydney University crew seems to be scratched. And in lane 7 from Mossman we have Thomas Whalen and Benjamin Irving, coached by Matthias Ungemark. And it's a bit hard to see who's in the lead at the moment. It looks to be between the Holt and Van Appen and Blackwell and Power from UTS. So they've just crossed through the last 500. It certainly looks to be Holt and Van Appen, working hard to hold off the UTS crew of Ned Power and Henry Blackwell. It looks like Power and Blackwell have just upped their rating. Yes, Holt and Van Appen have a clear lead over over Power and Blackwell. Looking very nice as they come into the last 100 metres. So Ned Power and Henry Blackwell putting everything in they can to try and get across, make up some ground to the finish. So that is Paddy Holt and Max Van Appen first across the line. Ned Power and Henry Blackwell second. Coming through now is MacArthur Bucknell and Rory Menzies from Kings, followed through by Thomas Whalen and Benjamin Irving from Mossman. So 2 seconds slower than the previous division. That was 7 minutes and 30 seconds. And coming down the course now, we have the men's open lightweight under 23 single scull, Division 1. There are 3 divisions in this. In lane 1 from Capital Lakes, we have Harry Glacken, coached by David Romano. In lane 2 from UTS, Oscar Williams, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. In lane 3 from Nepean, Jason Waddell, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 4 from Uni New South Wales, Michael Pickford. In lane 5 from Sydney, Alex Nicol, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. So all those first 5 are open. Then the under 23s are Sydney Uni, from Sydney Uni, Nicholas Miro and Christopher Halley. And Nicholas Miro, coached by Christopher Halley. From Canberra, Cormac Hayes, coached by David Romano. In lane 8 from UTS, Marcus Delamata, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. And in lane 9 from Sydney University, Elliot Simpson, coached by Christopher Holiday. So lanes 1 to 5 are all open, and lanes 6 to 9 are under 23s. And they're just coming up, they've gone through the 1,000 metre mark. So Lizzie's just joined me now. I'm sure she'll be able to identify who that Sydney rower is. It looks to be well out in front.
I will have a look-see.
I think it's lane 5, so Alex Nicol is my guess.
Yeah, that would be what one would expect. Alex Nicol, who last year was in the coxless pair with Alexander Potter in the under-23s, or the equivalent of the under-23s for Australia, and then also doubled up in the 8. So and he's having a great season. This is his first season as an open, and he's been doing some great work on the water and some good times.
And from the view up here, it looks like it's going to be a battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th place, with the rest of the under-23s, Cormac Hayes, Marcus Delamata and Elliot Simpson over in the Ned lanes.
Yeah, and who's that? And Nicholas Miro from Sydney University, looking like he's putting in having a really good crack in the middle of the race. So they're just through the 1,500 metre mark, and Alex Nicol continues to lead. As I say, Nick Miro looks like he's challenging.
Is it
now?
Nick Miro in the lead?
No, it's definitely Alex Nicol in the lead, and it does look as though Oscar Williams from UTS is sitting in 2nd position. I can't see Harry Glacken. He's definitely here. I've seen him around the grounds.
Right over on the far side there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
If we're sounding a little vague, it's because there's a little bit of glare on the water, so it's a bit tricky to see.
That's Elliot Simpson doing so well in the... Marcus Delamata. Marcus Delamata, also from the 2021 under-23 squad.
Well, Elliot Simpson over here in lane 8 is putting on a pretty good effort. UTS, that's Marcus Delamata, my era.
Definitely a win for Alex Nichol in the open category in lane 5, representing Sydney Rowing Club. Nicholas Miro and Marcus Delamata having a really good battle there for second position, but Marcus will just take that out over Nick Miro. Good row from Nick Miro there, well done. Good work. And then lane number 1, Capital Lakes and the ACT High Performance Program. Harry Glackin crossing the line in 4th position overall, ahead of Cormac Hayes, who will place 5th. Then it's Oscar Williams from UTS. He will be 6th. 7th will be Jason Woodell. And then Michael Pickford. Yep, so Elliot Simpson, certainly didn't see him out there. So confirming then the results of Division 1 of the men's open and under 23 single sculls. No lightweights in that one. First across the line, Alex Nichol from Sydney Rowing Club. 2nd, Marcus Delamata from UTS. 3rd, Nicholas Miro from Sydney University. 4th, Harry Glackin from Capital Lakes and the ACT High Performance Program. 5th, Cormac Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club and the ACT High Performance Program. 6th, UTS and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. 7th, Nepean Rowing Club. 8th, the University of New South Wales. The winner in the open division was Alex Nichol in a time of 7:08.96, and then the first under 23 across the line was Marcus Delamata, who was 5.87 seconds slower.
And coming down the course, we have Division 2, and these are all lightweights. In lane 2 from UTS, we have William Clark, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. In lane 3 from Sydney Uni, Wyatt Batt, coached by Christopher Holliday. In lane 4 from ANU, Hamish Harding, coached by David Fermano. In lane 5 from UTS, Harry Curtin, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. In lane 6 from Adelaide ACT, Oscar McGuinness. In lane 7 from UTS, Michael McRae, he was busy commentating with me here this morning. Coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. And in lane 8, another commentator from this morning, Peter Waldersee, also coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. And they're just coming up to the 1500 metre mark. And it does look like the UTS rower Harry Curtin is it out in the lead?
Yes, an incredible talent. Very exciting rower. Brother of Matt Curtin, who's another incredibly talented lightweight rower. But yeah, it's been very impressive how much Harry Curtin has.
And he's followed across, I think, by Hamish Harding. Or was it Wyatt Batt?
No, it's Hamish Harding, yeah, from ANU. And the ACT. Or no, actually, it's Oscar McGuinness from Adelaide looking at that zoot suit, which would be right. So Oscar has recently moved to Canberra, and I believe that's because he is challenging for a seat in the lightweight double scull to represent Australia next season, and so he's either at or wants to be at the men's national training centre that's based there in Canberra. Crikey, first 2K race back and they're up at quite a high rate. So our leader from lane 4, no, that's not right, that's not. That is definitely not
Is it?
UTS, is it?
No.
Oh, sorry, from lane 4. ANU in the ACT, Hamish Harding.
Mm.
Trying to remember which crew he was in last year, but certainly has been, I believe, a junior representative, might have been under 21s last year.
There's a real battle going on for second and third place between Oscar McGuinness and Michael McRae. I think, it's going to be a very exciting finish.
Michael, of course, who is our commentator this morning, captain of UTS and recently elected to the board of Rowing New South Wales, so a lot going on in his life, as well as performing really strongly on the water.
I think he might just get him.
So a great win there for Hamish Harding of ANU in the ACT
Michael's
High
just
Performance
managed
Programme.
to push through.
Michael McRae in second position, Oscar McGuinness
by
from
half a
Adelaide
canvas.
Rowing Club in the ACT High Performance Programme in third. Harry Curtin, the next generation coming through, the under-23 positioned fourth in that high-quality field. And then it will be Peter Waldersee from UTS in lane 8 who will come fifth, and Sydney University's Wyatt Batt from last year's Penrith Cup 4 in sixth, and closing our field, Will Clark from UTS. So winning time in that lightweight race set by Hamish Harding of the ACT, 7 minutes 5.25 seconds. The margin between him and Michael McRae, 10.83 and then just 0.61.
It was Michael
to
came
Oscar
from behind
McGuinness.
there too, the way I saw it.
Good sprint finish.
Yes.
So now we have a Division 3 of the men's single scull, and these are all under 23 single scullers. In lane 1, representing Sydney University, Miller Argent. In lane 2, representing ANU and the ACT High Performance Programme, Nick Neals. In lane 3, from Sydney University, Tom Anderson. In lane 4, from UTS, Alexander Wood. In lane 5, from Sydney University, Matt Smith. In lane 6, from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Mitch Blackmore-Cram. In lane 7, from Sydney University, Josh Hewitt. In lane 8, from UTS, Luca Roncolato. And in lane 9, from Sydney University Boat Club, Elliot Simpson. He doesn't appear on your programme in that race because he was scheduled to be in race number 67, but has been moved to the under-23 race number 69 on your programme, lane 9. The coach, of course, of the under-21 and under-23 squad there at Sydney University Boat Club is Chris Holliday, who also coaches at Newington College, so he's having a busy day. Dave Framano, looking after the ACT High Performance Programme, coach of Nick Neals, who, by the way, is also a PR3 rower and nominated for the national squad, so excited to see what he can do.
We called his PR race this morning. He did
Yes.
very well.
Yes,
He just
very good
blitzed
rower.
it.
Yeah, good man.
Very good time as well.
Excellent. Then UTS, of course, Alex Field and Hallie Chapman, coaching the under-23 men there. And then the lone representative from Drummoyne, Mitch Blackmore-Cram, who used to row at school and at Mossman Rowing Club, coached by Ross Tong, the New Zealander, and Robin Mackney, who the long-standing coach there at Drummoyne Rowing Club. So this is a 2,000 metre race at under-23 level. And they're just coming through 750 metres gone. And at this stage it's all relatively close. Our cameras seem to have frozen. So there. So back to the trusty binoculars. And
Well, without the binoculars here, Lizzie, they look fairly close together, so it looks like it's going to be a good race.
I certainly do. So in the middle of the field there we have UTS Alexander Wood. Next to him from Sydney University, Matt Smith, looking as though he's having a pretty good first half. And Drummoyne Rowing Club's Mitch Blackmore-Cram. There's really not a lot in it. There's Nick Neals doing pretty well, and Tom Anderson Nick Neils from ANU, Tom Anderson from Sydney Uni, so a good university battle going on too.
So is the lane 9 here, Luca Roncolato doing?
No, lane 9 is Elliot Simpson from Sydney University. And
okay.
yeah, he's certainly topped the time trial a couple of weeks ago. So we've got the next high performance and the last high performance time trial of the winter series is taking place next week. So you'd certainly expect to see him do quite well.
He looks to be in the lead to me.
He does. He's come through now. So they have 750 metres left to run. Still pretty close. Alex Wood from UTS in the middle of the field, and Elliot Simpson from Sydney University in the lane closest to the grandstand. With a good challenge coming now. A big push in the middle of the race coming from Tom Anderson, who's in lane 3 on the far side of Alex Wood. So of course we're all hoping that there'll be some international competition this season, and most of the guys here have nominated for the national under-23 team. So this is the beginning of testing themselves out, getting themselves ready, see where they are now ahead of the final time trial, and then into summer camp in January, the 2K Ergo, and then the small boats regatta at the end of January, our New South Wales State Championships, our national championships, and then trials. This season will fly by, I think.
I think so.
Especially with a bit of a late start. Good row coming from Elliot Simpson there on that lane closest to the grandstand, isn't it? And Alex Wood on the far side.
Alex Wood certainly winding it up. Now he's coming into the last 250 metres.
Beautiful picture there of the puddles behind them. So Alex Wood from UTS, Elliot Simpson from Sydney University, duking it out for the lead. It looks to me as though Alex might just have a bow ball ahead of Elliot.
He's just taken it up a few more, the rating up a bit higher.
They're going to race each other into the finish, and then the next group behind them, Sydney University's Matt Smith, Tom Anderson from Sydney Uni, and Luca Roncolato from
Oh, it's going to be close
UTS.
across the finish line here.
Awesome, what a good race. I think UTS will have it.
I think, yes, I think
Oh, photo finish.
photo finish, but I think both
Alex
Lizzie
Wood.
and I think Alex Wood took
Yep.
it, followed by Elliot Simpson.
Third, lane 5, Sydney University's Matt Smith. 4, lane 3. 5, lane 8. So that's Tom Anderson and Luca Roncolato. Then Mitch Blackmore-Cram making his big comeback. This time racing for a non-high performance club, having a great race against Josh Hewitt there. And Nicholas Neils placing 8th, but a really fast finish, and again a really strong race. 9th, lane 1, Sydney University's Miller Argent. So just recapping the results there. Then a photo finish for first, but it looks as though it was Alexander Wood from UTS, and second, Elliot Simpson from Sydney University Boat Club. Third, Matt Smith from Sydney University. Fourth, Tom Anderson from Sydney University. Fifth, Luca Roncolato from UTS. Fourth, Luca Roncolato from... That is not right. That is not right, so we'll just ignore what's on the screen just at the moment. And then Mitch Blackwell-Cram in 6th. He represents Drummoyne. 7th, Sydney University, Josh Hewitt. 8th, ANU and the ACT High Performance Programme, Nick Neils. And 9th, Sydney University, Miller Argent.
And just come through the 1,000-metre mark is race 70, which is the women's AB quad and one women's open quad in the same race. So across in lane 2 from Sydney University, we have Alex Smits, Grace Livingston, Ella Casson and Grace Turner. In lane 3 from the Union New South Wales, Samantha Backler, Stephanie Hart, Louisa Stocks and Heather Cox. In lane 4 from Glebe, Go Glebe, Heidi Lindahl, Liz Lester, Soraya Mackay-Colin and Jackie Harris. In lane 5 from the University of New South Wales, Anna Ristic, Chloe McKenzie, Ramona Codd-Miller and Alyssa Burke. In lane 6 from Mossman, Talia Nowland, Imogen Gray, Lillian Hyde and Grace Burke, coached by Katie Healy. And in lane 7, Olivia Bartram, Laura Gourley, Georgia Rowe, Emma Fessy, coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field. And then we have the open Sydney University composite crew, and the I can't tell you who's in it because the printer has managed to pop those off the end of our page.
So I will have a quick look online, but it is the UTS crew of our own Olivia Bartram, who is organises all of us from Rowing New South Wales, sitting in the bow seat with Laura Gourley in the 2 Street, Georgie Rowe from the national team in the 3 seat and from our Olympic women's 8, and Emma Fessy in the stroke seat. And they, of course, are coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field. That's a really strong quad, and they've taken a commanding lead over the crew from Sydney University.
I don't think we have the open crew that's on our list here. The Sydney
It looks
University
as though it's not there. Yeah, that's true.
From lane
So
8.
we won't worry about it.
We won't worry about that one. So it's all AB quad.
Yeah, so Glebe doing really well indeed, and they did really well earlier on today as well.
Without any bias, of
crew.
course, but they're actually a very strong crew, and they row very well together.
They do.
Had fantastic success at the Australian Masters Rowing Championships back in May. But they seem to be battling it out. It's going to be pretty tough for 2nd and 3rd, I think, and 4th. Across over there, the University of New South Wales crew. Samantha Backler-Hart, Stocks and Cox. And over here in lane 6 from Mossman, Nowland, Gray, Hyde and Burke. I think the Uni New South Wales... Uni New South Wales. Is it Sydney Uni crew? Sorry. Yes, Sydney Uni crew.
Yeah, of the youngsters.
Probably going to take 2nd place. This UTS crew crossing the line, about to cross the line, looking beautiful, relaxed and strong. Great boat run.
Yeah, very nice indeed, especially given that Georgie especially is a sweep rower, so that's really lovely to see having such a good scull there.
Yeah, Sydney Uni crew is going to take 2nd place.
And the Glebe Rowing Club will take 3rd and best dressed.
Convincingly take 3rd place. Well done. And I think they seem to be the most highly decorated of the Reindeer look.
Indeed.
So Glebe's followed across the line by the Mossman crew of Nowland, Gray, Hyde and Burke.
And of course, they're all much younger. From Katie Healy's good junior squad there, then University of New South Wales, Ristick, Mackenzie, Cod Miller and Burke, they'll cross the line in 5th, just ahead of the University of New South Wales first crew of Backler, Hart, Stocks and Cox. So just confirming that then, the results of the women's quad, a win for the AB quad from UTS of Bartram, Gurley, Rowe and Fessy. In 2nd position, Sydney University's Smiths, Livingston, Cassin and Turner. In 3rd, Glebe Rowing Club, Lindale, Leicester, Mackay, Colan and Harris. 4th, Mossman, Noland, Gray, Hyde and Burke. In 5th, University of New South Wales, Ristick, Mackenzie, Cod Miller and Burke. And in 6th, the University of New South Wales, Backler, Hart, Stocks and Cox. The winning time, 6 minutes, 50.74 and a commanding margin of 25 seconds. UTS over Sydney Uni.
And lining up for race 71, we're back to 1,000 metres and we're into some Masters competition, which always excites me. The Women's Masters 8, we have 5 crews. So in lane 3, we have Glebe Composite of Catherine Maxwell, Selena Steele, Sarah Jones, Mika Kelly, who's from Balmain, but she actually rows out of Glebe as well. Elisa Bland, Kate Wareham, Edwina Hook, Elizabeth Dorian, coaxed by Bridie Morrison. From North Shore in lane 4, we have Marianne Forbes. So the Glebe crew is a C, and they have to give 4 seconds. All the other crews are D, and they'll be going off go. From North Shore, Marianne Forbes, Fiona Angelis, Julie Burm, Annalise Appleton, Penny Morris, Astrid Allman, Joe Hodgkinson, Sarah Abbott, coxed by Anne Davis and coached by Richard Stacey. In lane 5 from North Shore, we have Leanne Johnson, Sarah Colhane, Sharon Livingston, Mary McCulley, Vicky Grundy, Gail Donkin, Christina McCulloch, Elizabeth Buzo, coxed by Susan Walter and coached by Justin Peters. And to round it out, yet another North Shore crew in lane 6 of Ruth Gibson, Catherine Boland, Olivia Tong, Nicola Kennedy, Helen Byrne, Louise McCoach, Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, coxed by Jennifer Pollock and coached by Kim Rudder. There was a fourth North Shore crew, an F crew, which has been scratched. So North Shore certainly showing their presence here this afternoon.
They had a great race in the Coxless 4 earlier on where there were 3 crews battling it out, and it was the E age group that won. It is that crew in lane 6 that was fastest off the start, the crew with Ruth Gibson in the bow. They shot off like a firecracker, and at the moment they're continuing to hold their lead over the other 2 crews from North Shore. So that's the 3rd crew currently leading North Shore 1 and North Shore 2, but I would imagine if they're the 3rd name crew that they were doing that to make sure they got as much of an advantage early in the race as they possibly can. And even though they had to wait for 4 seconds before starting, that slightly younger crew from Glebe, average age of 50, are now starting to catch the others up. So we were explaining earlier with Masters Racing about the handicap, which is set so that ideally you've got everybody crossing the finish line at the same time.
Exactly.
Not quite how it works in practice, or not always.
Always very exciting when you cross the threshold and get a few extra seconds.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah.
As we get older. I think the Glebe crew is starting to make up the 4 seconds that they had to give off the start.
But at the moment it's North Shore 3, stroked by Nikki Blackwell, that is in the lead. Going through the 1500 metre mark, so that's halfway through their race. Glebe Rowing Club now, North Shore lane 5, so that's the North Shore 1 crew, currently sitting in 2nd. Glebe have worked their way through to 3rd, leaving North Shore 2 in 4th position. Glebe's Net Cox will now be pointing out how far she is from the bow ball of the 8th that from North Shore that's sitting in lane 5, and they'll be trying to work their way through that crew. Love that bit of Masters Racing. Looking very strong. Well done, Glebe. Fantastic though, North Shore, the strength in depth that they have across all of Masters Rowing, not just Masters Women, and that crew that's in the lead's got a really nice rhythm, hasn't it?
To be able to field 3 D8s, so that's just the narrow average age of between 50 and 55. That's just shows us the depth of their Masters racing there.
Oh yes, I was wrong there, wasn't I? So C is what, average age 43?
Average 43 to 50.
Yeah.
So very pleased to say Glebe is pushing through. Can they keep it up for the last 250 metres?
They certainly look like they can. They certainly look like they have every intention of working their way through that crew, don't they? A very spirited row.
So the leading North Shore crew looking very in control.
That's great to see Mika rowing sweep, having started off in sculling.
So we've seen Mika do PR3 single this morning. I think she did a double as well.
Awesome. I think so too. I think I heard her name. So a win there for North Shore 3, quite a commanding win, a good few lengths there. North Shore 1 will hang on to 2nd place. They're not going to let Glebe row through them, but a great row from Glebe and Balmain Composite there, across on the far side. Augurs very well indeed for the rest of the season. And then taking 4th position will be our North Shore 2 crew. And the winning time was 3 minutes 40.68. Awesome. Right, next, men's Masters Quad Scull. So again, we have different age categories. In lane 2, representing Glebe Rowing Club again, an average C age, so that's between 43 and 50, with Andy Wigan in the bow seat, Callum Steele at 2, Nick Galea at 3, he's the captain, I believe, and Kenny Major in the stroke seat.
And they have to give 41 seconds. Kenny Major was trying to twist my arm to go and jump in the boat to bring the average age up,
yep.
but
Said, "No,
I
thanks,
think
mate,
it's
you
a
can do
great
that."
opportunity for young Callum Steele to have
What a lovely
get
idea.
out there and have a good
Absolutely right.
race.
Absolutely right. So then we have 3 F age category crews with North Shore in lane 3, Abbotsford in lane 4, and University of New South Wales in 5. The North Shore crew is Glenn Fraser, Nick Johnston, Eric Luck, and Chris Walsh, coached by Samantha Callahan. The Abbotsford crew is Steve Hill, Richard Jones, Douglas Stewart, and Andrew Patterson, coached by Charles Lloyd-Jones. And the University of New South Wales crew is David Alexander, Matthew Feehan, Neil Peppett, and David Lees. A composite then in lane 6 between Abbotsford and Leichhardt, a crew that is H age category, Terry Barella, Robert Kelsall, Joseph Zammit, and Michael Hayes. North Shore in lane 7, an I age category is David Kay, 79 years old, Rob Drury, who's 76, Len Walter, who's 77, and John James, who is 84. Go, John. And they started the racing off. They went off go. And then in lane 8, from St George Rowing Club in the Shire, an E average age category crew of Glenn Shooter in the bow seat, Lewis Crooks at 2, Paul Wilkinson at 3, and Christopher Jones in the stroke seat, coached, of course, by Bruce Williams.
And it does look like the I crew of North Shore are holding on to their lead. Whether they can hold it right to the end, the Abbotsford crew and the North Shore crew with Glenn Fraser in the bow, the F crew is pulling through hard over the far side there.
And that St George crew looks like it's having a really good pull as they come through into the last 250 metres. How exciting. Oh, the North Shore crew's going through. How powerful.
The F crew of North Shore is really pushing through there.
Look at that power. That's awesome. So again, that's Glenn Fraser, Nick Johnston, Eric Luck, and Chris Walsh.
Abbotsford working very hard to try and hold their position. I did ask them before the race if they would just be graceful while the Glebe crew went past, but it doesn't look like they are.
Didn't listen. Oh, an excellent race. Some great rowing there as well. Go Glebe too.
And I think Glebe's actually going to take 3rd place, so they've reeled in at 41 seconds. So that was the North Shore F crew who won, followed by the Abbotsford F crew, then Glebe, then
it was in 4th position North Shore 2 from lane 7. In 5th, St George. In 6th, the University of New South Wales. And in 7th, the Abbotsford Leichhardt composite.
I think that was a pretty good demonstration of how the handicaps actually do work.
It actually was. You're quite right. Thank you.
They do work.
You're quite right. Very exciting finish and some great racing there.
Yes.
So now we'll switch from sculling, where you have a blade in each hand, to sweep, where you only have one oar. We have 2 divisions of the men's C and D grade coxed fours. The first one, Division 1, is actually all C grade. We've had 1 scratching, that's lane 6 crew from UTS, leaving us with, in lane 2, the King's School, Alexander Zayas, Axel Lindemann, Lachlan Costello and Lachlan Wong, coxed by Fergus Lawson. Now, the 2 Lachlans were pretty good at sculling, so it would be great to see what they're like in sweep. Newington 4 are in lane 3, Caden Hassan, Gil Scott, Cameron Rennie and Zach Foreman, with Nick Wadland coxing them. Their coach is Stuart MacDonald. The King's School first crew is in lane 4, James Davis, Aston Purdon, Alex Bush and Julian Burke, coxed by Sebastian Kladnig. Newington 1 is in lane 5, Angus Moses, Archie Gillies, Henry Isherwood and Jamie de Botton, coxed by Oliver Lau, coached by Aidan Smith. In lane 7, Newington 2, William Chandler, James Gestakovsky, Samuel Morsley and Finn Grove, coxed by Will Nicholas and coached by Aidan Smith. And then rounding out the field in lane 8, the crew from the King's School, Kings 2, with Ben McKenna, Peter Zegas, Joel Bradford and Sam Thompson, coxed by Henry Fagan. And it's that Kings school that appears to be in the lead as they come through the 1,500 metre mark. They're racing over 1,000 metres, so they're halfway through their race. And
it only looks
King's
like
school,
3 boats coming through.
It does. So it looks as though we're missing Newington 2.
So I think
Possibly Newington 1 and Newington 4.
think,
So it
yeah,
could
we
just
have
be Kings, Kings and
the
Kings.
Kings, and Kings, yes.
So I do hope that that is not because, as we mentioned earlier, there are no marshals in the back lake this competition. So coxes and coaches, if you could just be aware that you should make your way to the start and not wait to be ushered through the channel from the warm-up lake to the course. So just keep moving, have a watch in the boat, and keep an eye on the time, and just keep moving through to the start line, please. I suspect that's what's happened here. So we have Kings 2 in lane 8, currently in the lead. We have Kings 3 on the far side, just looking as though they're making a move now, moving through Kings 1. Or Kings 1 are responding. They have said, right, we've got 250 metres to go and we're going for it. That is the cox, Sebastian Kladnik, urging his crew on. But a really good row in this coxed 4, coming from Ben McKenna, Peter Zegas, who was pretty impressive in the single, Joel Bradford and Sam Thompson. Their cox is Henry Fagan. And he's really got his crew going well.
They're looking very good and look like quite big boys too, Lizzie.
They do indeed. That's really nice. Good long reach and good strong strokes. 2 to take out the men's C grade coxed 4. Second, the crew from lane 4, Kings 1. And third, just behind them, the Kings 3 crew. And the winning time there for the crew stroked by Sam Thompson was 3 minutes 22.87 seconds.
And so Division 2 of the men's CD grade Cox 4 is underway, race 74. All these crews are D crews. Again, we have 4 on the list, but I can only see 3 boats. So in lane 3, we have a St. George composite. I think, is that Lizzie's confirming with her binoculars. It's Sandy Mititelu, Lachlan Dunn, Tom Masterson, James Hunt, coxed by Callum Dunn and coached by Mark Featherston. Newington is the one that's missing. In lane 5, University of New South Wales, Ollie Ryan, Finn Crawford, Anthony Ball, Michael Zhu and coxed by Dhruv Kumar. And in lane 6 from Kings, Mac Mason, Lachlan Smith, Isaac Rumble, Angus Smith, coxed by Dana Skelvins. And it looks to be the University of New South Wales crew that's in the lead, but I think the St. George composite are also giving them a very good hurry up across the other side there.
They are indeed. Well, University of New South Wales won the competition for best dressed in this race because they're the only ones to have Christmas decorations. And they're giving it a red hot go, but you're quite right, that St. George composite, I wonder why it's a composite, have looked to me as though they've managed to push their way through into first place
really,
now,
and they've just taken it up. They are determined to push through on this one. So you can see St. George really pushing through. They've upped their rating for the last 250 metres. They're
coached, of course, by Mark Featherston, who does such a good job. I think, you know, there's a lot of Featherstons around who row very, very well, and real gutsy little rowers too. But this is a men's coxed 4, and one of the things you need in a coxed 4 is real power. You need to maintain the length, maintain the power, and then the rate will come from that, and that's certainly what this St. George crew is doing.
Yes, pushed through for a very nice lead and a very nice finish, St. George crew.
Yeah, they've got a length of clear or more, maybe win by about 3 lengths, I think. Certainly going to take out that Division 2 in the men's coxed 4. Second will be University of New South Wales, and third will be the King's School. The time for the, it's evidently a St George Sydney composite, so the time for that St George crew was 3 minutes 31.94 seconds. And now we move back to sculling and back to women's rowing and Division 1 of the women's coxless quad. We've got a mixture here of D and C grade coxes, so this is grade as opposed to age categories. In lane 1, a D crew from Leichhardt of Lauren Meany, Josephine Egan, Sinead Hickey and Elizabeth Powell, coached by Jeff Patterson and Malcolm Campbell. In lane 2, from Nepean Rowing Club, Palmina Grady, Jennifer Mayalei, Layla Fonua and Letitia Hopton, coached by Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell. In lane 3, from Newcastle Grammar School, Jasmine Withford, Jemima Mackenzie, Alice McCready and Grace Charge. In lane 4, from the University of New South Wales, Charlotte Stanwicks, Ramona Codd-Miller, Carly Chaplin and Emma Vaycox. In lane 5, from Glebe Rowing Club, Josephine Duncan-Nagy, Soraya McKay-Colin, Heidi Lindell and Jacqueline Harris. Whew, they'd be tired.
Goodness me, that's a fast turnaround.
In fact, that's a very fast turnaround. Oh, it's a quad. Maybe it's the same quad gone back again. Lane 6, North Shore, Zita Briones, Zita Vanderwall, as she was as an Australian lightweight. She's in the bow seat with Louise McCoach at 2, Ruth Gibson at 3 and Olivia Tung in the stroke seat, coached of course by Kim Rudder. From UTS, in lane 7, Holly Garner, Annabelle Fuller, Jessica Salmon and Alexandra Quinn, coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field. In lane 8, from Nepean Rowing Club, Jackie Ford, Olivia Harris, Talara Tuckerman and Sienna Grady, coached by Daniel and Jason Waddell. And representing Mossman, in lane 9, Eva Distasso, Claudia Callahan, Talia Noland and Catherine Wilcock, coached by Katie Healy.
So with that, it's interesting with that Glebe crew, there's a just over 30-minute turnaround, and Liz Lester's jumped out and Joe Duncan-Nagy's jumped in. So we'll see how they go.
So what I hadn't spotted was there was about a 15-minute break there, so they're just coming on to the start now. And we've been quite lucky with the wind. It has either been nothing very much at all or a tailwind, but it's just starting to cross now. I guess that you can see from the clouds that the rain is starting to, rain clouds are starting to form. Let's hope we get today finished before they arrive.
So the thing we can debate all afternoon, Lizzie, is will you be faster over in lanes 1, 2 and 3 where it's nice and calm, or across this side where you're getting a bit of a cross tailwind?
That's right.
These are the things we like to talk about forever.
Indeed.
And it depends which boat you're in and which lane you're in as to which one gave advantage, of course.
Yes, that's true. So the umpire just bringing them on to the start now. But we've certainly got a real mix there. We've got some masters, we've got some sort of club members in their sort of teens, 20s, 30s, and then we've got quite a few girls who were in the under 16, under 17 age category earlier on today, for example, that Newcastle Grammar crew. So a lovely mix, exactly what you want to see in a club regatta like this.
Welcome to grade racing, where it's basically all on merit. I've often pulled up to the start line with my doubles partner, and we've been in F Masters, I think, which is average age 55 to 60. And we can have a crew of 16-year-olds sitting in the start.
Right next door, yeah.
Next door. It's always fun.
And it's one of the great things about this sport, isn't it? That you do, you know, you have some events where you're in your age category, or a bit like Nick Niels, who we were talking about earlier, who qualifies for para rowing, qualifies for under 23, and obviously would race club and open events as well. So it's just a great way to mix it up and race with different people. Yeah. Yeah, we've certainly been quite lucky with the weather so far. So I don't know. Well, we've obviously we've called this very early, so we'll still have another few minutes to go
Yes,
before the
there was a bit
race
of a break
starts.
that I hadn't counted.
Yeah. So let's have a look at what's coming up then. So we have two divisions of this women's C and D grade coxless 4, and the next division is a mix as well, although it's predominantly D as opposed to this one, which is predominantly C. We're then going to go back to men's rowing and back to sweep, where we have men's coxless 4s, and scheduled to race is a full field of 9 crews, so that'll be pretty exciting. And as we've just discussed, a mix between university, school and club, and also a mix between, just having a look at the names here, a mix between people who are fairly elite rowers and those who are fairly new to it all. We then have the men's double sculls, a couple of divisions there, and the women's open, lightweight and under 23 single sculls, divided into different divisions. So there's a really great lineup of some exciting racing in the women's lightweights first. That's at 3:58. At 4:03, the women's open. We have a couple of Olympians entered there, so we'll see whether they turn up. And then some under 23s, including some who represented Australia at the simulation regatta, as we called it this year, when we weren't allowed to travel overseas. They're in the under 23 category and race at 4:08. We'll then move on to some women's pairs, and then it's back to the men's masters 8s. So that'll be a good. I see there's some Glebe people in the composite, but not you, Mark. You're not going to rush off and do that.
I think it's Kim Mackney making the showing.
Ah, right. Yes, indeed. Yeah, we have some women's masters sculls, some grade races in quads and 4s, and then at 5:08 we go back to those who are battling out for selection, with a real mix then of open double sculls. We see the return of Georgia Mansaro, who is one of our leading lightweights here in New South Wales, with arguably the current leading lightweight, Lucy Coleman. They're both at Sydney University Boat Club, so they jump into a double, and it's the first time we'll have seen them represent. We've got a Rowena Meredith, freshly returned from the Olympics, with Kate Rowan, who was the Olympic sculling reserve. And then we've got some up-and-comers, so we've got some great composites there. A women's coxless 4, and we'll finish off racing today at 5:23 p.m, where they're holding, with the men's masters coxless 4, where we've got some great names, some real experience there, and a real mix of ages. So that will be another exciting race at 5:23 to round off what has been a great day of racing so far and looks like continuing.
Yeah, just looking at this program, Lizzie, there's going to be a lot of exciting races. And
I think so. Don't go anywhere,
good mix.
folks.
No, don't go anywhere.
Don't change the dial.
Settle in.
For a good afternoon
Grab
of racing.
yourself a coffee and start barracking for your team.
Indeed.
So the ladies' quad, it's just about to start. They're just trying to get a line.
So if you're up there in the stands, you've got a couple of minutes to nip up to Lakeside Catering, the kiosk behind the grandstand, and grab yourself a cup of tea, and then come back and see the final 500 metres of the race. Just a reminder, please, coaches, coxes, scullers, please return your bow numbers to boat shed number 1. And they are off in this women's coxless quad. So a reminder, on the far side is Leichhardt, Nepean are in lane 2, Newcastle Grammar in 3, Uni of New South in 4. Glebe in 5, North Shore in 6, UTS in 7, Nepean first crew in 8, and Mossman Rowing Club closest to the grandstand.
And could be interesting out there. We can see some wind gusts across the water, so it can always be upsetting as you just getting into a race thinking it's only hitting your crew, no one else.
Great to see a full field of 9 there. It's pretty exciting.
We've had quite a few full fields today. It's fantastic.
So good to all be back together again, isn't it?
Well, as they come up to the 1,000-metre mark, they're looking all pretty close together, but Lizzie has her binoculars, so she'll be able to report more detail, perhaps.
So certainly that Nepean Rowing Club is going quite well. Jackie Ford, Livia Harris, Talara Tuckerman and Sienna Grady. So they've got off to a good start. Mind you, so have Mossman, although Mossman steering looks a little bit wonky. They look like they're trying to aim for the grandstand, and maybe they need to straighten up just a little so they don't take the run off the boat too much. On the far side, we have the crew from Leichhardt of Lauren Meany, Josephine Egan, Sinead Hickey and Elizabeth Powell. Some fairly new names there, a fairly young crew, I think, but they're going pretty well too. They've gone off the start quite well.
So I don't want to call it too early, but
good,
as they came across, it was Nepean followed by Glebe.
Yep, certainly
But
very good. And
but all still, anyone's in the running. They're all still quite close together. So Nepean across here in lane 8.
So we've got Sienna Grady in the stroke seat, and her mum was in the bow seat of the.
And I think
is in the bow seat of the other Nepean.
The UTS crew is starting to put a bit of a push on. That's Holly Garner, Annabelle Fuller, Jessica Salmon and Alexandra Quinn in lane 7. They don't want to be left out.
So Nepean Rowing Club still in the lead, being pushed by UTS and Glebe Rowing Club. And those three crews have now started to move away from the rest of the field. North Shore with Zita Briones in the bow. Certainly doing pretty well.
And don't discount Mossman over this side either.
Certainly not. They've straightened up now and they're going a lot faster.
So I think the Glebe girls have just taken it up. I think they're going to overtake the UTS crew, and they are pushing hard. If they can keep that up, they might even catch Nepean. It's going to be a very close finish here. Glebe out in lane 4. These are the girls that just rode a 2,000-metre race. Swap one out.
Awesome race.
It's going to be, they just didn't quite make it. I think that's going to be a photo finish, but I think the Nepean girls just managed to push themselves across the line first, followed by Glebe and then UTS. What a good race. And look at this for, what would that be? 6th and 7th.
And it's a photo finish.
Another
with
photo
Leichhardt
finish.
Having to take out 8th position. And
some great
Nepean
racing
9th.
out here.
Really good. So just recapping what we have seen. So Nepean Rowing Club took out the win there in the women's coxless squad, their C grade. Glebe came second, UTS were third, North Shore was fourth, Mossman was fifth. That's definitely age over youth. And then a photo finish between University of New South Wales and Newcastle Grammar School for 6th and 7th. Leichhardt Rowing Club took 8th and Nepean Rowing Club second crew 9th. The winning time, unofficially, 3 minutes 36.07, and the margin between first and second, 0.43. Just another second back to third. And then only less than a second between 4th and 5th, North Shore and Mossman. What an exciting race.
And we have Division 2 just coming through the 500 metres in lane 2 from Abbotsford. Jodie Panagopoulos, Colleen Chapman, Marcella Cox, Rowena Stewart, coached by Charles Lloyd Jones. In lane 3 from Union New South Wales, Angela Zeng, Priyanka Sridhar, Elizabeth Raffin, Catherine Vargotsky. In lane 4 from Glebe, Bridie Morrison, Olivia Hills, Isabella Bain and Brianna Wade. In lane 5 from St George, Erin McDonald, Matilda Marriott, Abby Featherston, Ellen Featherston. In lane 6 from Leichhardt, Ciara Ortolani, Alexandra Bullman, Maliha Selfiqua and Cleo Price. In lane 7 from St George, Amelia Featherston. Goodness me, there are the Featherstons everywhere. Teresa Haley, Beth Jacobs and Lily Featherston. And in lane 8 from Newcastle Grammar, Maeve Winspear, Melissa Carpenter, Audrey Alexander-Lacey and Josephine Armstrong.
So it's been a pretty good showing. Going off really quickly was the Abbotsford crew on the far side, but it is the St George crew in the middle of the race that's really settled into Glebe, who've really settled into a very strong rhythm indeed.
But St George on this side, giving them some very good, pushing them along.
Glebe definitely win a well-decorated boat. Look at that, they've got plenty of tinsel on their boat there and some reindeer antlers in the stern. So they get my vote for best dressed boat, and as well as winning.
Well, we had the Stroke and 3 are our social media party people.
Oh, really? The party people. So University of New South Wales on one side of them, and then closer to the grandstand, the St George crew. St George were sitting in second, currently third, still sculling really strongly. But it certainly looks as though it will be Glebe that will take out this second division of the women's coxless squad, closely followed by the University of New South Wales crew. And then it's between Abbotsford, St George, Abbotsford on the far side, St George on the near side, and rapid finishing Leichhardt crew of Ciara Ortolani in the bow seat, who did quite well in the single earlier.
I think Abbotsford are just going to take it over St George, followed by Leichhardt, and then is that another St George crew?
Yep,
yes.
St George 2, and then Newcastle Grammar. Oh, another well-decorated boat.
Oh, this
well
one
done,
has
Newcastle Grammar, looking fantastic there.
Well, look at that. There's
They've
a
got
Christmas
sleigh in the
tree
cox's
sitting
seat.
inside the sleigh in the cox's seat.
Fantastic. Oh, congratulations to Newcastle Grammar.
I think they're very pleased to cross the finish line there.
1,000-metre race. So just recapping the results of Division 2 of the women's coxless quad. A win for Glebe Rowing Club. Second, University of New South Wales. Third, Abbotsford. Fourth, St George. Fifth, Leichhardt. Sixth, St George. And seventh, Newcastle Grammar. Just a reminder that if you do win your race or your division within a race, to go to Boat Bay number 1 to collect your award. That's also where you should please return your bow numbers as soon as possible after finishing racing. If you still need to weigh in, so if you are a lightweight or a cox, the weigh-in is underneath the finish tower, in the room at the bottom of the finish tower.
And we now have a few minutes until we go back to 2,000 metre racing, which will be the men's AB and men's open coxless 4s. So a mix-up of A's, B's, well it says there's C's here as well. So
presumably there's 2 races in the one here. There's an open race and an AB race, by the looks of things, looking at the title.
yes, and there'd be C crews racing it as AB.
Just racing up.
So
right, gotcha.
for C and D grade are 1,000 metre races, and so these boys want to punish themselves and row 2,000 metres up against some open and very fast crews, as you do.
As you do, of course. Why not? So we've got a strengthening crosswind there, and the reason that, the way in which we can be sure of that is we're just looking at the flags in front of the finish tower. You can see those flags are blowing in towards the finish tower, meaning there is a crosswind coming from the far side. Yeah, it's really swung around now, hasn't it? So who have we got in this race coming up then? It's at 3:43, so we've got another 6 minutes or so before the race starts. It's going to be raced over 2,000 metres, and again, you're going to be looking at sweep rowing as opposed to sculling. In lane 1, we'll have a crew from the University of New South Wales. It's a C-grade crew, which means they don't have as many points as the B's and A's. The crew is Oliver Ryan in the bow seat, Jack Sargent in the 2 seat, Thomas Gates in 3, and Anthony Ball in the stroke seat. In lane 2, from the King's School, another C-grade crew of Fraser Waite in the bow seat, Nicholas Witheridge in 2, Felix Douglas in the 3 seat, and Angus Wickham at stroke. Then we move to B grade. We have 2 crews. next to each other, one from Mossman in lane 3, which is Tom Whalen in the bow seat, Benjamin Irving in the 2 seat, William Bogue in 3, and David Campbell in the stroke seat. They individually are very good scullers. They are coached by Matthias Ungemach, so really looking forward to seeing them race. And beside them, another really good crew from UTS this time, also B grade, with Ned Power in the bow seat, Luka Stefanovic in 2, Mitchell Kaponis in 3, and Henry Blackwell in the stroke seat. Their coaches are Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. Another crew from Kings, C grade, is in lane 5. A crew of Cameron Webster at bow, Tom Watts at 2, Angus Murrell at 3, and Wilbur Blacksland in the stroke seat. A second Mossman crew in lane 6, also B grade. This is Bo Nicholas in the bow seat, Brandon Smith at 2, Oliver St-Pierre at 3, and Joshua Wilson, who had a commanding lead in the single scull earlier on this afternoon. Although they are racing as a Coxswain 4 now, I do believe that was our Australian junior men's quad last year that was coached by Judith Ungemach. In lane 7 from UTS, an A-grade Coxswain 4 of Cameron Ogilvie in the bow seat, Jack Message at 2, Peter Waldersee at 3, and Will Clark at stroke. Coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. This is a lightweight crew, and at least half of that crew, I should imagine all of them actually, are contenders for the Penrith Cup crew, the New South Wales Coxswain 4 lightweight that will challenge the rest of the nation at the Interstate Regatta at the end of the season in next year, so about March time, I think, next year. And then we have 2 open 4s in lane 8, Sydney Rowing Club 1, with Gordon Applecrin in the bow seat, Will Delaney at 2, Declan Glendinning at 3, and Henry Furrer in the stroke seat. And in lane 9, Sydney 2, with Max Peace in the bow seat, Ash Nichols at 2, Andy Hoffman at 3, and Max Crow in the stroke seat. Both of those crews are coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. And they are a young and incredibly fast and well-disciplined crew who've already put through, who've already put down some good racing here this morning. So should be an excellent race. You can just see those 2 open crews from Sydney Rowing Club getting onto the start now if you look at your screen.
And look, nice to see, Lizzie, that you know, a couple of names here started off in Glebe.
Yes.
So this is where we start them off in the clubs. So
yep.
Ollie Ryan and Cam Ogilvie both probably learnt a lot of what they know from Brad Smith.
Absolutely. Yep.
Then they move on into university and start to really applying those and developing them to the university.
Oh, well, I think there's two pathways. You're absolutely right. Some is you start at club or maybe school and go to university, and the other is if you really have a hankering after representing Australia, then you start at a feeder club and you need to move to a high performance club probably. I mean, that's not to say that you have to, but that is what those high performance clubs are set up to do and what they're funded to do as well. That's their deliverable. And I think one of the great strengths of New South Wales is that we have fantastic clubs, great schools, and then this very definite pathway that leads up to that, prepare you here, ready for you to go to a national training centre and hopefully get on and win an Olympic medal. So how good would it be to see
well, it's so
exciting
to see to see our little Glebe members come through at this level.
Absolutely, yeah. No, I completely agree. It's very exciting.
Always a bit disappointing for the coaches who put in all the time and effort teaching them what they have, though.
Yeah.
But that's the nature of all sports, I imagine.
And I think that's why it's really important we recognise that we've deliberately created a system, and it is absolutely vital that we have good grassroots clubs.
Oh, absolutely.
Good competition. I'm so grateful to Rowing New South Wales because the standard of competition is so high, and we're so lucky to have this course too. We are preparing our club level athletes on one of the best international courses in the world, I reckon. So very exciting. Yeah.
Mossman. UTS.
So you can hear now the voice of the starter. See crews lined up, getting ready to race.
Sydney. Attention.
So the start of the race, there is a traffic light system. The lights will go to green. so that those who are hearing impaired, and we do have a couple, can see a visual cue to start. And then we also have an audible signal, so if we have vision impaired, then people can hear the hooter go, the horn go. As you can see at the beginning of the race, really pretty close together. It's very rare that a crew gets completely dropped off the start. A very anaerobic type of activity in that first 100 meters, where everybody's off to a very high rate of striking, really using the legs and powering through those first few strokes to get that boat from stationary to up and running. And then as they hit their stride, settling down into a really aerobically challenging pace that you need to hold for the whole of that 2,000 meters. And now we're starting to see the positions change a little, with Mossman Rowing Club's young guns of Tom Whalen, Benjamin Irving, William Bogan, David Campbell start to move out ahead of the Cruise Kings in lane 2 and University of New South Wales in lane 3. Not far behind them, the crew from UTS of Ned Power, Lucas Stefanovic, Mitchell Kaponis and Henry Blackwell.
And they're looking pretty close together as they come up to the what's that, the first 500 metre mark?
Here it is. And that King's
very close
crew of Cameron Webster, Tom Watts, Angus Murrell and Wilbur Blackstone looking very strong. Here we have our two open crews from Sydney. The one closest to the camera is the crew of Peace, Nichols, Hoffman and Crow. And just inside them in lane 8, Applecrin, Delaney, Glendinning and Furrow.
This looks like it's going to be a very strong race.
Look, the re-emergence of the Sydney Rowing Club bucket hat. Always a main staple back in the late 90s, early 2000s. It's made its way back.
Bucket hats are in now,
They
Lizzie.
are,
Yeah.
they are. And the Australian team, we were given them for the Paralympic Games.
Ah.
Not many wore them, but they were there. Terry Towling as well. Old school.
So the field looks still very close together. So this is going to be a great race.
It does.
As they start to come up to the 1,000 metre mark.
And the battle between Mossman and UTS, those young guns, is keeping them very close indeed to those open crews from Sydney Rowing Club. And the lightweight crew from UTS.
So they're just about to come through the 1,000 metre mark. Very close indeed. Looks like the Mossman has about a quarter of a canvas over, is it Sydney?
2 Sydney crews, yeah.
So there's about 5 crews still all bunched up together. Any one of them could take the lead.
Indeed. So the only crews really to have fallen behind a little are by the looks of things, are the really young crews. So the Kings and University of New South Wales.
It's going to be a very exciting race as it comes up towards the last 500 metres here.
It surely is. So 2,000 metres, you definitely need a race plan, because you definitely reach a point where you go have a bit of lactate forming and you're in a bit of oxygen deficit. So in order to keep yourself going, you need to be into a really strong rhythm and also have a plan for what you're going to do to keep your mind busy. So as they push through the middle of the course now, they're really trying to stay very consistent in that middle 1,000, taking it off in the first 250, settling in the second 250, then off they go, that middle 1,000, really consistent racing, perhaps a push or two as they come through the middle of the race, but just trying to keep their bodies working without redlining as they come up to the last 500 metres, and that's when the race really, really gets going, where crews will start to step up the power, try and maintain the length, and as a result of power and length, increase the rate of striking as they come into that final sprint into the finish.
And such a different race, Lizzie, when you're at this stage through the race and all the other crews are right there with you. At least if you get a little bit of a lead or you drop behind, you've got a feeling of where you are in the race. But these are all, we have 5 crews in a line right across the field there. So that's the King's crew, the Mossman crew, the UTS, and 2 Sydney crews on this side.
Yes, so that Mossman crew that's in the lead is the crew that we mentioned was pretty much the junior quad last year, rowing very strongly. Bo Nicholas, Brandon Smith, Oliver St-Pierre and Joshua Wilson, coached by Judith Ungemach, herself a medalist at the Olympic Games when she represented Germany, having a really great row against the UTS crew of Ned Power, Lucas Stefanovic, Mitchell Kaponis and Henry Blackwell, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. Now the 2 Sydney crews really battling out on the near side now, and that lightweight crew from UTS having a great crack. So the real battle is between Mossman and UTS, essentially under 21 crews, I would say, possibly even still juniors, those Mossman guys. And then the 2 heavyweight open crews and the UTS lightweight crew. What a race.
What a race, what an exciting finish. So it looks like Mossman are possibly just going to pip the UTS crew.
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't like to call it.
Yes, no, it's close,
you're
it's
gonna
close,
call it.
but yes,
It's
Mossman have done it by about a canvas.
Over UTS. And then it will be the crew stroked by Max Crow that will take out 3rd, over the crew stroked by Henry Furrer that will be 4th, and the UTS lightweight crew 5th. 6th will be the Mossman crew of Whalen, Irving, Bogue and Campbell. Fantastic result there for them. Great race.
What an exciting finish of a 2,000 metre race, and the range of grades that these crews were too. So we had open, ABs and Cs.
We did. Then we've got, this is the King's 2 crew. And I'm missing a King's crew here, so maybe one of the King's crews didn't start, and that's the
Yeah,
Webster,
I think the
Watson
King's
or
crew
Blackstone.
that was in lane 5 wasn't there.
So let's
And
recap the results then of the men's 4. First, Mossman won. Second was UTS 1. Third, King's. No, that's not right. Sydney 2, sorry. 4th, Sydney 1. 5th, UTS 2. 6th, Mossman 2. 7th, King's 2. And 8th, University of New South Wales.
And a pretty cracking time of 6:24.54.
The margins are 1.34, 1.95, 1.78. Very close.
And now more excitement. We have Division 1 of the men's open, lightweight and under 23 double scull. The first division is all open. In lane 2 from Capital Lakes, Capital Lakes Canberra Composite, Cormac Hayes and Harry Glacken, coached by David Fermano. In lane 3 from Sydney, Narelden Eunice, Tom Boyden, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 4 from Union New South Wales, Eugene Blazajowski, Walsh and Chris Burns. In lane 5 from Sydney, Torrin Olsen, Harry Crouch, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 6 from UTS, Alexander Wood, Paddy Holt, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. In lane 7 from University of New South Wales, Julian Kocianovic and Michael Pickford, apologies for any mispronunciations. And in lane 8 from Glebe, Callum Steele and Hadley Anderson, who I can tell you have only learnt to row a couple of years ago. So great to see them out there.
So we've got some guys here who are contending for the national team and are really worth watching. There's some great under-23s here that I think we'll see feature in the run-up to Paris over the next few years. So starting in lane 5, I think it is, who are the current leaders, and that is Sydney Rowing Club. Torrin Olsen, who is in the under-23 double in 2021, and Harry Crouch, who is in the men's under-23 8. They are leading under-23 scullers at Sydney Rowing Club. They're coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney, and they are currently leading over Cormac Hayes and Harry Glacken. Harry, who I believe was also in the under-23 team. They're both at the... So Torrin and Harry are both at the New South Wales Institute of Sport, and Hayes and Glacken are at the ACT High Performance program, ACTAS. And then also in contention there is the crew from UTS of Alexander Wood and Paddy Holt. Paddy, who of course graduated to the Men's National Training Centre late in 2020 and was there all last year as a reserve for the Olympic team. So 3 very good crews indeed battling it out, but it's Olsen and Crouch who currently are in the lead. I'm trying to have a look at who is 4th. I think it might be the other Sydney Rowing Club crew. Yes, it is. Who in the bow seat have Nureldin Yunus, who is the Egyptian sculler, with Tom Boyden, who performing very well indeed at under 23 level at the moment, again coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. So fantastic for these crews to have a really good hit out on a top class 2,000 metre course at this stage of the season. Harry and Torren, who took out, I'm pretty sure it was the under 23 double scull at the national championships last year and then got separated at trials. Torren stayed in the double and Harry, as I say, went into another crew. Actually, he might have been in the quad, not the 8. He was in the 8 the year before. And look at the determination there. Absolutely determined to put down a good time and a good performance in preparation for a fantastic season to come. It'd be nice to see them representing a double together. That's pretty good rowing. Here we go. Sydney Rowing Club crossing the line, taking out the men's open double scull. The very talented Alexander Wood and Paddy Holt, both of them awesome. Great to see them in the double together as well. They will take out the 2nd position, and 3rd will be Cormac Hayes and Harry Glacken of the ACT High Performance Programme. 4th, Nureldin Yunus and Tom Boyden from Sydney Rowing Club. Bit spread out, isn't it? So we've got University of New South Wales, the crew of Julian Kochanowicz and Michael Pickford. They'll take 5th position. 6th will be the crew also from University of New South Wales of Eugene Blazowski Walsh and Chris Burns. And the event will conclude with Glebe Rowing Club's Callum Steele and Hadley Anderson.
Which I might give a little plug for because they're new to the sport.
So new to the sport. Sculling beautifully.
I guess that this might be their first 2,000 metre race.
Yeah.
So great effort.
Absolutely. And in an event with the current under 23 champions winning it. So, you know, mixing it with good quality. Well done, Glebe. Congratulations to you. And we look forward to seeing what you can do over the rest of the season. A fantastic race there. A winning time for Sydney Rowing Club's Olsen and Crouch of 6 minutes 35.17 seconds. The margin 10.21 and then a further 9.59.
And coming down the course we have race 79, Division 2 of the Men's Open and Lightweight and Under 23. So from Sydney University in lane 2, Matt Smith and Elliot Simpson, coached by Christopher Holliday. In lane 3 from UTS, Luke Roncolato and Marcus Delamata, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. So those 2 crews are both under 23. Then in lane 5 from UTS, we have Michael McRae and Harry Curtin, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. And in lane 6, we have ANU Adelaide Composite of Oscar McGuinness and Hamish Harding, coached by David Pramano. And those 2 crews are lightweights. And they both look to be in the lead at the moment.
Yeah, I was going to say those are 4 very good lightweights. And you would expect to see a great performance. And it's Oscar McGuinness from Adelaide and Hamish Harding from ANU in their composite double that currently have a lead over McRae and Curtin from UTS. And then sitting in 3rd position, Roncolato and Delamata from UTS over Smith and Simpson from Sydney University. And all of these scullers have only just finished racing in a single sculls race over 2,000 metres. So they're nicely warmed up.
And interesting to see the lightweights pushing ahead of the under 23s.
But they're good quality lightweights, these guys. So of course we have, they've had a reprieve. The lightweight double was supposed to have its last appearance at the Tokyo Olympics, and they've been extended for a further quadrennium, so they will appear again at the Paris Olympics before lightweight rowing disappears off the Olympic programme. And I know Oscar is very determined to be in that double, so good luck to him. He takes out the men's double scull Division 2 with his colleague Hamish Harding from the ACT High Performance Programme. A nice handy win over McRae and Curtin of UTS, who are good quality competition. And then Roncolato and Delamata winning the under-23 double, 3rd overall. And the race concludes with Smith and Simpson from Sydney University Boat Club, 4th overall and 2nd in the under-23 division. That winning time for McGuinness and Harding, 6 minutes 40.23. So what's that? About 5 seconds, only 5 seconds slower than Olsen and Crouch.
So now coming down the course is the race 80, the women's open lightweight under single 23 single scull.
Yeah, Glebe Rowing Club. And I think probably, for some reason they've been swapped around, so Division 1 is going to happen in a minute. But Division 2 is happening now, and that's predominantly lightweights. Representing Glebe Rowing Club, we have Belindy Rowe in lane 2. Representing Sydney, Nadine Johnston Arajo in lane 3. She weighed in at something like 49 kilos, so a little featherweight in lane 3. In lane 4 from Balmain Rowing Club, Freya Warner van Dyke. In lane 5 from Abbotsford, Cecile Fair, coached by Kenny Major. In lane 6 from Leichhardt, Daniela Bourget, coached by Jeff Patterson and Steve Sherry. In lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, Grace Cypher, coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Seck. And in lane 8 from the Australian National University and the ACT High Performance Programme, Alexandra Moylan, coached by David Framano. They are old sparring partners, Grace Cypher and Alexandra Moylan. They have raced each other at lightweight plenty of times before, and we would expect to see a good race between the two of them now. Indeed, we are seeing a good race between the two of them. So little pocket rocket Grace Cypher currently has about a length and a half lead over Alexandra Moylan. Coming up to the 1,000-metre mark, Grace Cypher continues to lead, but the lead has been narrowed by Alexandra Moylan, putting a big push in there at the middle of the course.
Oh, and a lot of clear water up to the next two.
Yeah, so Alexandra and Grace are very definitely battling it out for a place in the, I think they were both in the under-21 team last year season, and so they'll be trying to push into the under-23 ranks this season and get noticed for the Paris lightweight double. But as we'll see in the next race, they're going to have their work cut out. There's some pretty good lightweights around. Oh, that wind has really lifted all of a sudden, hasn't it? It's, some real gusts coming over now as the clouds thicken and start lowering. Rain on the way.
So really interesting field this. There's a real mix of people. I can tell you that Belindy Rowe, who's over in lane 1, only learnt to row a couple of years ago, being fairly intensely coached by the venerable Mick Kelly.
Oh, yes. She's doing very well.
She's doing very well, holding her own against a field like this.
Yes, she certainly is,
You know, then we have another Masters rower, Cecile Fair, from Abbotsford. Daniela Bourget, who's a bit of a Masters champion.
Is that how you pronounce it, Bourget? I didn't know. There we go. I always say Bourget.
I'm sure somebody will
never
tell us if
asked her.
we've got it wrong.
And on our screen now, Alexandra Moylan, who we mentioned before, from the Australian National University and the ACT High Performance Programme, having a good battle with Grace Cypher, who came down from Rockhampton Grammar School to row at Sydney Rowing Club and make her way into the national team.
Yes, there's
Doing a great
certainly
job
two races going on here
Yes.
with Grace and Alexandra way out in front over here in lanes 7 and 8.
So they're all inside the last 500 metres now, but there's probably 150, 200 metres between Alexandra Moylan and Grace Cypher in the remainder of the field. Alexandra and Grace, both of them said to me they were going to have a good race against the other. As we mentioned, good sparring partners, and you can see this is terrific preparation for racing later on in the season.
Then it looks to be like it's going to be between, I'm assuming most of the others are masters, between Daniela and Freya Warner-Van Dyke. But Daniela is holding her lead over the rest of the rest of the field.
So coming into the boys that signify the final stages of the race, Grace Cypher continues to have a narrow lead over Alexandra Moylan. Grace Cypher, Sydney Rowing Club, powering her way through to the end of the race at quite a high rate of striking.
Alexandra Moylan's doing everything she can to try to catch her. Some very nice rowing there as they come across the line.
34 strokes a minute. Grace Cypher, Sydney Rowing Club, taking out the women's lightweight single scull over Alexandra Moylan from ANU. Great race. Well done, you two. Terrific.
And then we have the other race within the race coming down, which is just as exciting.
It is indeed.
Daniela Bourget looking very comfortable, holding on her lead over, I think, Nadine Johnson, is it?
Yeah,
from
that's
Sydney?
right. Johnson Arajo, yes.
Yes.
Daniela, always such a smooth, lovely, long arms and legs, such a smooth scull. And
Look at the run
really
she's
beautiful
getting.
now. Yeah.
Yes.
So Leichhardt Rowing Club coming in third position. Sydney Rowing Club again, Nadine Johnston Arajo. She'll take out fourth, just ahead of Balmain's Freya Warner-Van Dyke from Balmain Rowing Club. And here comes Glee, Belindy Rowe. Well done, Belindy. And Cecile Fair from Abbotsford.
Some very exciting racing there. Well done.
And really top quality. So the winning time from Grace Cypher was 7 minutes 59.18 in a crosswind. So that was not too shabby. Well done. And in the end, she managed to sneak out 3.5 seconds over Alexandra Moylan.
This is why we now have Division 1. So that was all lightweight except for Belindy Rowe, who was an open. So Division 1 race 81 is just coming down the course, and these are all open. In lane 1 from Sydney University, we have Lucy Coleman. In lane 2 from UTS, Michaela Franz, coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field. In lane 3 from Sydney University, Georgia Miansaro. In lane 4 from Sydney University, Rowena Meredith. In lane 5 from Sydney University, Tara Rigney, coached by Alfie Young. In lane 6 from Sydney University, Kate Rowan. In lane 7 from Nepean, Sienna Grady. In lane 8 from UTS, Olivia Bartram, coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field. And in lane 9 from Sydney University, Annalise Isaacs.
So we have 4 lightweights in this race, even though they're racing open today. Lucy Coleman from Sydney University, who's in lane 1, is currently at the Women's National Training Centre, and she was part of the squad that attempted to qualify the double scull for the Olympic Games last season, and she was the reserve for the final double. Then we have Michaela France from UTS in lane 3, Georgia Mansaro, who was a very successful under-23 and senior, certainly won medals at both under-23s and seniors in the lightweight category when she was on the national team. She's been away cycling at a very high level for some time, belongs to Sydney Uni Velo, and cycles for them, but has recently returned to rowing, which is wonderful to see her back, still a lightweight. And then in lane 9, closest to the grandstand, Annalise Isaacs, who again started her rowing career at Nepean Rowing Club as what we call a feeder club, and has now gone to Sydney University. She went there last season, was invited to under-23 trials and made the state lightweight quad. So she's into her second year of elite rowing,
And great to see a full field of all 9 lanes.
It is indeed. So
it seems that it is lanes 5 and 6, Tara Rigney and Kate Rowan, who have a comfortable lead over the rest of the field.
So Tara Rigney, who is in the Olympic double scull, that won the B final in Tokyo earlier this year, and Kate Rowan, who was reserve. And then on the other side of Tara, Rowena Meredith, just making her way back from injury, but she was in the quadruple scull that won the bronze medal at the Olympic Games. So we've got some real class there in the middle of the field, And Sienna Grady from Nepean Rowing Club. Is she there? Because she was actually stroking a...
Yes, she is. She's in lane 7.
4. There she is. There we go. And that's... Sienna has a hearing impairment. So hence me talking about the visual cues earlier on. It's quite important that she can see what's going on as much as anything. So here comes Tara Rigney, a commanding lead now over a very classy field. Very determined sculler, really cranking the rate up now. She tries to sprint those final metres to the finish line of our Women's Open single scull.
Oh, she's really taken up the pace of the last 100 metres there.
Look how long
Looking
she
very
is. Must be
controlled,
so fit.
so smooth. Great boat run.
And Kate Rowan, who's incredibly powerful, one of our top ergo pullers here in Australia.
She almost looks like she's on an ergo. That's the style that she's pushing through there.
So a great win there for Tara Rigney in a time of 7 minutes, 31.59 seconds. Wow. Kate Rowan just 11 seconds behind, so that'd be 7:42, so that's still pretty decent time too. Third across the line, Rowena Meredith from Sydney University Boat Club. Fourth, Georgia Mansaro from Sydney University Boat Club. Fifth, from lane 1, Lucy Coleman, Sydney University Boat Club. Sixth, in lane 9, Annalise Isaacs, Sydney University Boat Club. Seventh will be Olivia Bartram from UTS. Eighth will be Michaela Franz from UTS. And ninth will be Sienna Grady from Nepean Rowing Club.
And coming down the course, we have race 82, which is Division 3. And all the participants in this race are under 23. So in lane 2, we have from Sydney Rowing Club, Lauren Graham, coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Check. In lane 3 from Sydney University, Emily Shepherd, coached by Alfie Young. In lane 4 from ANU, Eloise Lambden, coached by David Firmano. In lane 5 from UTS, Laura Gourley, coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field. In lane 6 from Sydney University, Nicola Greenland. And in lane 7 from ANU, Elizabeth Gregory and David Firmano. And I recognise quite a few of these names.
Yeah, so here we have 3 representatives from the under-23 team of last year. We have Lauren Graham, who of course first represented Australia in 2018, I think it was, in the junior Coxed 4, coached by Lachlan Carter then and is still coached by him now, so silver medalist from the juniors. She then went to the under-21 team and then the under-23 team. So last year she was in the women's 8. And of course, last season she was in that, and the season before, in a really great pair with Isabel Furrer. Sydney University's Nicola Greenland, who's in lane 6, represented in the double scull, coached by Alex Field from UTS in the Australian team last year, and Laura Gourley from UTS, coached by Hallie Chapman, and Alex Field was in the women's quad, which was coached by Hallie Chapman. So, yep, 3 under 23 reps there. Lauren Graham, Laura Gourley, Nicola Greenland. And then we have the up-and-coming Emily Shepherd from Sydney University in lane 3, Eloise Lambden from ANU. She's at the ACT High Performance Programme, where the head coach is Dave Framano, and Elizabeth Gregory from ANU, and the ACT High Performance Programme is in lane 7. So pretty high quality field.
And it looks like it could be anyone's here.
It does really, doesn't it?
It does look like Laura Gourley's out in the lead, followed by Emily Shepherd. Is that, have I got that right? And then Lauren Graham
like it,
over
yeah.
the far side.
Yeah.
I think the real battle's going to be between Emily and Lauren.
I think you're right there, yeah.
But not discounting Laura Gourley over this side in lane 5. Or have I got that wrong?
Nope, you're absolutely right there. So our lead is Laura Gourley from UTS in lane 5, and then we're looking over at the far side of the course at a battle going on between Emily Shepherd from Sydney Uni, who's coached by Alfie Young, and Lauren Graham from Sydney Rowing Club, who's coached by Lachlan Carter. Both of those coaches have a fine cohort of really great female rowers. Some fantastic women's squads there. Hallie Chapman doing a great job at UTS. She and Alex coach both men and women, but Hallie predominantly taking the lead at UTS and doing a great job, and as I say, coaching the women's quad last year that had Laura in it. Oh, look at this great sprint to the finish.
Lauren Graham certainly doesn't want to miss out here. She's giving it everything she can to try and pull through.
Great opportunity to race, put your body under that kind of pressure and just get used to how it feels, ready for trials later on.
Laura Gourley's comfortably going to cross in first place, and then Lauren Graham is going to, she's held on to her position.
Yep.
And come through in second, followed by Emily Shepherd.
Great performance from Emily Shepherd, who's far less experienced than the other two. That fantastic race from all three of those girls. We wish them the very best of luck with the season to come. So coming into fourth now, Nicola Greenland from Sydney University. She's only just got back into rowing after lockdown. She was locked in Canberra. Great to see her back here in New South Wales. Wishing her well for the season as well. First race done. And then Eloise Lambden just crosses ahead of her colleague Elizabeth Gregory, both of them from ANU and the ACT High Performance Programme. What a field, what a race. Laura Gourley from UTS taking that out in a time of 7 minutes 53.89 seconds. And
coming down to the 1,000 metre mark is race 83, the Women's Open, and so this combination, we have 2 open and 2 under 23. In lane 3 from UTS, Emma Fessy and Georgia Rowe, coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field. In lane 4 from Sydney University, Jamie Ford and Georgie Gleeson, coached by Alfie Young. So those 2 crews are open. Then in lane 5 from UTS, we have Sarah Fard and Taylor Kerpeniotis, coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field. And in lane 6 from Sydney, Evie Thompson and Caitlin McManus-Barrett, coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Check. And those 2 crews are both under 23.
So Emma Fessy and Georgie Rowe, surfboat rower, started her rowing career in a pair with Emma Fessy at UTS, coached by David Geely and Tim McLaren. And they both graduated to the National Training Centre, where they dominated. Emma, beautiful stroke, as you can see from the pair there, and Georgie, really tall, powerful, and a very, I can't think what the word is that I'm searching for now, but just great to have in a crew, real live wire. So fantastic person to have around in a group, and the two of them just really vital components of the Women's National Training Centre. Unfortunately, injury ruled Emma out of the Olympic Games, but Georgie went, and she was in that fantastic women's 8 that just raced so well. And here they are back in the old pair again together, which is great to see both of them now having another crack for Paris. Very closely followed by Jamie Ford, who was in the under-23 team last year, and Georgie Gleeson, who came to Sydney from Victoria, and has had just an incredible career right from when she first started rowing at school, went through juniors, under-21s, under-23s, raced for Victoria. We'll forgive her for that last season, beating our New South Wales crew. So some cracking competition there, people that you might well see in Paris in 3 years' time.
It's going to be a great finish, Lizzie. There was only half a canvas between these two crews as they came through the 500-metre mark. And they're still battling it out.
They are. And then we can see Evie Thompson and Caitlin McManus-Barrett again back in the pair that they used to row at Sydney Rowing Club before Caitlin went to university in Canberra this year. And they're racing against Sarah Fard and Taylor Kerpiniotis. Great school rowers, and now at UTS, at university, being coached by Hallie.
This is going to be a very exciting finish. I've got my money, from what I can see at the moment, on Emma Fessy and Georgie Rowe.
And since they are so much more experienced, you would expect that, but I love the way Jamie Ford and Georgie Gleeson are taking it to
They're
them.
not going to let them go.
And again, we've got Alfie Young coaching one crew and Hallie Chapman coaching the other.
They've just taken, for the last 100 metres, the UTS crew has certainly upped the rating there.
Georgie Gleeson in the stroke seat of the Sydney Uni crew, raising the rate of striking but keeping the length and drawing back every stroke, inching their way in. Can they do it? Can they make it through?
No, I think they just got picked
so
on the line.
A photo finish. Wow!
What an exciting finish.
Race, how exciting.
So it's photo finish.
And here, the young guns, the girls of the future, Evie Thompson and Caitlin McManus-Barrett from Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Seck. They'll take out the under-23 pair and place third overall.
Wow, that was an exciting finish.
That's a great row from that pair, given that Caitlin's at uni in Canberra and they haven't been in the pair very much. So well done, Caitlin and Evie. Nice work. Lucky girls having an MPACA pair too. So you can see the judges are having a look at this photo finish. And you can see how that Sydney University crew powered through in the last two. Well, I don't know, I can't.
Yes, they did. And the margins have just come through. So it was 7:21.99 and a margin of 0.12.
Sydney University take out the women's open pair.
Very exciting.
A time of 7 minutes 21 point. Wow, that's fast. 7:21.99. The margin 0.12. Thompson and McManus-Barrett taking out the under-23s.
And now coming down the field, we're back to the older folk. We have the men's Masters 8. Very interesting race. We have an E crew and an H crew. So the E crews had to sit on the line for 20 seconds just to give the older blokes a chance to wind up. So in the E crew across the far side on lane 4 is University of New South Wales, David Alexander, Neil Peppett, David Lees, Matthew Feehan, Ben Whalen, Matthew Bayfield, James Halliday and Andrew McEnroe, coached by Stephanie Hart. And the H crew, Sydney Composite, is, well, it's a mix of so many clubs that I won't go there. We have Kim Mackney in the bow, David Ross from Leichhardt, Robert Drury from North Shore, Chris Grundy from Uni New South Wales, William Moyes from Uni New South Wales, Warwick Fisher from Uni New South Wales, John Briggs from Uni New South Wales, and Ken Ambler Stroking from Sydney Rowing Club, coxed by Dhruv Kumar. So will they be able to hold that snippy young crew of E's off? E being 55 to 60-year-old average age, H being 70 to 75 average age.
Quite a difference then in ages. Yeah.
Yes.
They're
Well,
looking
this is
very
where the
classy though, aren't
handicap
they?
system works, we
Yep,
hope.
Yeah. Oh,
So
you
in
can certainly
theory,
see
they
that. You
should
can
both
crank it
cross the
up.
line together. And you can see the
Some
Sydney
great
Uni
vision there
crew
from
are
our
starting
cameramen.
to reel them in, but will they be able to hold them off? Some great experience in these boats. I think Kim Mackney has rowed continuously for about 56 years or something.
So are those mirrors that he wears attached to his cap, or does he
Yes,
not
no,
chops the
attached to his
cocks?
cap. Unfortunately, it doesn't necessarily mean he can see everything.
True, as experience has shown us all. Poor Blackwattle Bay. And the
But
boats
they're
in it.
managing to hold them off very nicely.
Yeah, good old Kenny Ambler there. Yeah, well done, gentlemen. The Sydney Composite crew managing to just hold off University of New South Wales to win the men's Masters 8 in a time of 3 minutes 41.1 seconds. The margin in the end, 5.69 of a second. Okay, we're going to move back to women's rowing now. Still staying with the 1,000 metre Masters race. We've got a couple of glebe rowing clubs which will gladden the heart of my co-commentator Mark here. In lane 2, we have Glebe 2, a crew of Belindy Rowe, Sarah Jones, Gemma Bassett and Elizabeth Dorian. In lane 3, from Glebe Rowing Club, Soraya Makaya Colin, Elizabeth Lester, Heidi Lindall and Jackie Harris. In lane 5, from North Shore, Zita Briones, Louise McCoach, Ruth Gibson and Olivia Tong, who we saw race earlier, and they are coached by Kim Rudder. And then in lane 7, from North Shore, Leanne Johnston, Sharon Levingston, Christina McCulloch and Elizabeth Buzo, coached by John James.
So
Do you want to talk us through what happens here?
Well, the North Shore crew are D, which means they're an average age of between 50 and 55, and they're off go. So that's the one closest to the stand in lane 7. In lane 5, the North Shore crew the other North Shore crew is a C crew, and so they will go off 3 seconds. That's average age 43 to 50.
Right.
Then the 2 glebe crews are A.
Ah.
So they have to sit on the line for
Another
8
5
seconds
seconds, right.
and go.
Right.
And well, we just saw Belindy finish that 2,000 metre mate race, so
Yeah, she'll be well warmed
hopefully
up.
she has some steam left. And some of these other girls have certainly been racing up and down the course as well, so it could be quite an exciting race.
It could be, couldn't it? And we have another Women's Masters Quad Scull race queuing up behind them with crews from Drummoyne, North Shore, a composite from Glebe and Balmain, and Abbotsford.
Where we'll have even greater margins because there's a G crew, which is average age between 65 and 70.
Right.
And there's the lowest crew is a D, so they have to wait on the start line for 19 seconds. Hope the wind doesn't blow them onto the buoys.
Yes. So we're just waiting now whilst the aligner works with the crews to get them straight and ready to race. As you can see from the flags at the grandstand, it's a pretty stiff cross breeze now, so they will be coming up to the start line with their bows pointing into the wind, so that as the wind catches the bow and blows it around, it straightens the boat up. And similarly, the crews are lining up for the start, just staying with their bows pointing out, so that they have control of the boat when they need to manoeuvre. And clearly the role of the umpire is to keep our crews as safe as possible, but also to try and ensure a really fair race between all of the entrants in the race, all of the crews. not always straightforward. I wonder if they're waiting for the crew that's got Belindy rowing it. Looks like there's only 2 crews on the start at the moment. So just a call out, please, while we're waiting for this race to start. The ladies in bay number 1 have let us know that they are severely short of bow numbers, which is of concern for 2 reasons. One, because we still have quite a few races to go this afternoon, and we really do need those bow numbers in order to be able to do those races. But also because we're racing tomorrow. We have a pretty full program, and it is a sprint regatta, so we're going to need to turn the bow numbers around really quickly. So if I could ask you please to have a look around at your trailer, at your club tent, have a look on the boats themselves, and if you could please return those coloured bow numbers to boat bay number 1, we would be extremely grateful. So a call out now, please, to start rounding up the bow numbers and run them back. Please don't wait till the end of the regatta. We do need them now. We've only got 3 sets and we recycle them, so we need your bow numbers now, please.
So we just have the Women's Masters Quad Division 1 tapping up to the start line. Looks like all 4 crews that are in the race are there. Maybe not. There's 3 crews there. Looks like we might be missing the North Shore crew. So the D crew of, from North Shore has been scratched, so they were the crew that was going to go off go. Usually what happens is, well, it depends on the starter really. The starter might make the adjustments or just to go with the plan that's already on the paper. So this is just going to be a Glebe and North Shore race. So the 2 Glebe crews will start 5 seconds after the North Shore crew.
It's a very important part of a race where you're not held at the start is to judge the tapping, isn't it? There's a bit of sneakiness going on here, I think.
Well, it's all part of the tactics, you know. Sometimes when you can watch the start like this on screen, I've got a very good line now for a non-held start, but sometimes you sort of think, okay, if I just hang back and they ask me to tap up, I'm going to drift across the line by half a length if I'm lucky. Well, when you can win a race by 0.41 of a second or whatever it was we saw earlier, it all helps. But that's a very good line for a non-held start.
Okay, so 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, and here they go. Oh, great start there from Jackie Harris and Heidi Lindell.
Yep.
Anybody who think they've done this a few times before?
Otherwise known as hijack.
Oh, how very funny. Awesome. So yeah, Jackie, who is a physio and getting involved in the para rowing here by qualifying as a classifier, which is just wonderful.
Fantastic,
it's lovely to see people from the community give back to rowing in that way. Yeah.
And Heidi is a personal trainer, so puts all her skills into it. It's a pretty potent combination, absolutely.
They've been fantastic, haven't they? I mean, it's been a couple of years now, but I remember doing a bit of a camp with them when they first started rowing, and they were just so soaking it all up and so eager to improve.
Well, both did the Learn to Row at Glebe, met each other and formed a partnership, and
been a strong bond, hasn't it?
Very strong bond.
Yeah.
So it looks like the North Shore crew is still holding their handicap lead at the moment, but the Glebe girls are starting to push through now.
And they're wearing reindeer antlers. Awesome. Nice rhythm there. really hitting their stride now.
Well, as I said, these girls came back from the Australian Masters Rowing Championships with a bag full of medals.
Yes. Sitting at a rate of 34 there, making it look pretty easy. And here we have Zita, so world record holder in the quad scull.
North Shore crew looking very smooth.
Yes. Sitting at a stroke rate of 32. Halfway through the race, 500 metres gone. North Shore managed to squeeze a lead.
I think the big question is
With Glebe at 1.
The 3 or 4 other races they've just had earlier this afternoon, whether that's going to be... They're going to be feeling it by now, I think, and whether they can keep the power going.
It's hard to tell from here, isn't it?
It is.
A great race there. You see them powering down the course. Glebe versus North Shore. The Glebe crew of Jackie Harris in the stroke seat. I'm not sure she is actually. Heidi Lindell at 3, Elizabeth Lester at 2, and Soraya McKay-Colan in the bow seat. And racing against them, Olivia Tung in the stroke seat, Ruth Gibson at 3, Louise McCoach at 2, and Zita Briones at bow, representing North Shore and coached by Kim Rudder. What a race. Another great race. And North Shore keeping it long, rowing really powerfully, excellent timing. Really experienced and international sculler, Zita Vanderwall, Zita Briones in the bow seat, calling the race, calling the shots, urging them on, neck
it's going to be a
neck.
very close
This is going to be
finish.
so close.
I think North Shore just going to be able to hold their lead.
They managed to pull it out to a quarter of a length. That's very impressive. North Shore over Glebe. What a race. In a time of 3 minutes 50.15. It's pretty close. And a great row coming from the far less experienced crew. Elizabeth Dorian in the stroke seat, Gemma Bassett at 3, Sarah Jones is at 2, and Belindy Rowe in the bow seat. Glebe Rowing Club taking out 3rd position in our Women's Masters Quad Scull Division number 1. Division number 2 is now on the line, ready to start. On the far side in lane 3 in the yellow boat, Drummoyne Rowing Club, Bridget Austin, Katrina Shanahan, Anne Potter and Kathleen Hextall, coached by Graham Wern. In lane 4 from North Shore, Sarah Culhane, Mary McCulley, Gail Donkin and Vicky Grundy, coached by John James. In lane 5, a composite of Catherine Maxwell, Martina Taylor from Glebe Rowing Club, Mika Kelly from Balmain and Gilly Hanna from Glebe. In lane 6 from Abbotsford Rowing, Petra McCaskill, Colleen Chapman, Skye Smith and Janine Wood, coached by Charles Lloyd-Jones. And in lane 7 from North Shore, Susan Walter, Linda Munns-Connery, Wendy Zamit and Janet Pendleton, coached by Kim Rudder. And they were in a 4 earlier on.
And again, a handicapped race. So the North Shore crew closest to the grandstand is a G crew, and they will be going off go. The Abbotsford crew beside them is an F crew, so they will give 8 seconds. The Glebe crew is an E crew, as is the North Shore crew over in lane 4, and they both go off 14 seconds. Then the youngsters from Drummoyne are a D crew, and they go off 19 seconds. So they're all underway now, and you can see the North Shore, the older North Shore crew on this side is still holding their lead. The Abbotsford crew look to be gaining on them. And across the far side there, is that the Drummoyne crew?
It is indeed. So, as you would imagine in the early stages, North Shore in first position. Abbotsford currently second. Drummoyne are looking very good, really working their way back into the race now, pushing against North Shore and the Glebe Composite. And I think they've caught North Shore up and Glebe and have now pushed their way up, and now they're gunning after Abbotsford.
The G crew of North Shore are doing very well to hold off the Abbotsford crew there.
So coming into a little bit of swirly wind, just trying to make sure they get all 8 of those blades into the water at the same time, get the legs pushing down at the same time, really trying to send that boat straight, send that boat strong, stay calm, stay together. Because there are 4 of them and 8 blades, they can afford to sit up and really work the catch. So looking for quite a long angle at the catch and sitting up tall at the finish.
And what a great performance by the G crew from North Shore of Susan Walter, Linda Munns-Conry, Wendy Zammit and Janet Pendleton. They're coached by Kim Rudder. They're managing to hold off all those young whippersnippers trying to catch them.
Yeah, Drummoyne, they managed to catch up, but they're really, they're not managing to break through that Abbotsford crew, and Abbotsford are not managing to break through North Shore. So a really excellent race as we come into the last 100 metres now. In this final Division 2 of the Women's Masters Quad Scull. Oh, big push from Drummoyne here, really big push. And rather than jack the rate up, what they've done is they've gone for length, they've gone for power, and that's given them a little bit more boat speed. North Shore responding by doing the opposite, by raising the rate of striking. Drummoyne power on. North Shore sit up and really push the legs. North Shore will hang on for a win in the Women's Masters Quad Scull over Drummoyne Rowing Club. Abbotsford pushed back to 3rd position. An excellent race from those 3 crews. And here comes North Shore number 2. Same again, sitting up, pushing on, keeping it long. They will take out 4th, and our Glebe Composite crew will place 5th. The winning time for our Division 2 of our Women's Masters Quad Scull was 4 minutes, 19.02.
And I think Glebe will take the prize in this race for the best decorated
Indeed,
boat.
yes. Might even be a boat that we saw before. I think it's
Lots
managing
of
to hang on
tinsel,
in. You
yes.
sure your dog's not in that crew?
It could well be. That might be him on the back.
Having been decorated. Poor little doggy. Okay, we're going to move to sweep sculling. Oh no, we're not. We're going to stay with the Yes, we are. Sorry, we are. Coxed 4. So we're going back to sweep oar to a boat that's got a cox in it. The women's C and D grade Coxed 4, bit of a mishmash. We've got Loreto Kirribilli, which is a C grade 4 in lane 1. Lucy Howard, Matilda Damien, Alyssa Fickers and Lauren Moran, coxed by Mietta Jones and coached by Michael Benarius and Elliot Hunt. So that's a school crew. Another school crew, this time from Queenwood School, Charlotte Botha, Elizabeth Cook, Chloe Driver and Maddie Nicol, coxed by Lucy Anderson. So that's 1/2 of the 8, I think. They're in lane 2. From Mossman Rowing Club, Catherine Wilcock, Claudia Callahan, Imogen Gray and Grace Burke, coxed by Ryder Taylor and coached by Katie Healy, are in lane 3. In lane 4, another crew from Queenwood, Brooke Lancaster, Olivia Don't, Sienna Williams and Bush, and Phoebe Campbell, coxed by Sienna Fraser. From the University of New South Wales, sitting in lane 5, Catherine Vargoski, Charlotte Stanwicks, Elizabeth Raffin and Carly Chaplin, coxed by Angela Zeng. From St George, Erin MacDonald, Matilda Marriott, Abby Featherston, Ellen Featherston and their cox Colin Story, their coach Mark Featherston, they are in lane 6. In lane 7 from UTS, Holly Garner, Annabelle Fuller, Jessica Salmon and Alexandra Quinn, coxed by Anna O'Hanlon, coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field. And in lane 8, a composite of Amelia Featherston, Teresa Haley, Beth Jacobs, Lily Featherston and the cox Callum Dunn, coached by Mark Featherston.
And it looks like the UTS crew in lane 7 is in the lead, but it's good. Looks very close. We have Uni of New South Wales. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. So Loretto, Kirribilli and Queenwood in lanes 1 and 2, and in lane 4 the other Queenwood crew.
So this was the UTS crew that's winning, was the crew that came third in the C grade.
Well, I think these Queenwood girls and the Loretto Kirribilli girls might actually be giving UTS
Bit of
a good run for their money.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Loretto Kirribilli over there on the far side really got the rate up,
Really
haven't they?
going.
Looking really fiery.
And Queenwood are not going to give any ground there, either of the two crews. I think we're going to see Loretto Kirribilli take this one, followed by both Queenwood crews, then the UTS crew.
That's a nice looking Loretto Kirribilli 4. Lucy Howard, Matilda Damien, Alyssa Fickers and Lauren Moran. Mietta Jones, their Cox. They crossed the line to take out the women's C and D grade Cox 4. Congratulations to Michael Benarius and Elliot Hunt, their coaches. Queenwood 1 come second, Queenwood 2 come third. Fourth, the crew from UTS. Fifth, Mossman Rowing Club. Sixth will be University of New South Wales. Seventh will be the St George Rowing Club crew, and eighth will be the St George Rowing Club composite crew. So the winning time for Loretto Kirribilli in that C grade Coxed 4 was 3 minutes 45.56 seconds. The margin over Queenwood was just 1.97, and they had a further margin over the second crew of 2.4.
And we have race 88 powering down the field. This is the men's C and D grade Coxless 4. In lane 1 we have the University of New South Wales of Crawford, Hogan, Zoo and Nelson. In lane 2 from UTS we have Henderson, Marshall, Vaughan and Ficini. In lane 3 from the University of New South Wales we have Gates, Sargent, Kochanowicz and Blazjowski.
Sorry, Mark, can I just stop you there? Glebe Rowing Club, can you move into bowside pretty quickly? You're in the racing lanes. Glebe Rowing Club going up to the start, move to bowside. Thank you. Sorry, Mark, back to you.
I don't think it's Glebe. I'm not sure who it is.
Or it might be Cranbrook?
Yeah, it's Cranbrook and a Glebe boat. Yeah. So then in lane 4 we have Newcastle Grammar of Lumley, McDougall, Stanley and Routley. In lane 5 from Nepean, Valapatil, Spears and Grady. In lane 6 from St George, Tudor, Crooks, Wilkinson and Jones. In lane 7, Wang, Patil, Bazina, Mitchell. And in lane 8 from Glebe, Anderson, Wigan, Clifton and Hyde, who look to be
doing very well indeed.
Doing very well, so... But it looks like the UTS crew over the far side of Jack Henderson, Hugh Marshall, Riley Vaughan and Clayton Ficini. Followed by
the crew in lane
the
4.
Newcastle Grammar crew of
very good.
Lumley, McDougall, Stanley and Routley. And then our Glebe crew of Hadley Anderson, Andy Wigan, Carter Clifton and Zachary Hyde. No,
very
it's not.
Exciting finish.
Sorry,
here.
there's a
Newcastle
University of
Grammar
New South Wales crew in third there.
So, sorry, a very exciting finish there from Newcastle Grammar as they sprinted to the line, but UTS managed to hang on and stay ahead. Newcastle Grammar second, University of New South Wales third, and Glebe Rowing Club fourth. Fifth across the line, Nepean Rowing Club's crew of Vella, Patil, Spears and Grady. Then it's across to lane 1's University of New South Wales. St George Rowing Club crossing the line in 7th. Good to see Glenn Shooter there. And Nepean Rowing Club's second crew finishing 8th. So recapping, UTS first, Newcastle Grammar second, University of New South Wales 1 third, Glebe 4th, Nepean 1 5th, University of New South Wales 2 6th, St George 7th, Nepean 2 8th, and the winning time was 3 minutes 14.64, and the margin just 0.44 between UTS and Newcastle Grammar School. Newcastle Grammar looking good.
And great to see again, being grade, a real mix-up of people. I certainly know the Glebe crew, we have a 14-year-old and a 40-year-old. Fantastic.
Fantastic. So good. Such a great way to learn. Each learn from each other. Yeah. Lovely view of the course there. And we can see how the clouds are starting to build even further. There's a great view there from the referee's viewpoint. And the crew's coming up to the start. I think we do have a little bit of a break here. Yes, we do. So
yes,
our
we're going
race is
to
at 5 to
2,000
5.
metre race
Right.
next.
So let's run you through the starting order then as they come onto the start line. It's a mix of B grade and 1 C grade quadruple scull men's racing over 2,000 metres. In lane 1, representing Mossman Rowing Club, Tane Potts, Andrew Brennan, Lachlan Fraser and Josh Herridge, coached by Judith Ungemach. In lane 2 from UTS, Jack Message, Henry Blackwell, Luca Roncolato and Mitchell Caponis, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. In lane 3 from St George Rowing Club, Sandy Militelu, Lachlan Dunn, Tom Masterson and James Hunt, coached by Mark Featherstone. In lane 4 from St Augustine's, Tom Faflin, Dougal Mackenzie, Joe Lynch and Alex Bone, coached by Judith Ungemach. In lane 5 from Mossman Rowing Club, Bo Nicholas, Brandon Smith, Oliver St Pierre and Joshua Wilson are back again. That's the junior quad from last year, coached by their national team coaches Judith Ungemach and Matthias Ungemach. Lane 6 Sydney Rowing Club have scratched. In lane 7, Cranbrook School, Oliver Klotz, Jack Dawson, Max Summerhays and James Scott Brown, coached by David Cameron. And in lane 8 from Mossman Rowing Club, William Bogue, Carl Brown, Patrick Burke and Benjamin Irving, coached by Matthias Ungemach. Ungemachs are pretty busy, I think, in this race.
They look to be. So again, although this is AB, the St George and Mossman crews are actually C grade, so they're having a crack at a good 2,000 metre race, and there are no A crews in the race.
So we are our cameraman here, Mr. John Meakin, having a good look around the grounds, showing us the inside of the finish tower, showing us the aligner there up at the start, I believe. Oh no, the umpire, sorry.
The starter.
The actual starter in his umpire's nest at the top there, and our pontoons. So for those who haven't been up to the start or might be interested in what goes on behind the scenes,
or would like to volunteer holding.
Indeed. Yeah, please do come and volunteer. Have a word.
Boats,
give Rowing New South Wales a ring next week and we will teach you the ropes. But certainly what we need there at the start are people to hang on to the boats. You can see the fingers leading off from that pontoon that crosses the water, and then that is moved in and out depending on the length of the boat that is racing. So if it's a long boat like an 8, we roll that pontoon finger in, and if it's a small boat like a single scull, it gets rolled out so that the bow ball lines up with an imaginary line across the water.
But I think today one of the problems is because the water is so high, the fingers are actually stuck and they're unable to move them in and out.
And they're quite new, aren't they? Yeah. That's interesting. So then, yeah, we have an aligner who will sit at the side of the course and talk through a radio headset to the people on the pontoons. You can see the traffic lights there, so that's the visual cue to those on the 2,000 metre start as to when to go, and along with that is an audible cue of a horn or a beep.
And again, I'd point out that all are volunteers. So the thing that keeps these regattas running and makes them so much fun is a lot of time, effort and dedication given by a whole host of volunteers.
Yep.
If ever you're thinking of chipping in, by all means talk to Olivia at Rowing New South Wales. There's never enough volunteers to run a regatta such as this. Today we're a bit short of timekeepers, so we're not getting the time splits that the actual, as an athlete, you always enjoy going back into the results to see, oh my God, how was I going at the 500 metre mark?
Fatigued a bit in the third 500 or whatever.
Great kudos to everyone for just making it all work like oiled
And
clockwork.
it's so much fun, isn't it? It's how
Yeah.
you all get to know each other. Yeah, today I learnt how to weigh in the lightweights and coxes.
Ah.
So I've learnt that system.
What do you do? Just pop them on the scale?
But then there's an actual computer program that you record them on, so
Oh,
that they
okay.
are recorded officially, because that's pretty important, isn't it? So yeah, that was good. But yeah, so much fun. I don't know. You can travel the world. You can learn all sorts of new skills from one tiny foray into a bit of volunteering, can't
Well,
you?
look
It's
at
been
you,
amazing.
the international queen of
Well,
rowing.
I don't know about that, but I certainly have a lot of fun and learn a lot all the time. Yeah.
So you can see from the, they were also telling us that because the fingers are stuck, that they're not necessarily straight either.
Oh.
So
because they're having to move them down the side of the finger pontoon, right?
yeah, so the crews are not necessarily starting dead centre of the lanes.
Oh, okie dokie.
But looks like they're getting a pretty good line there.
I've still done starts in a lot worse than that, I've got to say. Yeah, we're so lucky, aren't we, on a course like this? So these are the men's A and B quad sculls, well actually C and B quad sculls that are lining up on the start now for a 2,000 metre race. We've got Mossman closest to us in lane 5. I think there must
Lane
be another...
8.
Well, yeah, but that's lane
Oh.
5, isn't it? So we've got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 already there. And we're waiting for 7 and 8 to
And if
come
you can
join.
see the vision, you could see the angle of the boat compared to the finger.
There's St Augustine's,
Just as stuck there.
St George Rowing Club.
Now, I had a text from Steve Harrison asking me to give St George a bit of a plug. So,
Hello, Steve.
St George always putting in a good effort.
Cranbrook,
Doing some great
understand the breakage
performances
earlier,
here.
but you failed to obey the traffic regulations. You need to stay off the course and stop when a race is approaching you. Yellow card for failing traffic violations.
You see how that they're off to the side there?
Yeah.
So
It's a bit weird, isn't
makes it a bit awkward for the start when you have to go off at an angle and then straighten up once you're running. You just hope that whoever's in stroke seat is excellent at steering.
Mossman,
it? Oh, here we go. We've got lane 7 now.
UTS, St George, St Augustine's, Mossman, Cranbrook. Attention.
So I don't think we have a lane 8.
We don't. Here they go. So first couple of strokes to get off and running, and then by the sound of things, a little bit of steering just to get yourselves into the middle of the lane. Well done. And they're off and running, and it does look as though that Cranbrook crew on the far side in the lane on its own, because Mossman in lane 8 haven't turned up, and Sydney Rowing Club on lane 6 have scratched. They look like they've taken an early lead. That's Oliver Klotz, Jack Dawson, Max Summerhays, and James Scott Brown, coached by David Cameron.
And Ollie Klotz is rowed
Race
out of
90 is the
Greenbow,
men's
so
open quad scull.
And then we've got the crew from Mossman of Bo Nicholas, Brandon Smith, Oliver Sampierre, and Joshua Wilson. Fine junior quad, giving it their all there. They're coached by Judith Ungermach and Matthias Ungermach. On the far side of them, in the darker coloured zooties, the green ones, Tom Faflin, Dougal McKenzie, Joe Lynch, and Alex Bohm of St Augustine's, also coached by the Ungermachs, and having a red hot crack against the juniors. It's just awesome, isn't it? A couple of years in a little bit of wilderness, but the junior program at Mossman really starting to consolidate now, and some great performances throughout the day from their entire squad.
yes, so opening up a healthy lead as they come through the 500 metres there.
Indeed, and then the third crew that we see in the fray there is the crew from UTS. Mitchell Caponis in the stroke seat with his distinctive hair. Luca Roncolato at 3, Henry Blackwell is at 2, and Jack Message is in the bow seat.
So through that first 500, the field is opening up probably to the positions they may well hold to the end, but anything can happen.
Yeah, St Augustine's look like they're going pretty well against the Mossman crew, but it is a 2,000 metre race, so you do not want to spend all your bickies in the first 500, so just probably need to be a little bit careful there. You can see that Mossman crew starting to settle down into a really powerful rhythm now.
Well, and a bit of a gusty crosswind coming in as well, so the crews on the far side, it probably misses the lanes 1 and 2. Won't be getting impacted by the wind as much as the boys further out in the course. So as they come up to the 1,000 metre mark, it looks like the Mossman crew of Nicholas Smith, St Pierre and Wilson are out in the lead. Yes, they've increased their lead, so they're a good length ahead.
Yeah, doesn't that just show, you know, don't have to be rattled by being led off the start by some young guns, do you? You just need to have that confidence to sit there and work that middle 1,000 and draw away from them slowly, 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 because that boat speed, you know, that tiny bit more boat speed, every single stroke adds up to quite a lot over 2,000 metres.
Absolutely.
But a great race nevertheless, and the UTS crew of Message, Blackwell, Roncolato and Caponas been racing all day long and looking very good indeed. I hate to tell you this, but the men's open quad has started right behind them, so there was supposed to be a 5-minute gap and they definitely didn't leave 5 minutes, so I think the starters are trying to catch up with the timekeeping.
Well, I'd say the open quad has started early because it's not due to start for another minute yet.
Yeah, well, they certainly seem to be on their way. But eyes on this one. We've got UTS now looking very strong indeed, and they are working their way through the St Augustine's crew and closing in on the Mossman crew. Difficult to tell at that angle, but certainly looking pretty strong there. And then our second Mossman crew, the younger crew of Tane Potts, Andrew Brennan, Lachlan Fraser and Josh Herridge, coached by Judith Ungermark, looking pretty good. Very solid performance from them.
Yeah, so they've just crossed through the 1,500 metre mark. The Mossman crew still holding the length ahead, but UTS certainly giving them a good push along. So some great racing as they come up through to the last 500 metres here.
Sure is. St Augustine's really haven't backed off though, which is good. And the Cranbrook crew still having a good race there.
And it looks to me like the Mossman crew's just up their rating. As have UTS.
Interesting. So they just started their home sprint
so
a little bit early.
Yes.
Let's hope that they don't wind it up so much they've got nowhere to go. So really crucial to hold on to it, keep the length, keep the power, not end up winding the raid up so much that you end up leaning backwards. Still need to keep that length forward so that you're using the legs, using the big strong muscles to drive that boat forward. What a cracking race. Mossman Rowing Club versus UTS. Mossman Rowing Club, Bo Nicholas, Brandon Smith, Oliver St Pierre, Joshua Wilson. The UTS crew, Jack Message, Henry Blackwell, Luca Roncolato and Mitchell Caponas. That quality crew there. No wonder they were the selected junior crew. Mossman Rowing Club take out the men's quad scull. Second will be UTS. Third, St Augustine's. Cranbrook having a red-hot dig in this last couple of 100 metres of the race, but it looks as though Mossman 3 will hang on and take out fourth. Cranbrook will have to settle for fifth, but what a great race they've had right from the start, pretty tidy. And then the crew from St George will Cross the line in 6th and complete our field in the men's, says AB grade quad scull, but actually B and C. And the winning time for the crew from Mossman, 6 minutes, 20.78 seconds. The margin 4.11. And the men's open quad is powering down the course. They've just come through the 1500 metre mark. Over this side in lane 6 in the lead, it looks like Maximilian Crowe, Alex Nicol, Torrin Olsen, Harry Crouch. Then the UTS crew in lane 5 of Alexander Wood and Oscar Williams, Marcus Delamata and Paddy Holt. And in lane 4 across the far side, really pushing themselves to try and keep up as Peter Waldersee, Harry Curtin, Michael McRae and William Clark. So I think the real battle here is going to be between the two UTS crews. It does look like the Sydney crew has a reasonably healthy lead. Some of these boys have been up and down the course all day. Yeah, they certainly look like it, don't they? Yeah. And certainly, I mean, Alex, we just saw him in the single. Torrin and Harry, we just saw them win the double. Max Crowe, I'm pretty sure, was in a pair. So, plus they've been in bigger boats, and now here they are in this open quad scull. Looking very handy indeed.
So I think Sydney's clearly got this one, but the big competition is which UTS crew is going to cross the line second.
Will it be the heavyweights or will it be the lightweights? Look at the wash.
It looks like the heavyweights are going to take it. They've just managed to pull ahead quite comfortably.
Wow, this is very nice, this Sydney Rowing Club quad. Look at the power they're putting on there. And the wash. Lovely. Yeah, Sydney. Nice work. A time there of 6 minutes, 7 seconds. Sydney Rowing Club, as they cross the finishing line, take out the men's open quad scull over the UTS quad scull, stroked by Paddy Holt. They'll have to settle for second over the lightweight quad scull, stroked by Will Clark. So Sydney first, UTS 1 second, UTS 2 third, winning time of 6 minutes, 7.41 seconds. So, race number 91 on our programme is the Women's Open Lightweight and Under 23 Double Scull. The only lightweight entry, which was wrong, because Olivia Bartram and Georgie Rowe are definitely not lightweight, is no longer in the race. They have scratched, and it does look as though we've got a few crews missing. So just looking at the camera there, where they're just trying to align the crew. In lane 8, okay, this doesn't look right. We have a UTS crew. Oh no, it's a composite. I apologise. It's Michaela France from UTS in the stroke seat, in the bow seat, and Annalise Isaacs from Sydney University Boat Club in the stroke seat. Now, these are two lightweights who are in competition to try and get a place in the Victoria Cup crew. That's the New South Wales lightweight women's quad crew to race the interstate regatta in March. So that's the Sydney Uni composite in lane 8. So we've definitely got them. In lane 7, we have Georgia Mansaro and Lucy Coleman, also lightweights. And also in contention for the New South Wales quad. I'm really excited to see this double. Georgia Mansaro is a very experienced international rower, and Lucy Coleman moved into the NTC last year as reserve for the lightweight women's double, and is knocking on the door of the lightweight women's double for the Paris double scull. Great to see Georgia Mansaro back, and it'll be exciting to see them race. In lane 6, we have an open crew, Emma Fessy with young Laura Gourley, racing in a double scull. We've just seen Emma in a pair with Georgie Rowe, and we just saw Laura Gourley in her single, taking out the singles. So great to see those two combine in a double scull. Then we have, I'm not sure if they're there, Rowena Meredith and Kate Rowan. Rowena from the Olympic quad. Kate Rowan, who was reserved for the Olympic quad. They are in lane 5.
UTS 2.
Yep. Lane 4, Nepean Rowing Club, Jacqueline Ford and Talara Tuckerman.
Sydney Uni UTS
Great club
composite.
rowers.
Attention.
Yep, they're there. UTS in lane 3, as I said, have scratched. Then we have Grace Cypher, the lightweight, with Lauren Graham, Sydney Rowing Club. They're in lane 2. and Alexandra Moylan and Eloise Lambden from ANU and the ACT High Performance Programme in lane 1. So they're up and running in rather bubbly conditions now. The wind has not only lifted, but it's a bit erratic, a bit swirly around the course, and the cloud cover coming a bit lower. So we've
Race
got
92 is the women's
ideal conditions and pretty strong crosswind there, cross-tail though. So it'll be blowing them home.
And you can see the gusts on the water too. So
we've got a shot there of Emma Fessy in the stroke seat, I think, is that? No, that looks like Sydney Uni. Sorry, that must be lane 8. That's Michaela France and Annalise Isaacs. There we go, Emma Fessy and Laura Gourley in their double, Talara Tuckerman and Jackie Ford in their double from Nepean in lane 4. Fessy and Gourley here racing against Meredith and Rowan from Sydney University. Rowena in the bow seat, Kate Rowan in the stroke seat. And then you can see the sky blue of Sydney Rowing Club and the number 2 across there on their bows, Grace Cypher and Lauren Graham. Now, interestingly, lane 7, Georgia Mansaro and Lucy Coleman, the lightweights, just sneaking their bow ball in front of Rowena Meredith and Kate Rowan, the heavyweights. A great battle going on here. So we're 500 metres into the race. It's really on, like Donkey Kong. We've got this exciting double of Mansaro and Coleman. Coleman in the stroke seat, Mansaro in the bow seat. And considering they must have had no time together in that double whatsoever, that looks very neat indeed. Great power, good length. And there again, Fessy and Gourley from UTS. Rowan and Meredith from Sydney University Boat Club. We're watching a fantastic field here, some of the best in New South Wales rowing. Women's rowing, out on the field. So as they come through into the middle 1,000, you might expect those heavyweights to settle back in, but the lightweights will be making use of that tailwind and trying to row as neatly as possible to keep their noses in front. So far, so good. Rowan and Meredith, ooh, just a little bit of a wiggle with the steering there. Must be a bit hard though, it's very gusty. So our leaders now, Rowan and Meredith, Sydney Uni.
Very
Coleman
close though.
and Mansaro from Sydney Uni, the lightweight version. And Fessy and Gourley in between them, sandwiched in between them. We've got a good showing there from the UTS Sydney Uni Composite, the lightweights of France and Isaacs. And Lauren Graham and Grace Cypher, both class athletes in their own right, combining together in a double scull, which I've not seen them do before, but looking very good indeed. And the ANU High Performance Programme of Alexandra Moylan and Eloise Lambden across on the far side. Coming through the middle of the race now. They're going through the 1,000-metre mark, just putting a bit of a burst on there, trying to lift the speed of the boat. In that third 500, which is where you really feel it. Dropping behind slightly now, Franz and Isaacs, the composite from UTS and Sydney Uni. And the Nepean club crew of Tuckerman and Ford. So Rowan and Meredith, really good, strong combination there. Some good rhythm. They have now managed to get get themselves in front of the others. In fact, it looks to me like they've managed to push through the middle of the race there and pull it out to clear water. Rowena Meredith, from our Australian women's quad scull that won a bronze medal at the Olympic Games. Very close behind them, maybe a length down on them, the new combination of Mansaro and Coleman. Fessy and Gourley from UTS, a heavyweight combination won at a club. That's Laura Gourley and Emma Fessy, who's at the National Training Centre. It was such a good opportunity for these guys to mix it up. Meredith and Rowan there showing on the screen now. You can see that strong rhythm, very powerful. Kate Rowan has now become a permanent member of the Women's National Training Centre, so training now with Rowena Meredith. But the two of them, I think Kate was in the original intake for the Women's NTC, just a great athlete, and she and Rowena have divided their time really between the NTC and Sydney University Boat Club, where they are coached by Don McLaughlin. And Alfie Young. Graham and Cypher there, you can see in the background. Very determined. It's been such a great race, but it does look as though the heavyweights are going to win out over the lightweights. So Rowan and Rue Meredith, powering on. The new combination of Mansaro and Coleman still keeping the pressure on, but now I think it looks as though there might be just a length of clear water between the two crews. Or here come the lightweights, cranking the rate up as they come in and keeping the length as well. Some awesome sculling there. Nice work. Sydney University Boat Club, Rowena Meredith and Kate Rowan will take out first place. Georgia Mansaro and Lucy Coleman will be second. Third will be Emma Fessy and Laura Gurley from UTS. Fourth will be a combination of Annalise Isaacs from Sydney Uni and Michaela Franz from UTS. Fifth, Lauren Graham and Grace Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club. The winning time there, a very respectable 7 minutes and 5 seconds.
Wow.
The lightweight's 4.37 behind, so 7:09, 7:10. Ooh, that's a pretty good time. And the under 23 is not far behind them. And completing our field, next across the line, sixth across the line will be the crew from ANU and the ACT Academy of Sport, Alexandra Moyland and Eloise Lambden. And completing our field, our club double of Jacqueline Ford and Talara Tuckerman. What a field to race.
What great rowing there.
Fantastic. A truly classy field. Winning time, 7 minutes, 5.9 seconds. The margin between Meredith and Rowan and Mansaro and Coleman, 4.37 seconds. And then a further 8.45 back to Fessy and Gourley. 8.45 and then another 4.85 back to Franz and Isaacs.
And the second to last race of the day, the women's AB grade Coxless 4, but both crews are from the University of New South Wales and both crews are C grade, so they're no doubt C graders who wanting to row 2,000 metres. I dare say there'll be some intra-club rivalry going on in this race, and they do look very close together. Across in lane 4 we have Anna Ristic and Chloe McKenzie, Emma Vay Cox and Alyssa Burke, and in lane 5 closest to us, Samantha Backler, Louisa Stock, Stephanie Hart and Heather Cox.
And this is a fantastic experience because it's not easy conditions and they're in a Coxless 4, and as you pointed out, they're only C grade, so they wouldn't necessarily be that experienced at racing in a Coxless 4 because it's generally coxed, isn't it, in D and C. So some really lovely rowing going on there. You can see they are really reaching out from that finish position, getting their arms out straight, then rocking over and reaching right around the rigger to get long strokes, really long arc through the water with their blade. And then once they've got that, what we're looking for is the power, the legs coming on together, powering through to the finishes being together, and then we can work on the catches getting together. And you can see the crew that's in the lead at the moment is just managing to get that timing a little more accurate than the other crew. But as I say, I think this is a really good standard of rowing for C grade. And all credit to the University of New South Wales and their head coach, Natalie Legg, an incredibly experienced sports scientist and national representative rower herself, and now a coach on the New South Wales state team. Great to see the work she's been doing at University of New South Wales over the last few seasons, and this is a really good example of it. She and her coaching team, this crew in lane 4 of Anna Ristic, Chloe McKenzie, Emma Vaycox and Alyssa Burke, just managing to maintain just over a length over Samantha Backler, Louisa Stocks, Stephanie Hart and Heather Cox, also of University of New South Wales. Nice rowing.
Yes, you can see the just additional bit of skill that the winning crew has over the other crew, but a great race from both of them.
Absolutely is. So they cross the line there in the Coxless fours in a time of 7 minutes 52.42 seconds. A win for the crew stroked by Alyssa Burke over the crew stroked by Heather Cox, but fantastic performance from the whole of the squad from University of New South Wales.
And our final race of the day is just
save the best till last.
Yes, of course, a good Masters race.
Cool.
Just race 93, pulling up to it's a 1,000-metre race, so they're just getting ready to line up for the start. Over in lane 3, we have from the University of New South Wales a D crew, which means they will have to give 38 seconds for the I crew across here from North Shore in lane 7, I being 75 to 80-year-olds.
Very old.
So the University of New South Wales crew is Ben Whalen, Matthew Bayfield, James Halliday and Andrew McEnroe. Then we have a North Shore F crew, so they only have to wait 29 seconds. Of Glenn Fraser, Nick Johnston, Eric Luck and Chris Walsh, and they're coached by Samantha Callahan. Then in lane 5 we have a University of New South Wales G crew, so that's 65 to 70, which is Chris Grundy, William Boys, Warwick Fisher and John Briggs. I think John Briggs just rode down in that 8 before. In lane 6, we have an Abbotsford composite of Roberts Kelsall from Leichhardt, Charles McCaskill, Joseph Zammit, and Michael Hayes, all from Abbotsford. So the G crews have to wait for 22 seconds. Then the senior chaps from North Shore, David Kay, age 79, Robert Drury, age 76, Len Walter, age 77, and John James at 84. Will go. They're an I crew. So I think we saw an earlier race with quite a few of these competitors in it, and the North Shore crew managed to hold all the other crews off.
So we'll see if they can do it this time. You are quite right though, so Rob Drury was in that previous race in the 8s, and so was John Briggs, so they'll be well warmed up.
So it could make for some very exciting racing. I think John James is here, former Olympian.
I think he is.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know, I raced against him once and I had to sit on the line for 49 seconds in the single.
That is a long time.
But I did manage to catch him.
Good on him. He's very popular though, isn't he? Because his age just brings up the age bracket.
Well, if I'm still out there doing that at 84, I'll be a very happy person.
Yeah. Yeah, we've had a few Olympians, I think, in the Masters, haven't we?
So they're just...
yes, he was in the 1964 Summer Olympics in the Coxless 4. Yeah.
There you go.
Was that Tokyo? It was Tokyo. Yeah, he would have been fascinated with what we saw at Tokyo this year. Would have been very different. The course is certainly very different because the 1964 course is a purpose-built course in Toda, and the 2020 course was built right out in Tokyo Bay. It was really quite interesting rowing there. It was very windy, and it had a bridge across at about 600 metres gone off the start, I suppose, and your GPS units just went dead.
But
and
there
the
was
wind felt so different.
But what fantastic footage, Lizzie, as the
cameras
crew,
that were on
the
it.
cameras that were mounted under the bridge, and as the crews went by, you almost felt like you were in the boat.
Yes, it was incredible, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. We weren't allowed to cycle alongside. We had to stay in the grandstand. So I was watching it on the screen. I was very, very thankful for those cameras to be able to see what my crew was doing. Yeah. No, it was fantastic. And I think that the fortitude of the Japanese to hang on and actually run the whole Olympics as they did. What incredible people. Very, very dignified indeed, and so hardworking and selfless. They were awesome. The hospitality was incredible and so difficult because nobody could really come and spectate. So they wouldn't have made any money.
And given that we were, there weren't a lot of spectators, for the rowing in particular, which is our primary interest, the
support teams that could go.
The camera footage and the views that we were able to see was so good and made it so exciting.
Yeah. Now it looks like is that our last crew coming?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. It was devastating. We couldn't go and see any other sports, so you could only go to your own sport. So even though the sprint canoe was at the same venue, and started a couple of days after the rowing, and we weren't allowed. Our passes didn't work. We weren't allowed in, so we weren't allowed to go and see any other sport. Well, certainly the Australians weren't. Maybe a couple of countries were, but generally you were not allowed to. So a very different experience for anybody going to those Olympics or Paralympics. But even so, I mean, it's such an amazing honour to represent your country at that level, and the excitement is palpable, really. The awesomeness of being in a village with all those people from other countries, all trying to just lay down your lifetime's best. Was
fantastic. And for the rest of us locked up at home, and it was so exciting to be able to just tune in and watch the Olympics all day.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. I had the TV going, my computer going.
Yes. Yep.
Multitasking, watching everything.
Yep. And wasn't the footage great though? Channel 7, all those different channels that they had.
Fantastic, yes.
That was incredible. You could really see anything you wanted. We were so lucky. Other countries were not the same. So all credit to Channel 7 for that. Which is, of course, not to in any way whatsoever diss the fantastic camera work that we have got going on here, provided by John Meakin.
And for those of you watching online live stream or watching on the big screen, I mean, when you think back just a couple of years, the live feed and the footage we used to see was very fixed, and now we have our friends just down below us working these cameras, giving us fantastic views.
It's incredible.
And I think even listening to us, Lizzie, because as we spoke earlier, talking about various competitors, the camera zoomed in on them.
Indeed they did, yes. I don't know whether that's people down below or up above, but it is fantastic. Okay, gentlemen, men's Masters Coxless 4, last race of the day. The weather's closing in. Time to go. Can you hear us? So let's getting themselves lined up there. So we're going to have the crew closest to the camera, lane 7. The crew from North Shore is going to go off first. Then we will be waiting 22 seconds for lanes 6 and 5 to join them. That's the Abbotsford Leichhardt Composite in lane 6 and the University of New South Wales in lane 5. A further 7 seconds and North Shore will join them. And that's the F age group crew. And then finally, 9 seconds after that, the University of New South Wales D age category crew will start their race, and the idea being that they'll all catch each other up as they come to the end. So very tricky here with this crosswind.
Very tricky to line up in a wind like this.
And then to hold them, you can't possibly hold them in the same place as you
So I would guess yes, they're off.
So here's our, what did you say the average age was? 75 to 80?
I is 75 to 80 years.
So they're off safely, and here's our G crew. 2 G crews, sorry. In the blue, the Abbotsford Leichhardt Composite.
No, H is 75 to 80, so
I must be
I is
80 to 85 maybe. Well, John James is 84 and the others are late 70s. Okay, so we've got our G crews off safely. We seem to be missing, we might be missing a North Shore crew. And we've got everybody on the course racing. So here we go, the FAR crew, University of New South Wales, average age 50? D crew? So they're rapidly
D is,
catching up.
average age 50 to 55. Yes, the I crew is, they have an average age of 79. So after the 1st of January, they will get even greater handicap.
You're not looking forward to that, are you? I can tell.
Well, and look at the experience in that boat. You know,
Yeah,
Rob
true.
Drury, John James. I don't know
Len
the other
Walter,
two, but
yeah. And really noticeable how they're placing and then really accelerating through to the finish in that North Shore I age category crew.
the other thing that I enjoy about a handicap race is if you're fortunate enough to be at the ones to go off go, you're always out in front, so you can see everybody else coming at you. Whereas when you start from behind, you're not quite sure where you are in the field.
Are we there yet?
Yeah, are you gaining on them?
Yeah. So they're through the first half of the race, the 500-metre mark, or the I crew are anyway. And the camera now just staying trained on that line to see second across the line, which is the North Shore F age category crew. Followed by the G category University of New South Wales crew, followed by the D crew.
Yeah, the young fellas from New South Wales. We should see them start to come through on the far side. And when you look at this I crew on this side, the rating's not particularly high, but look at the technique.
Yeah.
Just fantastic.
Accurate, really flat. Yeah. And pinpoint timing. So a great row coming there from our I age category crew of David Kay, Rob Drury, Len Walter and John James in the lane closest to the grandstand. Trying to challenge them all the time, the North Shore colleagues of Glenn Fraser, Nick Johnston, Eric Luck and Chris Walsh, coached by Samantha Callahan. Having a great row, but that I crew still managing to just hold them up. And then it's the University of New South Wales D crew of Ben Whalen, Matthew Bayfield, James Halliday and Andrew McEnroe, powering down now, really throwing everything into those strokes to try and catch up these North Shore crews.
I think this rather cheeky North Shore crew, F crew over in lane 4 is
being
managed to push right through.
They have indeed. And they will take out our men's Masters Coxless 4.
And can the I crew hold off the University of New South Wales?
And I think the answer is going to be not.
No, I think. Photo finish. I won't call that one.
Definitely a photo finish. That is an awesome finish between the University of New South Wales young guns, average age 50, and the the North Shore not quite so young guns, average age 79. And then fourth across the line now is our second University of New South Wales crew. And completing our field in our final race, our men's Masters Coxless 4, a composite between Abbotsford and Leichhardt Rowing Club. So the winning time for the North Shore crew at number 1 was 4 minutes, 0.27 of a second. Still waiting for the photo finish to be judged.
Now they were an F crew, so minus 29 seconds. So that's about 3:30.
Yes.
3:31.
Indeed. So we're just waiting to see the result of the photo finish. I'm not sure that it matters because I think we only have prizes for the winners. But
yes.
but it's a point of honour.
If you're in one of those boats, it's very important.
So, great day of racing.
Fantastic
we're back
day's
again
racing.
First thing in the morning. I think... oh, here we go. So, University of New South Wales managed to... Oh, my goodness. 0.03 of a second. So, first across the line, North Shore 1. Second, University of New South Wales by 0.03 of a second over the North Shore number... Or what was it? The North Shore 2 crew. That's right, they were third. Fourth, University of New South Wales 2, and fifth, Abbotsford Composite.
I would call that a draw.
I think that that's an amazing, fantastic.
Great result.
Absolutely fantastic. So, ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank again our sponsors for today, Bentley's Chartered Accountants and Business Advisors, V Insurance, the V Insurance Group, the insurance broker, of course, for Rowing New South Wales, and for you too, if you want, for any of your marine hull insurance needs. The other sponsors are the Regatta Shop, Pontoon Sports, Croker Oars, Bont Rowing, and Mobius Brand Communications. Bont Rowing, we thank them indeed, very much indeed, for being our official live stream partner and also official point score partner. Bont Rowing are here with their rowing shoes, so don't miss out on that. Look them up tomorrow. I think their tent is in front of the boat sheds. We thank Quest Apartments Penrith for their support as being the official accommodation partner and giving us such great rates. Lakeside Catering, who have looked after us today with food and drink. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow, and would ask you please again to just have a look out to see if there are any bow numbers around your trailer or tent, and if there are, please can you drop them off at Boat Bay number 1 before you go home. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. Mark's been fantastic doing the commentary with you. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow on the water and off.
On the water for a brief mixed quad in the morning, then I'll be back here with you, I think.
Yes, yep, I'll be here as well. So we'll look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow for our Sprint Championships 2021. Yeah, good night everybody, and thank you. Safe journey home.